Yes, it's all dollar signs. Oh my with the super duper pants. Arliss. This is all dollar signs. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Can't get the Apple TV to work with my CGI fingers. It's no good on the touchpad. Hello, everybody. I'm Waddle Flying Space Shoe, aka Toydarian Slave Owner. Welcome to the George Lucas talk show. May the R be with you. We're doing it, folks. All 80 episodes of Arliss, watching them live in real time. Honor the great Bobby Wuhl. Raising money for charity. This used to be a live talk show, which was always tough for George Lucas and I because we're both aggressively antisocial isn't a strong enough word. We both have contempt of other human beings and the need to talk to them. So this is our new remote talk show we do from the safety of our respective mansions. George at Skywalker Ranch, me on the Upper East Side, here with my fleece Toy Story blanket and my HBO pillow. And let's resume my regular role as announcer. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the host of the George Lucas Talk Show, live from Marin County, George Lucas. George, I think you're muted.
No, I can't be.
You gotta
Am I muted?
Now you're not. Say the thing you said again.
Hello, I'm George Lucas, creator of Star Wars.
There we go. That's what people pay the big bucks for. George, I got to complain with you. I know I represent the best technology that existed as of 1999. Very hard to get my CGI fingers to work with an Apple TV remote.
No, you were
up the Arliss.
Your character was born so long before the age of streaming digital entertainment. I doubt anyone's fingers within the Star Wars galaxy would be able to operate an Apple TV.
Okay, George, yes, I understand that, but this is a little bit of a Frankenstein's monster situation because you gave me life. I did not die after the film ended. Okay, I have to go on living in our present world.
Yes, yeah. No, I understand, and perhaps that's part of a hero's journey.
Oh boy, okay. How are you feeling?
I can direct you to read up on Joseph Campbell. You can there will be struggles. That is part of it, and that's part of any good story.
I might submit an email to THX tech support during all of this. I know technically I should go to ILM and not THX, but I feel like ILM does less sort of consumer home tech support, you know?
Right. Yeah.
And if you are a preferential customer.
THX could make it sound better while you tried to access your Apple TV.
Because even just the bloops are not good. Now it's just frozen. Now it's just straight up frozen. How are you feeling, George?
I'm feeling great. I'm very excited because today, of course, we're beginning a 7-part saga. And this is something that was initiated during our 30-hour Star Wars Day Watchathon.
Yes.
and we're going to be watching today the first of 7 seasons of the HBO original series Arliss.
Yes.
This show, it's interesting. When you look back at a life lived, this show aired on HBO during a period where I was preoccupied with first the special editions of the original trilogy,
right,
and then with the prequels.
Yeah,
right. The entire run of Arliss would happen during the lifespan of the run up to the prequels, and
right.
and it would ultimately, despite its long run on home box office, Arliss would finish before the prequel trilogy would be done. And so I never had time.
You made 6 films. You fully produced 6 films from whole cloth during the time of Arliss.
Well, I didn't really finish the episodes 4, 5, and 6 until they made their premiere on Disney Plus. That's true. And even then, I feel like, did I really finish the films?
That was sort of, you were presenting the galleys at this point.
Yes. Yeah. These are as close as I could get within the time frame allotted.
I literally have to physically restart my Apple TV. Keep talking, George.
Well, I mean, that's part of why we built in an intro period during this marathon. That we would not start the first episode immediately when the Watchathon began, in part to account for technical difficulties, which have to be accounted for in any project, but also to allow a human element, friendship, and camaraderie that Watto and I share as hosts of this show.
That's what people tune in for, the friendship.
To check in with each other, because I haven't been able to see you in person in quite some time, Watto.
Yes. And we used to hang out on the regular.
Yes, when we were doing the show in New York City. But now I'm stuck. I'm stranded at Skywalker Ranch.
That's the thing, because people, they go, oh, you guys, you have this on-camera relationship for the show. You work together for the movies. Does that extend into your personal lives? And people don't know. We're very close friends. Before and after each taping, we would exchange pleasantries for up to 10 seconds, which is the closest relationship I've ever had with anybody.
Right.
We would say, hello, how are you doing? Nice to see you.
Say fine.
Right.
Nice to see you. Good.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
we were very, very close.
Yes. Now, Watto, you've never seen an episode of Arliss, have you?
Never seen an episode of Arliss. I'm going in blind, except for my glasses.
Which is the ideal way to go in to experience a saga story. There was some talk originally whether we should watch seasons 4, 5, and 6 first, and then go back and watch seasons 1, 2, and 3 to see. I
believe it was discussed by our producers, Jersey, Dave, and Bryson.
Yes. But the thing is, I never got the sense from what I know of the series. I never got the sense that was part of the original vision for the way the story was supposed to be told.
No, I mean, maybe we're going to feel like fools, but, unless Bobby tells us otherwise, our good dear friend Bobby Wuhl, who now I'd say at this point, after making a 45-minute appearance on our last live stream, is my second closest friend in the world. Unless he tells us that we should have been watching it that way, I think starting with season 1 is the correct approach.
I think so as well. And similar to the way the Star Wars movies are intended to be seen, you start with the first one. That's just the way you do it.
Yes.
Regardless of production order. And I do believe, I don't know, but this is something we can ask Bobby hopefully later, is whether they did indeed shoot seasons 4, 5, and 6 first and then go back. I don't know. I don't know the answer. They may have.
I think another thing to ask Bobby, if we ever get the chance again, the show is on HBO Go, 7 seasons now, for anyone who has the HBO app. But in his mind, are they truly finished? Are we watching the special editions? Are we watching his McConkie cuts, so to speak? Are there changes, and by changes, I mean final touches that Bobby feels like he needs to do before the show is actually premiered?
My sense is that he would want at least 2 more seasons so that you have 3 3 solid trilogies.
You need 3 trilogies. He never got to complete his 3rd trilogy.
I did notice a comment about Patrick. Patrick Connor, our producer. It may be a good time to bring Patrick into the fold. Someone was asking.
They're having Patrick Connor in the feed.
A long-suffering producer, Patrick Connor.
Long-suffering producer.
And listen, hi guys. I don't want to make a big deal about it, but the viewing order thing was my idea.
Okay, that is a good point. And Justice,
I'm going to bring it up. I don't want to make a big deal. It's fine. We'll move on.
All right.
Fair enough. It did not. To be fair, I attribute it to Dave and Bryson because they are the producers who are usually awake. So I assume that must have been their idea.
Right.
We're not Inception.
It almost makes me wonder whether you may have dreamed. You may have dreamed it. You may have dreamed that you suggested it.
That's what I'm saying, and we do not have the technology to be able to pluck that from your dreams, as one would say in Inception or in one of the Karl Barks Uncle Scrooge comics.
I did not know you were a fan of those, Watto. That's good to know.
I love them. What about you, George? Do you have any opinion whatsoever on the Karl Barks Uncle Scrooge comics?
Yes, I wrote the introduction for the first volume of the Fantagraphics reprint series of the Karl Barks library.
Yes.
If you are a fan of the Indiana Jones films, then you may want to check out some classic Karl Barks Uncle Scrooge comics published by Fantagraphic Books. 2 things that we should probably tell people now is we're not going to be showing you the episodes of Arliss on these screens. You'll have to go to. We don't have the rights. We are not home box office. I am a retired filmmaker. I don't have any pull with HBO.
Although let's say in this pandemic, it feels like we're a stay-at-home box office.
If anyone wants to watch along, they can go to HBO Go, HBO Now. It's fully up there in a few days. HBO Max. You can bring it up there. All 7 seasons are up, and you can sync up. The clock right here will tell you where we are in the episode.
And we'll be seeing these for the first time as well. So, we should also emphasize every week we're going to be raising money for a different charity.
Yes.
And there should be a link. Is there a link people can click to go to the food bank for New York? There's the bit.ly.
Donate at bit.ly/Wuhl1.
I believe that's a / Watto. That's a /
/Wuhl1.
We want to try to, encourage people to help out a little or a lot. The last time we raised a fair amount of money to help some people out, and we want to keep helping people every week. Because my understanding is that's what the show is about. Arliss is a sports agent who's trying to help some professional athletes to further their careers, to help make their lives a little better.
Yes, and George, as you said, we were able to make a positive impact last time. We felt we had to keep that going, the season of giving, because we raised $20,000 for the laid-off employees of a comedy theater. And folks, that's no joke.
Now, guys, we're very close to 3:15, which you said when we're going to be kicking off. So, are you guys? Do you have the episode brought up and everything?
Yes.
Yes.
I will say it seems like most of Arliss has been watched on my HBO account, almost as if Watto's brother has been really into Arliss or was really into Arliss like 18 months ago.
Yeah, the next time that you see your brother, Watto, you could say to him, "You are my brother."
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a classic Star Wars line.
All right, guys, let's start. So, are you guys both ready to go?
Right.
Yeah, ready to go.
I'm ready to go.
1, 2, 3.
Arliss. Oh, it's HBO Go. I'm reading what's
All right,
happening.
there is adult content and adult language.
A little bit of adult content. This is an afternoon show, but it's not for children.
Oh, I can hear that. All right, footage of athletes. Looks like file footage.
And I'm hearing the golden tones of our dear friend Bobby Wuhl. I will say, this is truly the first seconds of Arliss I have ever seen in my life. That opening shot of Olympic athletes diving, jumping. For a second, I thought that was like the opening credit scene. Is every episode going to start with this stock footage, or is this just a little table set for the first episode? Now we're seeing him like talking to people in the bullpen. He's getting a slice of piazza. Mike Piazza. A slice of piazza.
We're seeing Arliss and his colleagues working together and his clients.
And the theme song, I only want to be with you.
I only want to be with you.
I like Arliss. You know why? He likes money.
I like Arliss because he likes helping people.
Money.
He likes helping people.
Well,
so we've already each found episode 1, a man of our times.
Okay,
all right, there's some sort of a dinner with a dais.
But what is happening right here? We're watching Arliss at a fundraiser. And we're doing an Arliss fundraiser.
Oh my goodness.
Georgia!
It looks like he's being honored.
But it's a foundation.
Yes.
Arliss Michaels, the great Arliss.
And Mr. Bob Costas is introducing him.
Has anyone aged better than Bob Costas? What are you going to say?
And now voiceover is being employed.
Yes.
And a flashback. And I liked the first edit that we saw was a folding wipe.
We saw
very Star Wars.
Yes.
Very Star Wars. So already I'm seeing the influence here. And it looks like they're talking about it's a fundraiser.
Yes, it's a fundraiser. And already, people talk about Save the Cat, the way to endear an audience character. This is an even clearer, cleaner path to audience empathy. Open up with your lead character haggling over money.
Oh, wow.
I'm on his side automatically. What, George? What's the oh, wow?
Well, there was already an O.J. Simpson reference.
See, I like this guy. I know this is a good guy because he hates giving away his money.
Right.
It's good that you can relate to him, Watto. I feel like that's not always something that you find in movies or TV.
No, but I'm saying this is the language to show you he's a universal good guy.
Yeah.
I relate to him, but I imagine everyone relates to him being like, oh, charity. Ugh.
Hey, Watto, can you turn down your sound a little bit? I think we're picking it up.
Sorry.
Yeah, Watto, I'm hearing all of your sound.
I was just blasting it. I want to hear Arliss in surround sound.
And we're meeting Arliss's crew, essentially. Rita and Kirby. It looks like Kirby has a black eye. And it looks like he's gambled on some sporting events. So he's kind of a scoundrel. I think we found
a good guy.
We've already found Kirby is our Han Solo, very definitely in this. He's a little foul-mouthed. He's not above using some colorful language.
He's wearing a jacket, but the fact is, he's a good guy because he likes gambling and gets beaten up for it. That's how you know it's another save the cat type trick.
Now, George DJ Weaver in the comments is saying good leather jacket, very Indiana Jones.
Very Indiana Jones. Kirby he's rough around the edges.
Yeah.
I don't have a handle yet on whether Arliss is our Luke Skywalker or our Ben Kenobi. But already, every single edit so far has been a wipe transition.
Yes, has been the turning of a page, as if leafing through his ledger all the money he's losing.
Well, I'm seeing a Star Wars influence in this from start to finish.
I've seen 7 or 8 per minute. Yes, this feels deeply indebted. I mean, this is sort of what Arliss is to Star Wars, what Star Wars is to Kurosawa.
Arliss right now is doing a lot of hand gestures.
Yes.
To try to convince people to do what he wants. Where have we seen that before?
He's trying to do some mind tricks, and it seems like he's stuck in a meeting with a couple Toydarians. The mind tricks don't work on them.
The mind tricks don't work on them.
Mind tricks don't work on them now.
Oh, boy.
And I
Now,
believe
Arliss Michaels presents. We see a poster for an ice show.
And what's it
So
called?
Arliss,
What's the show called? Tell them what it's called.
it's called Ragged Dick. Horatio Alger's Ragged Dick.
Oh, nice.
But here, I'm already finding, as a producer myself, Arliss Michaels is a producer of shows.
Yes.
So I'm finding this incredibly relatable.
Well, we all know if you're going to go see a show, the name you want to see most above the title is a sports agent. So seeing Arliss Michaels presents, that's like a Lucasfilm production. That's a stamp of quality, you know?
You know what you're getting. You know what you're getting.
I promise to the audience, the Arliss brand is strong, not just behind the scenes, but for the people in the stands.
But Arliss is negotiating with people in a way that I haven't had to do for a very long time. And now here we are with Stanley, played by Michael Boatman.
Toot toot! All aboard! Michael Boatman.
And he's talking about money.
Sorry, what are you saying, George?
Well, they're talking about money. They're talking about a poster. All of this is relatable.
This is relatable. This is universal truth.
Universal storytelling.
Relate to. Yes, classic story, mythic storytelling. They are all classic Campbellian heroes dealing with the problems of our everyday life.
Now, George, the Orbito class is asking, how do you feel about the stylistic choice to spell it ARLI $$?
I think it's good. I think the name itself tells a story.
Yes.
And it is a very efficient mode of storytelling to put something into the title. That's why I always put Star Wars into the titles of Star Wars movies.
It helps. It tells people what to expect.
Because for one thing, in the same way that Arliss ends with the $2 signs as S's, Star Wars begins with an S, ends with an S.
Yes.
So it's sort of a little bit of this. It's a different version of the same tactic. Zoop.
They do the zoop.
There's a part of me, I have to admit, there's a part of me that considered having to be dollar signs at the beginning, but it was thought to be presumptuous. And by the time we'd already had success with the first movie, we couldn't go back and change that. That was one thing I felt like we can't change that. We can change a lot, but we can't change that.
You didn't have the temptation when you finally put a bow on the McClunky cut to just add a couple lines to those?
No, that's sacrosanct. It's too late. Some things you can change.
Sure.
You can change themes. You can change the way the movie looks or sounds, but you can't change the way an S is in the title. That's something you either. Arliss didn't do that in season 2. They did that right out of the gate. From the very beginning, he spelled his last name with $2 signs.
But once again, as you said, I mean, Bobby Wuhl is a true iconoclast, and he does things differently than everyone else. He started with episode 1, you know?
Yeah.
That's not traditionally the way that stories are told.
Now here we are on what I'm assuming is the equivalent. This is like our Hoth sequence because we're ice skating.
A burn. Burn.
Very cold.
Yes. I'm trying to figure out like analogous which one of these characters is a Wampa, which character is a Tauntaun, you know?
Well, now I think this character's name I believe is Nikki, the ice skater. And her hair is feathered very much like a Wampa. There's a certain amount of feathering, but I haven't got a good look at the hairstyle of her partner.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, as you said, we don't know if Arliss is a Luke or a Kenobi yet. And so it's like, what is his relationship to these people? Is he going to take a nap inside one of them? Is he going to get attacked by one of them? Or is it an entirely different thing? We don't know. Is he just Obi-Wan as a Force ghost on Hoth and nothing can touch him? You know?
Right.
Now, George and Watto, 2 things. First of all, I can't believe I forgot this before the episode started, but I have something that I'm going to be wearing during this.
Oh.
Check it out.
Where did you get that hat?
The internet.
Wow.
Second question. I Laugh Alone wants to know if we'll be giving Arliss names to people who donate.
Yes. We absolutely will be giving Arliss names to people who donate.
It may be.
And Arliss names are very different they're very different than Star Wars names.
Entirely different. Of all the things that we had to prep over the last 2 weeks, that's probably the point of greatest contention, was figuring out the style guide for the Arliss names, if you will. Right? That was, I feel like, the most hand-wringing.
It was by far the most Watto was involved in helping to prep for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, Watto's not crazy about group texts. This is, George, you were right about this being like the Hoth, because this is a very extended sequence. It's really almost like an entire act is taking place in this Arctic setting.
Well, the thing is, this is a practical location.
It is.
So,
well, do we know that for sure, George?
I have a keen eye, and it doesn't have that authenticity that you get with a fully digital, fully rendered background. Because when you're in a practical setting, there's something about it that looks not as good as something that is made digitally.
It looks a little too tactile and not shiny enough. It's bad.
Yeah, it looks like it looks like they're really there, and I think they were.
But George, as you're saying, visual effects are, especially in your hands, are so impressive these days. I had many people who asked me, "Oh, you were in episode 2. Were you there on Coruscant on location for shooting?" And I went, people think that it was a real place.
Hey guys, can I have it now? We've raised $238 so far.
That is absolutely ridiculous. Go on.
But the issue is, on the website, it seems to only give first names for donations. So what I'm going to say is, if you've donated,
tell us your name.
Email. Or do you think commenting or emailing is better? What would you prefer, George?
What's easier for you?
I guess commenting.
Yeah. Remember, George Lucas still refuses to own a laptop. Is currently doing this stream from his phone.
I'm flying blind.
What do you call the area of a laptop that you use to track your finger? And
it's a fetish pad.
He calls it a fetish pad, folks. That is his argument against laptops, that he does not like the fetish pad.
I don't know. One of the reasons I think we spent so much time in the ice arena is because when you go to a practical location, the temptation is, well, let's spend a lot of time here. Whereas if you create a digital location, you can nip in and out. You can go to Coruscant and then leave. You're not tempted to spend the day there.
Sure.
This is obviously a real apartment or house that he is in, a domestic room. Everything there is practical. The bowls are practical. The food is practical. That's practical paintings on the wall. These are all real, which, to a certain extent, there's an argument for the authenticity of it.
It's a bad argument. It's a
bad argument. I don't con to it. My buddy Steve would like this kind of thing, but I prefer, like, if you look at the food that's on that spoon.
Yes.
If it's digital, it could be any kind of food. But once you film it practically like that, then you're sort of stuck with what you've got. You could erase it, and I could definitely have, if someone let me into an editing suite for a week, I could make all of this look different.
And once again, George, all respect to Bobby Wuhl. I'm sure he has things he wishes he had done differently. But here's a scene where they're eating spoonfuls of soggy oatmeal. If he had taken some advice from you, they could have pear slices magically flying onto the ends of their forks, and then they'd go like this.
All right. Shaquille O'Neal is here.
Now, this man is tall. He is sort of Chewbacca-sized. Is that fair to say in relation to their characters?
I definitely think this would have been a great opportunity for a fully CGI character, but as practical characters go, I think this is very impressive. Now, Shaq is talking.
Oh, no, I was going to say, George, everything got knocked over. I think the argument with, against Shaquille O'Neal being practical is they're so limited in terms of how big he can be.
George, what's going on, buddy?
Everything. Everything. There was literally a gust of wind.
Hey, you know what wind cannot knock over?
Oh, that's not true. That's not true. Hold on, I gotta see what's in the chat.
No, you don't. Bring the phone back up.
Hold on, let's see what's in the chat.
George, don't pretend, George.
I want to see what's in the chat. Well, that's one thing that we've learned, which is that a gust of wind,
George, Eamon B. Dot to know if you modeled the Terrace Kazi, which is a martial art in the Star Wars universe, on Shaq Fu.
Yeah, that's well spotted.
It seems like George is so thrown off by that device mishap that you need a little recovery time.
We're trying to bring him back in.
What are you drinking, George?
I'm drinking Kroger brand seltzer water.
Nice. Any flavor to that, or is it just flat?
Lemon lime.
Oh!
Hey guys, we're starting to get some donations in. So let's do you want to do a name?
Yes.
Yeah, let's do an Arliss name.
Okay.
Right now, it looks like Arliss is just to bring people up to speed on the plot. The episode has been tracking credits and debits, and it seems like more money is going out than coming in.
I'll say,
but it looks like there may have been another turn of events.
I'll say another thing, George. I feel like another big influence that Star Wars clearly has on Arliss. This show seems to largely center around trade negotiations.
Oh, very much so.
Okay, guys.
Andy Germuga. Now, this is a Star Wars. This is a Star Wars name that we're turning into an Arliss name. It's already a Star Wars name.
Yes.
Andy Germuga, or I don't know if it's Germuga or Germuga. I would pronounce it Germuga, and it's that's already a Star Wars name.
And I would drop the Andy. I'd say drop the Andy. It's cleaner. You are just Germuga.
I don't know. I kind of like Andy Germuga.
Well, no, I was saying that's if it was a Star Wars name, but it's not the Star Wars name. It's an Arliss name. We're going to have to do some work on Star Warsing this.
Yeah. Well, first of all, there's no S's, so that's a problem. That's already this is a difficult.
Should we add some?
Yeah.
Well, I want to say one thing right off the bat. I think we want to replace both A's with the pound symbol.
With the pound symbol?
The pound. No, not the hashtag. Like the pound, the British currency. Yeah, that guy in the middle.
Got it.
Okay,
right.
I'm seeing a little Arliss here now, right?
Right.
Yeah,
that's definitely something there.
And I think we want to replace the E with a euro.
Okay.
Yeah, and we want that Y to be replaced with the yen.
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we got the money in there, but it feels a little lacking in sports, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Now here's hang on.
Now, what are you thinking, Patrick?
I see this martini glass, and I wonder if we replace the yen with a martini glass.
Oh, because he likes to work, but he also likes to play.
That's just my suggestion. You guys can say no.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's do it.
Okay.
I'm gonna. This might be extreme,
Do it.
but I'd say I don't want. I hesitate to pull this move right out of the gate on our first Arliss name, but replace the Andy with Arliss. We're not going to do that often. That's not a move that we're going to pull very often. But I think it calls for it.
George, I agree with you, and that's what makes you the retired filmmaker of the group. You're able to see the big picture and take the big risks. I think we need to get still a little bit of sports in here. I think we replace the U in Garmuga with the trophy.
With 2 baseballs.
2 baseballs?
Yeah.
Wow, George. Wow.
George, we're all playing AAA and you're in the major leagues, baby. Well, I think that's perfect. Nothing left to be done here, right?
Wait, hang on. Someone in the comments is saying we should replace the G with a golf ball.
I was thinking about it, but I was afraid to even
Do it.
I think
Where is the golf ball?
Do we have a golf ball?
I don't know if we have one.
No, we have a golfer. There are 3 emojis that are person
Here's
playing.
what I'll say. If that's the closest thing, I think we got to do it.
I think
We gotta do
Okay.
it.
So your name is now Arliss Golf Mooger.
Okay. All right. Great job, guys.
And then he asked if we could copy paste it into the chat
Yes, of course.
so that you get to take it home as a prize. And meanwhile, on screen, it looks like.
Oh, that doesn't necessarily work.
Oh, really?
You can figure it out.
It's working here. Although the pound symbol has been turned into the male symbol. I don't know what's going on here. It looks great.
Yeah.
All right. More debits. Arliss is racking up the debits.
That was another gambling debt.
Mm-hmm. And
it really is a
so now we're back at the dais. Bob Costas is speaking. So now we've gone structurally.
Yes.
Back to the framing device.
It's like poetry. It rhymes.
Kirby is giving Arliss the signal that things are going well.
Yeah, Arliss.
But I don't know. I don't know whether this is going to end well for Arliss.
I think Arliss.
It could go either way.
About this, yes, I think so.
They just made a colorful joke about
Arliss.
Oh, guys, when you donate to the website, if you put in the note section your full name, we'll be able to see it.
Oh, please do that. It will make everyone's life
makes it a lot easier.
Now, right. The Give a Damn Foundation. That's a salty name. Certainly, we would never. This is may the RB list you. There's nothing you could say that to a toddler, and there's no issue. But Arliss's fundraiser, of course, this is a show for adults. It's an adult comedy.
Yes.
And so they can afford to be a little saltier in the language.
It's not TV, it's HBO.
Now,
we're back.
We've gone back to the ice arena.
Seems like this is maybe opening night. Dear Sebastian, sorry. Had a chance to do Camelot in Vancouver. Had to take it. Ciao. Or EXO.
Right. And so now he's crying. And that is a practical effect. That actor did not cry. They applied water to his face, which is the way to do it, because otherwise you're dealing with acting and human emotion. It's much better to just put water on the face to replicate human tears rather than have an actor get that emotional.
Are you eating a leaf, George? What are you eating right now?
Having some baby spinach.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, like Baby Yoda. And now we've cut to a football game. All of these plot threads. This is like the end. This is actually like the end of episode 1, The Phantom Menace, because all of the various plot strands are all coming together at the same time.
Yes.
And it's a juggling act because you can't linger too long in one plot thread. It's very hard to communicate this kind of thing, but I think they're nailing it. We're seeing all of the consequences of Arliss's behavior are all coming to pass, culminating in this fundraising event.
Oh, Shabazz trips. He's down. See, this is right.
And now we've actually said the title of the episode has been said in the dialogue.
A man of our time.
Uh-oh. And it looks like this is going to cost Arliss a significant amount of money, perhaps.
Yes.
Uh-oh, Kirby is giving him Kirby. And we're hearing the I Only Want to Be With You.
The theme song.
Dusty Springfield. And he's presenting the award, but he looks shocked and stunned. It's very much like the way that Boss Nass holds up the orb at the end of episode 1 of Phantom Menace, which is interesting because this episode predates the release of the Phantom Menace.
Okay,
by years.
You've been talking about the edits that were like the turning of a page in a book. This episode just ended with the cover closing. We zoomed out, and like the end of Men in Black, we realized, oh, we've been in a book the whole time. Men in Black, it was a bag of marbles, but you know what I'm saying.
Watto, I knew they showed the book at the beginning, so I already picked up on that cue. That he said, "These are my stories." So I see all of this happening here.
And I just want to let everyone know, we will let you know when to start the next episode because we're going to stay on 15:45.
Yes. Trying to make
all
it
right,
even.
so we're gonna watch the rest of the credits. We're gonna finish out the credits. Yes?
Absolutely. George, I see people in the chat. They're asking, does hashtag May Detours Be With You still apply? Because we just zoomed past 3:39. We forgot to say it, but yes, on the 39th minute of every hour, tweet at Disney Plus, hashtag May Detours Be With You. Now, last time there was a little confusion. Some people were tweeting May the Detours. Nope. Drop the dot.
It's May. One of the head writers of Star Wars Detours tweeted the wrong hashtag. They tweeted May the Detours Be With You.
But that's okay.
He is much funnier. He's much better at writing very funny Star Wars jokes than he is at writing hashtags because he got it a little bit wrong. But yes, we still want Disney to release the 39, the original 39. Now, George, you and I, of course, have them. We watch them all the time.
Yeah.
We smuggled them out.
I have copies, but I can't show them to anyone.
Same here. They'll sue us. Disney will sue us to high heaven.
Here's honestly what I would like, because we know that Disney Plus could release all 39 episodes of with a touch of the button.
Click.
Why isn't George eating the stew that Yoda made? Well, first of all, Yoda made that stew a long time ago. It's gone.
Far, far away. It would take too long to get here. Outside
also,
limits.
Also, it wouldn't be safe to eat that stew that Yoda made.
No.
It would be, even if there had been some left, and there wasn't any left. He made it and he ate it till that bowl was clean.
A good meal.
But if any had survived, it would not be healthy to eat. It's very important that people understand that, even eating this simple baby spinach is something of a risk because you don't know what kind of bacteria could be on it.
Yeah.
Be careful when you're defrosting meat, when you're preparing food. You want to make sure that you're safe and smart.
It is 3:44, so people should get ready.
Get
ready for episode 2.
And we will start it in 1 second.
All right, and this is episode 2. It's the title of it is Negotiating, It's Never Personal. Already now there's a colon, just like in Star Wars movies where you put a colon in the title.
George, what episode is this we're starting?
Episode 2, Negotiating, It's Never Personal. Oh yeah, put on your sequel hat. Put on your sequel hat.
Anytime there's an episode 2, I'm going to be wearing the little hat.
Yeah, now okay, let's start in you ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
2, 1.
And they got
they're saying in the comments, negotiating, it's never personal. Does that mean some trade negotiations are coming up?
I made this joke already.
I'm just we have some new viewers joining, Watto.
It's still funny. That's the good thing about jokes is you can say the same joke over and over and it's still funny.
Bro, that's true.
we know that Disney Plus could release all 39 episodes of my final Star Wars project, Star Wars Detours. They could do it they could do it before the end of this marathon. They could release it tonight. However, another thing that we want to push for is that if they're not going to release them on Disney Plus, they could donate those episodes to be screened at the Lucas Museum.
Yeah.
At Lucas Museum.
Yeah.
Because then it would be an act of, artistic preservation. It would be a generous donation to allow the Lucas Museum the right to screen those episodes when the Lucas Museum opens.
And look,
I think that would be a worthwhile compromise.
And when the country reopens, people are all going to want to congregate at the museum and watch 39 episodes of comedy together. We're going to need things like that.
We're going to need that. We're going to need that. But in the meantime, they should really release them on Disney Plus. I don't know why they haven't already. It's perhaps the only failure of our Star Wars Day Marathon was that Disney Plus has yet to release all 39 episodes.
I do like.
Now we joined Arliss mid-negotiation.
Oh boy! I like this framing device of the book. In the same way as Star Wars, you always would say it's an episode. Here we go. It's an episode in a saga. Arliss is saying it's just a chapter in my book.
The original draft of Star Wars, it was from the Journal of the Whills. And now we have the not the Journal of the Whills, but the Memoir of the Wuhl.
They won't get fooled again.
Can you see me?
Yeah, you're sideways now, George.
Sideways, George. What's going on? Laptops don't go sideways, George.
Am I looking at George Lucas or am I looking at Paul Giamatti and Thomas Hayden Church? Because suddenly it's sideways.
I mean, I'll say this, George, sort of on brand because you know who's in this show?
Who?
Sandy O.
Oh.
From Sideways.
Star of Sideways.
Maybe if Sandra Oh decides to come on one of these, we should all film our Sideways as a tribute.
Yeah. And please call her Sandy. These are our friends. Mike Boatman, Bobby Wuhl, Sandy.
No. I won't. I'll call her Sandra. I hate Sandy. It's rough and it's coarse and it gets everywhere.
If only you had sunglasses where you are right now, George.
That's the contract, Arliss. You have no leverage. Your guy is a broke down dog who no one else will touch. This guy is a rough customer. He's dealing with somebody. This is very much
Nemoidian. He's holding up the negotiations.
And you can tell Arliss he's confident, but you can tell he's worried. He tries to put forward that professional, confident sheen.
He's got a bad feeling about this. I'll say
he's got a bad feeling about this.
Arliss. This is what I'd say to Arliss. Hey, Arliss, if you're in negotiations and someone comes in with a tray of tea, get out of there.
This old actor, his face looks exactly like this.
oh, no, this guy is taking a leak on the desk, and now he is urinating on the man. He is pissing on the contract. He is pissing.
How rude. How rude. Oh,
people are losing their
mind. That's
mind.
A practical stream.
It is, I think, a pack. We're doing a live stream. This guy's doing a yellow stream.
I think it's also a live stream, even though this was filmed decades ago.
Yes, it was probably live on the set at the time.
Now, guys, we're getting
All right, now we're on a basketball court.
George, we're getting a lot of donations. We're up to $540. I think we should do another game just to get this going, right?
Right. Yes, absolutely.
Let's do let's see. Let's do this one. There you go. Hang on 1 second. There you go.
All right. Andrew Finlay Stewart. All right. First of all, let's get that S out of there.
Yep. There we go, much better. And do we want to do the classic replacing the E's with euros?
I think you got it.
Yeah.
Now, here's the other question.
Mm.
No, it's stupid.
No such thing as a stupid question during an Arliss live stream.
Well, I'm just thinking about all these emoticons and emojis that we're using, and I don't know.
Mhm.
It's up to you.
You don't know what? What are you going to?
Just look. Just look.
What you just did?
Yeah.
I don't know. Arliss is, we're talking.
There's a regular A in our list. You're right. You're right.
Replace the Y with a yen.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so that's a good start. That's a good start. We're starting to feel a little bit Arlissy here. I want to say maybe add a second dollar sign in front of Stewart. The second S.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Yeah, that is feeling much better. What's speaking to you, George? Come on, George.
I'm looking.
Now, someone
That's good. Put the $2 signs. That's good.
Yeah. Someone in the comments is saying that Finley should be the last name.
What?
Sure. Let's do it.
And someone also said something else, which I will fix. Hang on one sec.
Man, I wish that the hockey stick were the other direction, because then that would be a very good L.
Great L. That'd be a great L. But if we get any J's, that'll be good for the J's.
Be good for the J.
Well, hang on.
All right.
Someone's saying the D in Andrew should be the D from the Vietnamese dong.
Do we have that?
Oh,
I just added it.
very
All right.
small.
I like that. I want to go out on a limb here, and again, I don't want to do this every time.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking we replace the Andrew with Arliss.
With George, I just want to make this very clear to people. We're not going to do it every time. We have to use this sparingly. Okay, but it does look good, I have to admit. It looks very good.
Hang on. What if we did this?
Mm-hmm.
What about that?
It's so crazy, it just might work.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's a pitch I want to make, okay?
Yeah.
Stewart.
Say that again?
Stewart, right? The name Stewart. It ends with art.
Yeah.
But the only art that Arliss believes in is the art of the deal. So let's cut out ART and replace it with a bag of money.
This one?
Yes.
I'm going to sweeten that deal. Replace it with 4 bags of money. That's the art of negotiation.
It's looking pretty close.
It's never personal. It's never personal.
It's never personal. We got to get a little bit of sports in there. Can we get a sport in there?
What if we did this? Hang on.
Rita has just presented an idea of trying to get to a client through I think a potential client through his mother.
Arliss?
So,
oh no, the client's mother.
The client's mother. And I may have missed a detail here while we were working on the Arliss name, but it's thrown everything into chaos.
Yes.
And of course, this is another parallel because Anakin's relationship to his mother is one of the key developments in episode 2.
Yes. Yes.
Now, do you think that the hockey stick backwards looks too much like a J?
I think it's only good for J's.
Okay.
For the J.
Yeah, sure. I get it.
There's so much business going on in this, and so much sports.
I know what we want to do. We want to replace the F with the frisbee.
Okay.
That's good. That's a good call.
Right, F for freeze.
I mean, we probably could also do Frank, like the French. You know.
That feels a little bit sweaty to me. I think.
Okay.
I think the frisbee is a shorter walk.
Okay. George Wallace, the king, on screen right now.
Another great George.
One of the great Georges.
One of the great
Kind of
Georges.
a reference to you also to put George Wallace in here.
Another gray-haired George, and he's in the mix. And there's music.
So, guys, are we good with this name? Do you think?
Yeah, let's lock it. It's locked.
Let's lock it. Okay, it's locked. Right?
Locked. Consider this the McClunky cut. It's ready to go.
All right, and those are two good Arliss names.
Yep, we're on a roll, baby.
All right, Arliss Michaels is introducing himself with a firm handshake. That's something that's no longer possible in our current society.
Yes, you know what I think to myself when I see a handshake on screen?
What do you think, Watto?
Shaking hands. Is that illegal?
Watto, what's going on? What is this?
What do you mean?
Have you been watching like a lot of CSI this week, or what? Where did this come from?
CSI? What are you talking? It's a new bit Watto's trying out. Right before I say something that's a little bit ironic or that I've teed up, I put on sunglasses and I sing the opening of Won't Get Fooled Again by Who. It's a new bit I'm trying out. What do you mean, CSI?
No, it's fine. It's fine. No, it's a good bit. It's a good bit.
Thought I should create some original comedy.
No, it's a good bit. Just keep doing it. Fine. It's fine.
Now, this also,
I don't know from CSI, Mike.
It's a good bit. It's a good bit.
Arliss is in a church right now talking to George Wallace.
Yes. But
And
one could say for Arliss, the real church is the deal. You know what I'm saying? Not to be a little too profound here, but the only thing that Arliss prays to is the almighty dollar.
Mm-hmm. And his clients. He likes his clients too.
He likes.
And he likes sports.
And he likes sports. He likes a lot of stuff, Watto.
Likes the business.
Kirby is now playing the piano in the church.
We thought Kirby
It looks like a piano rather than an organ.
We thought Kirby was the Han Solo of the group, but maybe he's the Max Rebo, you know?
Oh, yeah, it very much. This is Kirby is having his Max Rebo moment right now.
Yes.
Kirby's outfit looks very Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
I would also say, since this is an HBO property, and one of our goals is to try to get Arliss another 2 seasons on home box office.
It worked for Clone Wars. Clone Wars came back. Disney Plus final season.
Clone Wars came back, and but they could what?
Do you think Dave Filoni would do a reboot of Arliss?
It would be great. You could do an animated 2 seasons of Arliss, and you could film it remotely.
They just did it for the Blacklist, and it worked out great.
It worked out great for everybody.
That's true.
I would also say that if you wanted to have a spinoff, like an Arliss season that wasn't part of the saga, but was an Arliss story, you could have a spinoff show called Kirby Your Enthusiasm.
You could do that. Here's another thing you could do. You could, if you were like, you know what, we don't want to get as plotty as Arliss gets, because Arliss has this very complex, airtight plotting, right? If you just want to have some fun, you could do Arliss detours. You could just do some little fun action stunts with the cast of Arliss detours.
Now, guys,
the question has been raised that if we raise $75,000 a week for the next 7 weeks, will we watch every season of CSI Miami?
I will fully agree. I've never seen it.
If we raise
what it's like.
$75,000 a week.
Correct.
Every week for the next 7 weeks.
$1 less.
I'll say this. Can I up it? Can I say this?
Right.
If you raise $75,000 a week for the next 7 weeks, we will watch all of the CSIs.
No? That should be a different tier. That should be a stretch goal.
$77,000 a week.
No, we will establish a new stretch goal. It will be unlocked once we hit 75.
If we raise $75,000 a week, what are we up to right now?
We are up to, give me 1 second, $550 for
Wow.
the New York.
If we raise $75,000 a week, not only will we watch all the CSIs, we will make a new episode of CSI.
You'll make one new episode of CSI.
We'll make an unauthorized episode of CSI.
But we will do our best to get at least one cast member from CSI.
And yes, and that's a new stretch goal.
It's a new stretch goal.
What
we obviously won't call it. We won't call it CSI. We won't call it CSI.
We'll call it CSI Detours.
CSI Detours. No, here's one. You can just change it. You can make it ISC.
Yeah.
They don't own that.
Wait, should we make the S a dollar sign?
Yeah. If you make the S a dollar, that's a little clue. If you make the S a dollar sign, they don't own it anymore. You can make as many CSIs as you want.
Make it two. Make it $2 signs.
Sure.
Yeah, well, you put one at the end of Detours. So we'll make CSI Detours.
Right.
And neither Disney nor whoever owns CSI,
CBS,
they'll have no ownership to it.
Exactly.
It will be exclusively our creation.
Exactly.
Right. Now it looks like Arliss has outsmarted the man who was urinated on earlier. We just made a reference. He says, "Is this new carpeting?" He says, "Yes." This is nice. Very nice. Very nice. Dry too.
Wit.
And this man is not happy about the fact that the last time that they negotiated, it ended in piss play. And the negotiation is really, it's heating up. Arliss has just said unacceptable. Uh-oh. Now, in the last episode, it ended with things going wrong for Arliss.
Yes.
It was comedic, but also tragic. It was a slight tragedy.
Now, usually you take that for an episode 3 and episode 5. That's usually when things start to go bad for our heroes.
Right. And I'm curious whether we're going to get a victory out of Arliss in this episode, or whether his best laid plans are going to go awry.
Is this a Jedi or is this an Empire?
Is this a New Hope? Or is this an Attack of the Clones?
I don't know.
Right now, I get a bad feeling about this. I feel like it's not going to go Arliss's way, but they could be toying with me.
I'm telling you, if someone comes in with a tray of tea, get out of there. It's not a negotiation. It's a setup. Especially if that tea tray is the same color as her body.
The contract was about to be signed. I've been here before, certainly.
Yes, of course. They always make you sign a contract before they steal from you. Remember that time Disney tricked you?
Oh, don't remind me. It still stings.
Arliss has a little bit of a Jar Jar tongue on him. Did you see him licking that envelope?
Ooh, sir. So lick that envelope.
I wouldn't let that tongue get near to any gorgs.
Uh-oh.
You know what I'm saying?
We know.
Graga would be having nightmares for a week. You know what I'm saying?
Now. All right.
Okay.
Ooh, George.
Look
at this comment that just came in.
Jarliss. Fantastic.
Jarliss.
I don't legally have the right to do this, but I'm going to make the call. That's canon.
That is canon.
Uh-oh.
Should it be Jar Jarliss or should it be Jarliss Jarliss?
I think it's Jarliss.
Jarliss.
That's up to George. I don't want to make that call.
Oh,
I think Jar Jarless. Jar Jarless.
Okay.
Jar Jarless. Okay.
Jar Jarless.
Jar Jar.
That way you keep the pleasing rhythm of Jar Jar Binks.
We love the rhythm of the Jar Jar. We love the rhythm.
Now Arliss has his mid-90s cell phone. He's getting paged by TWA Airlines. A lot of period details coming fast and furious in this brief sequence.
You know, this was not the intention at the time, but for us watching Arliss in the present day, this was a long time ago. And in many ways,
Yes.
a galaxy far, far away, the standards of living were so different than what we experience now.
Right. Well, it's not so far from Marin County. I mean, it's you know.
Right, but I'm on the Upper East Side, you forget.
Right, so much further away from you, but that's, you know, stories are different depending on who is perceiving them.
But for Watto on the second story of 72nd in York, it is.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Now it looks like the deal has worked out, but I think this could be a fake out.
Uh-oh.
What is it?
One ding. What is it? What's...
Uh-huh. Uh-oh, and this is tying back to the earlier in the episode. Henneman. And they're assaulting this man. They're taking his jersey off of him. And it looks like the deal is being made. Everyone is applauding. I still anticipate that there's going to be a little bit of a sting. Oh, they're using Clue code language. Halliman is signed, sealed, delivered, and on his way to the court.
Okay, here we go.
They present a red ball cap, which now is a hate speech symbol.
Absolutely. One of the most aggressive things anyone can wear.
Right. And it looks like everything has worked out for Arliss.
Yes.
He's being congratulated. He's referring to the PP man as his buddy. A kiss on the cheek from Sandra Oh.
A kiss from Oh.
And Arliss looks pleased. Oh no, there's a sting in the tail of this story.
Oh.
He passes out. Everyone panics. His arteries were clogged from massive levels of cholesterol.
It was all that food they were eating. It was from Mama's food.
Mama's cooking. Mama's cooking.
You would never play a minute.
Arliss says, I guess I'm just a very lucky guy. And then we're back in the book. My name is Arliss Michaels. I represent athletes. Yep. These are my stories.
Close the book for now.
Close the book. And then we have this little light of mine. I'm going to let it shine, I think, is the closing.
Executive producer, Bobby Wuhl.
So many guest stars.
Interesting that Michael Boatman is still a guest star at this point in the show. I don't know if you thought that it's not being cast yet.
It sounds like he needs to make. I assume at some point he will strike a deal, much like the way every episode so far has revolved around deals.
It seems like life imitated art behind the scenes of Arliss.
And here we go. And now we're seeing the names of all the people who worked on this show. I don't see any visual effects.
I don't either.
I see some post-production, but I don't see that there were any visual effects.
But the book closing is a visual effect at the
book
end.
Closing is very definitely, indisputably, that is a visual effect. And a stunning one, I think.
Wait a second, George. Did you see the little joke at the end of the episode?
No, what was the little joke?
It said no professional athletes were harmed in the making of this show.
You know, I caught that. In the that joke was also at the end of the pilot, episode 1.
I think that joke might
looks
be
like
in all 80 episodes.
Let's keep a tally, Patrick.
Yeah.
If that joke makes it to the full 80.
We demand a running tally.
Okay, I will do it.
So far it should be pretty easy to keep track of because we're on the second episode. and it's happened twice.
It's so far two for two.
So now it's 10 minutes past 4 Eastern Standard Time, and we're already 2 episodes in. How many episodes are
easier? I don't know if you feel that way.
How many episodes are in season 1?
We have 11, I believe.
All right.
Yep, we have 11.
It's
what were you saying, Wada?
No, it's like to use an Arliss type analogy. You know how before they step up to the plate, batters in Major League Baseball will put weights on their bat so that once they actually are there, the bat feels lighter to them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Watching 30 hours of Star Wars in a row certainly makes watching 11 episodes of Arliss feel like a fucking walk in the park. You know?
I do have to say that I want to thank everyone who donated in the final 5,000 because I think it feels a lot better knowing that we're going to go through season 1 today and then I'll see you next week, as opposed to if we had another 39 hours left in this viewing experience.
Yeah.
Someone just commented, they said Patrick is the best, which seems like a calculated insult. There's only 3 people here, and someone just decided to comment. They said Patrick is the best.
I'm fine with it.
Wait a second.
If anyone else wants to comment that, I'm very okay with it.
I'm just looking here. It seems like the second half of this comment is now loading. Patrick is the best at taking naps! And that's a little bit of political humor. It's truth in comedy, because I'm speaking truth to power.
Yeah. The most powerful person here is me.
More like power napping.
So far, it does feel like, based on the 2 episodes that we've seen, even though Arliss still says that he loves his job.
Yes.
That in the same way that in episode 8, The Last Jedi, Luke Skywalker feels as if the Jedi have failed.
Yes.
I wonder whether Arliss at any point will face a similar kind of reckoning, in terms of he spent 2 episodes now working so hard to make these deals come to pass, only to be thwarted in the final moments of each story.
In a certain way, Kylo Ren was like, a client that Luke Skywalker took. Who didn't live up to his potential.
George, we and Watto, we're gonna have a guest in a few minutes, I believe. First guest of the live stream.
First guest of the live stream.
That's exciting.
First guest.
Do you guys have any predictions for episode 3? What's gonna happen? We got 2 minutes before the next episode starts.
I think someone is going to come very, very close to murdering one of their best friends. A mentor will almost murder an apprentice, but then leave them in a state that in a certain way is even more confident than if they had ended their life.
I think there'll be some sort of volcano element, whether it involves a Hawaiian element, something like that. At some point during the episode, someone will express pure hatred. They'll say, I hate you, or they'll be angry at Arliss.
Someone's going to lose the will to live.
There could be the birth of twins or some sort of twin element.
I would bet on it. I would bet money on it.
I think at one point a character will have the higher ground, and brotherhood will be invoked.
Yes. I'm crossing my fingers from a guest appearance from Tion Midon, the man with the lines on his face and the pointy teeth.
Well,
I know he's a good friend of ours, but for the viewer at home who might not be familiar with his work,
he gets really close to the camera.
Yes, and he has a walking stick. And what does he say when he's close to the camera?
Yippee! Yippee!
Yippee! Yippee!
Yippee!
Yippee! Yippee!
George, did you see I had up on my wall the painting that you did of me?
You did 4:15.
Okay, time for the honors.
All right, you ready?
Ready?
Okay, episode 3. Wait, hold on. Okay, episode 3, how to turn a minus into a plus. 3, 2, 1, go. I wasn't ready. I'm sorry.
Oh boy.
We still got it in at 15. We didn't hit 16.
And how to turn a minus into a plus.
Interesting.
How to turn a Jedi into a Sith.
And guys, looks like our guest has joined, so I'm going to bring her into the room.
Okay.
You've seen her everywhere. You've seen her in movies. You've seen her on TV. You've heard her voice places. Great on Twitter. Let's bring in Mara Wilson.
Mara Wilson.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome, Mara.
Hi, good to see you. I'm doing all right. George, I think we met once when I was like 5, actually.
Mhm.
But
I
I don't
remember.
think. Oh, you do remember? I think I was like, yeah, it was at a. I think it was at a rap party or at a premiere or something. I remember like running around on a dance floor and looking up into your face. And yeah, and I knew who you were. Like you had no idea who I was, but you know, it's so cool to see you again.
Well, it's very nice to see you again as well, Mara.
Yeah, it is.
Mara, I have a question for you. You appeared on several episodes of BoJack Horseman as a voice actress. This is correct?
Yes, I did.
Do you know if you were ever on the season, the third episode of a season?
The third episode of a season? I think I was. Yeah, actually.
So a bit of an expert on third episode. Okay, this will be
On third episode.
So be a good tip. Yes.
Yes, Watto, I've never met you before. I'm sorry about that. But yes.
The work though. Matilda is one of those warm bath movies for me. I watch it whenever I'm feeling blue. And I don't know if you've gotten a look at me lately, but I'm feeling blue quite often.
Yes, because you're blue. Yeah, you're literally the sunglasses.
And Mara,
right.
It looks like you've dressed up as a Toydarian. You're wearing a Toydarian. That's also a blue shirt. Yes.
Yes, I guess so.
You and Watto match very well.
Match.
Oh wow, I did not anticipate that, but yeah, I suppose so.
Well,
we don't always choose our destiny. We don't always choose our fate.
That's true. That's very true. You're wearing red, so I don't know what that's about.
This is my normal show jacket is trapped in New York City. I normally wear a Howard the Duck crew jacket, but instead I'm wearing this. This is a Michael Jackson Beat It jacket.
I was going to say
from the 80s.
It looks very Michael Jackson. Yes.
So that's the closest thing that I had here at Skywalker Ranch. A lot of stuff is in storage, but this is I executive produced Captain EO, so I thought, well, that will be appropriate for every one of these shows.
That's true. That's very true. Yes.
And it looks like if you're the episode right now, the boxing gloves and the shorts match both my jacket, and also I'm wearing red shorts that are identical to these boxing shorts in the episode.
Great.
One boxer is wearing red, the other is wearing blue. It's almost like if you and I fought rather than getting along very well.
I'm realizing now, I don't know if you can see this, but the sun is going to be on me very soon.
You're going to be baking. Mara, are you watching this episode along with us at home?
Yes, I am. I have never seen this show. I've barely even heard of it. I'm kind of living for Sandra Oh's weird hair, though. I've got to say that's definitely something that I'm appreciating. Yeah. Wow. Look at those glasses. Yeah. That very late 90s kind of thing. Is that a pillow?
This is an HBO pillow.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
What a perfect time in HBO history.
Well, it wasn't TV,
I'm gonna go get mine as well.
Oh, is that it? That's wow, Dennis Miller. That was
That guy was too hot for TV. He had to go to HBO.
I mean, he had I remember him having a big thing on like Sunset Boulevard where the thing was above him. It said "A rebel without a pause."
Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
Even the billboards were funny.
Yes, exactly.
Watto, hold up your pillow as well. I'd like us to both hold up our pillows.
I still don't know what that means.
Patrick's pillow did not arrive in time.
Patrick's pillow should be here tomorrow.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry. Oh, but yeah, I don't know why there are dollar signs on it. I'm guessing the show is a lot about money.
Yes. For Arliss, the art is the art of the deal.
Okay. All right.
Now,
But yes.
this is once again, there is an altercation that a fight has broken out, and Arliss is on the fringes of that fight.
Yes.
Is it a physical fight or is it just
a
an
physical
argument?
fight?
No,
It was a physical fight.
It's both. Can I say also, you have people in this fight speaking different languages, which feels like a Star Wars homage, because it's kind of like when Han Solo and Jabba the Hutt are arguing, and he's like, "Oh, come on," and Jabba's like,
They use yellow subtitles when the subtitles are built into the show.
Very Star Wars.
Oh, my sister made this painting. She is from Earth, I think, but I'm not quite sure. Somebody asked if it looks very Star Warsy. She doesn't know very much about Star Wars, but yes, I will plug my sister's work at any time. It does look kind of Star Warsy.
It's like a landscape from the planet Mustafar.
What's the planet Mustafar?
The whole planet is one volcano.
Oh, wow.
Volcano. Yeah. Wow. If you're planning a vacation with a close friend, I don't recommend going there. You'll end up fighting.
Yeah.
You'll end up fighting there. Yeah, and
because it's hot there. People get irritable, and it's the worst place if you're already even on the cusp of having a disagreement. It will exacerbate that fight to an outrageous extent.
Yeah, probably you're gonna inhale a bunch of sulfur too, and that's probably that just makes things worse.
Yeah,
maybe you'll start to see visions. Yeah,
it's also fine that your sister is not a Star Wars fan, because there are other, some people are Star Wars fans and some people are Strange Magic fans.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure she's a fan of that. Yeah, I'm very sure.
Your sister might be a fan of Strange Magic?
Maybe. I don't know. She's probably she knows stuff you've done. She knows stuff you've done.
Well,
yeah.
And Mara, you're an expert in strange magic. I mean, it doesn't get much stranger than Matilda, right?
That's very true. Thank you, Watto. Thank you.
That magic's pretty strange.
I mean, I was a very big Star Wars fan when I was a child. And
they're children's films. They're for children.
I was a pretty big fan. When I was a kid. Can Matilda use the Force? No, it's different. It's different things. Matilda's power is allegorical, guys. It's about knowledge and learning and such.
Now, Mara, what were your favorite TV shows around this time? This is like 97, 96, somewhere around there.
The Simpsons. Mm-hmm. The Simpsons, of course. Yeah, the Simpsons was definitely my favorite show. Yeah. One of my favorite shows of all time.
I was supposed to be on an episode of The Simpsons.
Yeah.
And then I backed out of it, and so they wrote me in a very insulting way.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They portrayed me as a tiny little troll person.
What episode was that?
I don't know. I'm not but you can read about it in the book Springfield Confidential. I think you can read the story about me, and how they portrayed me.
Yeah.
It's in the episode called Codependence Day, which is the 15th episode of season 15.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, I think those were the years I was at boarding school and didn't have a TV, which is a very relatable comment, I know. But yeah, it was I didn't have a TV at that point, so I wasn't really watching much of it. But yeah, I was definitely a big Simpsons fan. I'm trying to think what else came out in 96, 97. Rocko's Modern Life. That was my favorite show for a long time too. That was a great show. Wasn't watching a lot of HBO shows because I was 9, but yeah, I do actually realize, like, I did probably watch more HBO than I should have, as a kid.
Sure, that's great, and I'm very proud of you, Mara. But George asked what your favorite TV shows were, and we all know it's not TV; it's HBO.
That's very true. That's very true.
Question.
Yes.
That would be a different question if he was asking which HBO shows you like.
Yes, I mean I like HBO shows now, but they're very different.
Categorically not TV.
No, they're not. Was I watching? No, I wasn't. I was going to say I was watching an HBO show last night, but I wasn't. I was watching Mad Men, which is a different channel.
AMC. That's AMC.
AMC. That's AMC.
Kind of like
HBO famously passed on Mad Men. They were because Matt Weiner had written for The Sopranos, right. And he pitched it to HBO, and they turned it down. And it essentially it gave AMC a new life as a home for original content. instead of a channel that just showed American movie classics.
Right.
Yeah. It's like Decca passing on the Beatles. Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah. Basic
They're
groups with
talking
guitars
a
were on
lot.
their way
They're
out.
talking a lot about Risky Business and Tom Cruise, who I've never worked with Tom, but my buddy Steve has.
Yes, a couple times.
Yeah.
Have you ever met TC, Mara?
No, I haven't met Tom Cruise. I'm trying to think of people that I've met that are in the same vein as Tom Cruise. I met John Travolta.
Movie stars you met. You met Travolta.
I have met Travolta. He was very nice.
Oh, now he's singing "I Feel Pretty," which is my buddy Steve's next movie. Is West Side Story.
Yeah.
I gotta tell Steve about this.
Mara,
he should be watching. He should be watching
George's
this.
buddy Steve is Steven Spielberg. I just want to.
I gathered
I just wanted to
that.
make sure you knew that. I just wanted to make sure.
I gathered that. I haven't met very many. Athletes. Like fancy athlete. I was in a hotel once where we saw Charles Barkley, and that was kind of cool.
Barkley, he will appear on a later episode of this.
Will he? Yeah, I thought maybe he will. Yeah.
Barkley is not really an athlete first and foremost. I'd say primarily he's a movie star.
You think so?
Have you seen Space Jam?
I haven't actually.
Yeah,
I was doing other things in 1996 and 1997.
Now you said you met John Travolta.
I did meet John Travolta. Yeah, he and Danny DeVito were friends. They were working together on Pulp Fiction.
Wow.
So yeah, that was when I met them and got to know them. They're playing "I Only Want to Be with You." I love that song. Great song.
The theme song for Arliss. If you love that song, you should watch every episode because you get it at least 2 times per episode.
That's crazy. That's like closeted Dusty Springfield singing, singing songs. That doesn't seem to fit with Arliss very well. But
somewhat ironic use because Arliss, he's in a business of relationships, right?
Okay.
To be a manager, to be an agent, you have to be.
Wow, look at that font. Yeah, I think I'm a little behind right now.
One of these characters is named Ray, and it's spelled the same way. It's R-E-Y.
Wow.
Really? So it means, which means king, right?
Yes.
And also is the name of a famous granddaughter.
Yes.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Daisy Ridley is apparently a big Matilda fan.
That's cool.
Yeah, which was actually awesome. Yeah, to hear.
Wow.
Yeah, I also worked with Kelly Marie Tran. Actually, we have a whole 6 Degrees thing going on here, George Lucas. I feel like I'm just bragging now.
Yeah.
But it's fine.
Now, when you met Danny DeVito, his role on Pulp Fiction was as a producer.
Yeah, he was a producer. Yeah.
Yeah, which that's highly relatable.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, so who is this? Sorry, my cat is chewing on some string right now, and it might make him sick. So I'm going to try to get that away from him. Yeah. Theo, what are you doing?
What's your cat's name?
This one is Theo. Theo. But I also have another cat, and then I also have my sister's cat who's with us right now too.
Oh.
So yeah, there's a lot of cats around.
What are those cats' names? What are the names of all the cats?
Milo and Theo are my cats, and Basil is my sister's cat. And Basil has like an Instagram and a Twitter presence and stuff that my sister keeps up. It's very cute. Ooh. He's a very cute little tuxedo cat. What are you doing? Knock it off. Okay, now, I'm gonna have to get the squirt gun on you.
Also, Mara, a lot of people saying bring in the cats. Show us the cats.
See the cat.
I would love to. Cats, you kind of have to. Theo.
That's up to the cats.
It is up to the cats. Yeah. Theo might make an appearance. They've made an appearance in every single stream that I've done in quarantine, so I wouldn't be surprised if they showed up. People are disappointed when they don't show up, I think. But yeah, wow. I'm amazed at what Sandra Oh is wearing. It's very much like I thought that style was normal at the time because here comes Theo.
I'm trying to figure out if you're watching a different episode than us, because right now Arliss is in jail. That's what we're seeing.
Okay, are you on season 1, episode 3?
Correct.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Sandra just showed up though, Watto.
I think
Okay.
I think I might be a little behind. Should I?
You haven't.
Where we are.
Let me ask you this. First of all, are you seeing her in a green outfit with a wooden duck on a desk?
Let me see. They're talking about this guy.
Or you were
They're
seeing her
talking
in a pink outfit?
in a pink outfit.
Okay, the green outfit is coming, and it's dynamite.
Okay,
so Mara is still kind of on a prequel, and we're on
Yes.
Yes. Watto, you would know all about that, right?
right. The scene you're watching is a prequel to the scene that we're currently watching.
Okay.
And when you see Arliss in prison, there will be an edit that I believe is the first use of a transition where it is a circular, like an iris transition. It's like a star wipe in the shape of a circle.
People are yelling at each other in Spanish right now.
Right.
Oh yeah, you may be 10 minutes behind us.
Okay, yes, I probably am. Sorry, I wasn't sure when I was supposed to hit play.
That's okay. No, it's completely okay. But I'm excited for you.
I'm dumb.
Rita's
Yes, I'm
next
sorry.
outfit.
There's a big counter. Counter. Yes.
Um,
Rita Wu is the
You're
Okay.
not done. The counter should be bigger. Patrick, get a bigger counter.
Get a bigger counter, Patrick. What's wrong with you?
Come on, Patrick, bigger counter.
To paraphrase one of my buddy Steve's movies, we're going to need a bigger counter.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Theo says hi, by the way, to everybody in the chat.
Hello, Theo.
Oh,
Oh my
Yes.
gosh, what a cute cat.
Yeah, he's a good boy. Theo, you're a legend. He is a legend. That's Patrick's fault for not explaining it. Yeah. Patrick, what's up with that?
I'm sorry, guys. I can only do so much.
yeah, Patrick's taking a nap.
Mara, you tell me as soon as you see Rita in her green. I think it's a blazer. I think it might be a blazer.
Let me fast forward a little bit. Yeah.
No. I don't want you to skip any of Arliss in prison.
Okay, hold on. There's a guy
I
with
don't
like
want
a
you to miss a
blondish
moment
kind
of
of
this.
mullet. Yeah. Okay. This
That's
is very,
Kirby. I think that's Kirby.
That's our good friend.
Beethoven's Ode to Joy is playing. Theo's fur is in my face. Yeah.
This is how
There's a
Arliss
private
was
jet.
meant to be watched.
Wow. There's a guy in a there's like some men who seem to be like Arab stereotypes talking to him.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry, Mara. I'm sorry, but a special effect, a visual effect, just happened on screen.
Wow.
Oh yes, what happened?
A full-on digital effect replicating prison bars. It was part of a. You don't realize you're watching a show within a show, and then suddenly you see a graphic, and I just got very excited.
I mean, that's a big spoiler, but for most people, they watch episode 1 already knowing that Anakin becomes Darth Vader. So
Unless I'm getting confused, I think that's the second time in this episode that someone has used the word shit fuck.
Compound word.
I don't think I'm mixing it up. I think it is HBO Sports. Now we have in-world. So HBO exists in the world of Arliss.
yes.
Please give Theo an
Even though
Arliss name.
Arliss is a show on HBO.
Interesting. That's like that. Yeah, somebody said give Theo an Arliss name.
We can do that.
Yes, let's give Theo an Arliss name.
Theo, do you want an Arliss name? Theo,
Hang
stop
on.
chewing on the thread from the sewing machine. That's not okay.
Mara,
Bobcat Goldthwait.
sport
Bobcat
would you
Goldthwait
say-
has appeared.
What sport would you say is Theo's favorite?
Oh, Theo is more of a sensitive type. He's like Theo would be in the drama club. I think he's kind of a mama's boy. I do have like a jock son. Milo is my jock son. Milo is a giant orange cat who's around here somewhere.
Okay. So
Milo's the jock.
I'm going to say we replace the O in Theo with a yo-yo.
Okay, that would be good.
The sport of theater kids, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that E needs to be a euro.
It has to be a euro.
Yeah.
I mean, it's right there. We have an H there. Might as well just throw a B and an O onto that, right? So let's get the HBO in there.
Yeah, and let's take you see that anchor at the bottom next to the boats? Let's make the T an anchor.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
That's great. That's great. Yeah.
To Michael Boatman.
Yeah. I think he'll appreciate this.
Yeah, it's a
Theo,
great name.
Theo, our list doesn't seem like Theo's kind of show. Theo is very, very into to shows with female detectives, though.
Mm-hmm.
He always comes running when I'm watching a show with female detectives. He loved Veronica Mars. He loved Broadchurch. He loved Jessica Jones. He loved what else did he love? He loved everything. He also The Fall. He loved The Fall. He has a big Gillian Anderson thing. Yeah, he loves anything with plucky female detectives, or even sad female detectives, or private investigators. He's very, very into them. It's I don't know what it is, but he immediately comes running to watch over my shoulder with that.
Is there anything that he does not like?
I don't know. He just kind of doesn't seem interested, I think, as much in a lot of other shows.
Sure.
What was it that we were watching the other day? He likes female directors too. For some reason, he comes over when a movie was directed by a woman. He's a very sensitive guy. He's a mama's boy.
Theo is woke.
Theo is woke. Theo is woke. That was a good line. That she said, "Must be Tom Cruise from Interview with a Vampire because you suck."
That's a great joke.
That's a great line. Wow.
And you have to know, at that point in time, it was topical.
Yeah.
It's still topical.
Okay, is Bobcat Goldthwait in this?
Yeah.
Yes.
I know what Bobcat Goldthwait sounds like. I can't remember what he looks like.
You'll know when you see him, I think. He gets a really prominent shot.
Okay.
Mar, I will say, you said Theo likes female directors, right?
Yes, he does.
You might want to tell him to tune in for episode 5, The Company You Keep.
Oh, really? Was that
by Mary Kay Place, because Arliss was a very feminist show.
Very good.
Yeah. Keep after you're done with your episode, Mara, make sure to keep the stream going and just clock whether or not Theo comes in to check out episode 5.
Yeah.
If you notice,
We've reached the end
Mary Kay Place.
of episode 3.
Book closed from now.
Guest star Michael Boatman, still guest star status because Michael Boatman has yet to close the deal.
No, Boatman is still at the docks. He's still stuck at the docks. He cannot pull the anchor and start sailing yet.
Is Ochonias like a common name? I've never heard the name Ochonias before. Interesting.
I don't either.
I don't know. I just also feel like a lot of white writers will just make up names that they feel like sound like,
That's not true. White people have never done anything wrong. And I say this with no vested interest, just as someone who owned a couple of white slaves once. I think they're great, and I think honestly, right now they're doing better than ever. Not in terms of success, just in terms of their work. Everything they're doing is just really kind of right on the money.
I mean, Bono, I think that
No,
that's an interesting point.
Mara, look, sometimes we do comedy here, but I have to make it clear before you get canceled for saying something like that. We all agree that white people have never done anything wrong. It's a joke.
Okay.
So, auto-playing the next episode. I have to pause that. Okay.
Wow. I think I kind of have an idea what was going on in this show. I'm really just amazed by all the hairstyles. Like they all just seemed, and the hairstyles and the fashion, they all just seemed so normal in the 90s. And now I'm like, no, it was weird. We dressed weirdly then.
Right. I mean, it's like looking at Queen Amidala in Phantom Menace.
Yeah. We thought that was normal. And then we thought that was normal in the 90s. We're like, this is just normal hair.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was like the Rachel. It was just something you would bring in a photo of Amidala.
I mean, I'm a little bit worried.
it's 39 minutes past the hour, which means it's time for us to mention Star Wars detours. Watto, do you want to do the honors?
Yes. So, Mara, you've done a lot of voiceover work in recent years for animation. And
Yes, I have.
I'm sure one of your favorite parts of doing animation voiceover is when the episodes are finished and released for the public to see, right?
Yes,
That's
of
one of the
course.
things that makes it good is that the episodes are viewable, right?
Yes, of course.
Would you believe, and this is not a joke, this is not like you making disparaging remarks about white people. This is not an ironic joke, okay? Would you believe that George Lucas fully self-produced and self-financed 39 complete episodes of an animated series finished called Star Wars Detours? It's like Star Wars, but it's funny. And when Disney stole Star Wars, they said, no, we don't want to release it. And it has just been sitting on a shelf for almost a decade. There are 39 completed episodes. So at the 39th minute of every hour, we ask people to tweet, may the tours be with you, as you can see at the bottom of the screen, at Disney Plus, to release the original 39.
Okay. They're funny. How are they intentionally funny?
Yes,
They're funny. Like,
yes.
what's the funniest thing? What's the funniest thing you've ever seen? Like, you like The Simpsons. You said you were a big Simpsons fan.
Yeah, I was growing up. I definitely was.
So think about that.
Imagine
Star Wars if it was The Simpsons.
They've done Simpsons. I mean, The Simpsons has done Star Wars.
No, but this is actually real. It's real.
No,
real.
but this is the real thing because this is created and executive produced by me.
Yes.
And it's 39 episodes of Simpsons level comedy.
Yes.
Animated.
Right.
So everything you like about The Simpsons.
Written by the Robot Chicken team.
It's everything you like about The Simpsons. If you like The Simpsons, you'd probably like Detours even more.
It's written by the Robot Chicken team?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I had some friends who used to write for that. Yeah.
Guys, we also
I'm sorry, I sound like a shitty name dropper this whole episode.
Okay. We have another guest who's going to pop in.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You know him from a lot of things. You know him from Star Wars The Clone Wars. You know him from Star Wars Lego Freemaker Adventures. You know him from Star Wars Resistance. You know him from Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. Whose line is it anyway? He's everywhere. He's everywhere.
Everywhere.
Please welcome Greg Proops.
Common mockery. Oh. Greg! How are you doing, buddy?
I'm good, Watto. How are you?
Good. I haven't seen you since we worked together.
Right?
Yeah.
On The Phantom Menace, there was that terrible accident during the filming when a lot of the plot was destroyed.
That was a bit of an issue. We lost the plot in a fire.
There's that comedy.
That's so sad.
Now, Greg,
with jokes like that, you should be on Detours.
Greg, hello, it's George here. It's very nice to see you
This good, I could be
again.
an asshat. It's nice to see you, George. It was
Greg,
lovely
now I
working
noticed
with you. You were very kind to me on the set.
Well, you have to be kind. There's room for kindness in show business. Is something that I believe to be true. Now, Greg, I noticed you are filming Quibi style. You're filming a Quibi right now because you have a vertical aspect ratio.
Yeah, I think artistically, George, if you'd shot THX 11 17 or whatever that was in this format, it might have been as popular as Star Wars.
I do think that is a great idea that hadn't occurred to me. I do think if THX 1138 had been a Quibi, so it had been 10 minutes long and filmed vertically, I think it probably would be the new Star Wars.
I mean, I saw it when it came out in the theater because I'm from the Bay Area. Here, do you want me to change the ratio on this?
No, I like you like this. Oh no, that's great too. Either way is great.
Right.
I was happy with you in any aspect ratio, Greg. Now you look like you have a similar. You think you have a wonderful work of art, just like Mara does. You have both have kind of a similar style of artwork, if I'm seeing that correctly.
Yeah, I love it.
What's yours, Mara?
Mine is a painting by my sister, who's a visual artist.
What's yours, Mara?
It's my sister did it.
Oh,
She's a
that's
visual
fabulous.
artist. Yeah, she's great. She's really great, and she'll be really excited to hear that because we did grow up watching Whose Line Is It Anyway, and she'll be thrilled. Sorry, George. She was more of a fan of Greg than yours.
No, that's that doesn't disappoint me at all. I love that.
Yes, she did that, and
Can
it's
anyone
been.
hear me?
I can hear you, Greg.
I can't hear you anymore.
Oh no.
I have this live session was open. Well, I can go get my other earphones,
Yeah.
or we can carry on with me talking over all of you.
Fun technical stuff. Yeah. That's the way that it goes.
Oh, it's 4:45. It's time for the new Arliss, baby. Let's peel off a new Arliss.
While Greg gets his new earphones, we'll start this episode.
Greg,
can you hear us?
4. Athletes are role model.
Oh no. Right now, Greg is hearless.
Oh boy.
Okay, let's start this one, guys. You ready?
Yes.
1, 2, 3.
All right, episode 4. Athletes are role models.
I kind of have the feeling that maybe what Arliss does is he like puts a lot of his faith in these athletes, and he's like, these athletes are great, they're going to be great, and then it turns out that sometimes athletes are famous people who do bad things, and he's like, oh no,
Hello.
what can I do?
Can you hear us now,
I can't
Greg?
hear you, goddammit.
No.
Oh boy.
Can you hear us now,
Mar, I
Greg?
think that's some good insight. It's like every time Arliss meets a new athlete, they're little anecdotes.
Yes, we can hear you.
And he thinks,
Great.
oh, what power they have, and then they turn out to be an old Darth Vader.
Yes, exactly. But also maybe Arliss is kind of, maybe they think they can trust Arliss too, but then it turns out that they
I've
can't
got an idea.
actually.
I'll leave and then I'll come back.
Okay.
All right.
And this is
That's
another.
what that is what Han Solo did in episode 4, A New Hope. He left and then he came back.
Yeah.
So it's just so appropriate for episode 4 of the Arliss Viewathon that Greg is already pulling a classic Han Solo.
The man's an
Somebody
ultimate
says-
storyteller.
Somebody said sometimes Jedis let you down, though. That's true. Jedis do let you down. They
Right,
do let you
they're
down.
prospects. Everyone could turn into a Kylo or an Anakin at any moment.
So far, Arliss has basically had 3 episodes in which his deals have fallen apart comedically.
Mm-hmm.
Can you
I
hear us
wonder
now?
if that's going to
There
keep
we go.
happening.
Can you hear us now, Greg?
Now I can hear you. Yes.
Yes. Greg,
Greg,
I
tell
was
us-
saying the
Yeah.
painting is by my sister, and she's a big fan of yours. We grew up watching Whose Line.
Well, thank you. I remember watching you through the screen when we made it. This is a painting by a dear friend of my wife's and mine named Rex Ray, who's no longer with us, but we have several of his paintings in our house. And
Yeah, it's super cool.
It's beautiful. I love it. I feel bad that we don't
made
have
this box as well.
cool paintings behind us.
Hey, George!
Oh. Yeah.
I got the painting done by you.
That's right. I did that. I did that painting of Watto for Watto.
The man you are currently seeing on camera did this painting of me for me.
That's
Me,
amazing.
George Lucas.
And you have HBO art, so
Yeah, and I have the banner from the year 2000, which has all of the HBO major cast members of the HBO.
I should have brought
show.
it in for the show, but I have a toy that of Jabba with the pod race announcers come with it as an accessory.
Wow.
And
Love that.
it has a hole in the back of the box where you can put your finger to rub the skin of the Jabba. It's pretty
Wow. That is
Right.
weird.
Yeah, and it advertises with lifelike spitting action. I've never taken it out of the box because I can't attest to the spitting abilities of the plastic Jabba, but it is a pretty weird item.
Now,
Right.
Greg, while you're here with us, you originally shot your role in Phantom Menace practically, right?
Absolutely. Me and Scott Capurro had gigantic heads made in the model shop out in Leavesden, and then and the model makers were super excited because they'd had Uma. There it is. Doesn't it say something about hot spitting action?
So great.
I can't see the thing. See the hole? Try me.
Oh wow!
Try me.
Real
The
cute.
hole says "try me."
Wow.
It's
What
so
is he?
weird.
What
That
is
is-
he
that-
holding?
I
His
think it's-
staff
that
is
is-
very phallic too.
Like a frog, I think.
Yeah, no, that's what he spits, I think.
Yeah,
Oh, right.
unfortunately,
That's it. See, there it is. There's the
That's true,
spitting
though.
thing.
we
And
did.
there's Foden Bead.
Wow.
Yeah, when we
So
shot,
it,
yeah, when
they-
we shot
the model
Revenge of the
makers were
Jedi.
real excited
sorry.
because they'd had Uma Thurman in the week before, and they'd had her down to her underwear so they could make a full body suit for her for that really bad Avengers remake with Ray
Yeah.
Oh
Fiennes.
yeah.
Yes, I produced that
So-
film.
Yes, they were. Yeah, so they were vibrating with excitement. We went in to get our heads done, and they go, "We had Uma Thurman in her underwear here last week." You know, they were model makers after all. So I assume that was only some of the human contact they'd had. And in those days, when you did it, this was '96.
Mm.
They had to put straws up your nose so you could breathe,
Had
which
to.
is a really weird experience. And because later I had it done again for another show I did, and they don't do that anymore. But then when we got to the set, well, George, you remember this as well as I. You
Yeah.
could probably take over from here.
Actually, I'm 76 years old, so
Anyway,
my memory
we
of
got to the
every
set.
detail of it. Yes.
And George came up and,
Yeah.
well, I'm telling you something you already know. And he said, "Have you seen the pod race?" And I said, "No, George, no one's seen it
Hmm.
because it was a secret."
Right.
And so he said, "Well, do you want to see it?" And
Yeah.
we went, "Okay." So I had an enormous head on that took several. Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Now, okay. It took several hours to build the heads onto us, and we had enormous wooden headphones. There's original pictures of it somewhere. If you go online, you can find
I got
the
it.
pictures of we're wearing little blue skimpies, and we've got wooden headphones on. And I think I'm green and Scott's red, if I recall. And there was probably 100, and it was a movie set. There was hundreds of people standing around, and all there was a blue screen, and we had blue outfits on. So we stood. Well, first of all, he said, "Do you want to see the pod race?" There we are. That's me, the handsome one.
Wow. Look,
Look at those headphones, though. I wish I'd had those. So you can see that we don't actually look like that in the movie because we're
No.
CGI'd, but
No.
but they were really good makeup. The makeup's fabulous.
Yeah.
And so George goes, "Do you want to see the pod race?" And I go, "Sure." And I don't have my glasses on because, as you can see in that outfit, there's no way to wear glasses. And
Right.
I'm really blind without my glasses and highly nearsighted. And so he on a screen about as big as our iPhones here, showed it to us, and it was a schematic and some animation and some piece together. And I had to go like this to watch it because I literally couldn't see anything. So I put my nose up to the screen. We watched it, and then George goes, "So do you want to shoot something?" And I went, "Sure." So we got up, and it was a lot of turn both to the right, turn both to the left, look up, look down, so that we were that. Then we read the lines a bunch of times, and then he'd walk up to us, as you recall, George. You would walk up and go, "Do you want to do it again?" And we'll, "Okay, George, we'd be happy to." Well, all right.
Want to do it again?
We go back, and we do it again. And that was our day. We spent all day doing it, and then we met Ewan McGregor, who was shooting the second unit with Frank Oz. This will give you an idea of what year it was. All the tanks and helicopters from the movie Golden Eye, if you remember that Bond classic,
Yeah.
were still there. And then Scott said something so awesome. He said, he grabbed the second AD and he goes, "Is there any swag?" And the second AD said, "Yeah." So "Give me a minute."
Yeah.
Ran away and came back with 2 polar fleeces that say Episode 1. If you're a Star Wars person, you know why that's big, because they hadn't named the movie yet.
Yeah.
Right.
So it doesn't say the Phantom Menace on my Polar Fleece. It says episode 1.
That's cool.
It's like
You were-
having a Revenge of the Jedi t-shirt.
But also
That's right,
because
you were-
it just says episode 1 on it, it could be referring to Star Wars. It could be referring to the first episode of Arliss. It could be a little more.
The first episode of Arliss is unforgettable.
It's I can't get it out of my head. I feel
Right?
like I just watched it today.
I can't
Now-
believe you're watching Arliss, but I love Bob Wall and
We
and
love
Jim Turner's a good a friend of mine. We're going to do some political stuff coming up soon together. So
Very cool.
I've
Now,
known Jim for 100 years.
Greg, I don't want to put you on the spot, but someone in the chat is asking if you can say your famous line. I don't care what you're from. That's gotta hurt.
Of course. I don't care what universe you're from. That's gotta hurt. That little human being is out of his mind.
Yay.
It's a
I've
tense
been-
memory. Suddenly I feel like I'm back on set, you know?
Right? I've been in every subsequent video game. There was Pod Racer 1, Pod Racer 2, from the very dawn of video games.
Yeah.
Then we redid this DVD like on the 20th anniversary. That was a while ago. And then, as you said, I was in Clone Wars. I was in the Resistance, playing the same character with a different name. And in Phantom Menace, he's Fode, and in the Resistance, he's Yak Servak. I also played an old lady character in the Resistance called Gamma, who I stole the voice of Ruth Gordon to do.
I was supposed to say, too,
They
that
said- they-
Aura must relate to that as well, because she was in a movie in which a man played an old lady character.
Yes, I was. When I was 5, yes. It was the makeup was a little terrifying at first, but then they put a mask on and and he looked amazing. So
What movie?
And
that was Mrs. Doubtfire when I was
Oh,
when I was
Miss
very
Doubtfire,
young.
of course.
Yeah.
And
which I have to say,
To make it even more full circle, Mara, Scott Capura, who's the other pod race announcer, was in Mrs. Doubtfire.
Oh, really?
We're both from San Francisco.
Oh, of course. Oh, I love San Francisco.
So we were
much.
both doing shows on the Edinburgh Fringe when the
Yeah.
casting director came out, and my show was at like 8 and his was at 9. So she just
Yeah.
watched the two of us do our set, then brought us in and said, we need American voices for the pod race announcers. And so
Awesome.
I'm doing a baseball announcer from the 70s and a longtime player, the 80s rather, named Ron Fairley.
There's
Ron
Scott.
Fairley announced for the Giants. He played for the Dodgers and the Spos. And
Oh, yes.
yeah. See,
Oh
there's
my
Scott.
gosh. Yeah, my uncle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I
of
will
course, we all
say-
knew Robin because he was such a lovely
Yeah.
cat. And I just found a bunch of pictures of him and me yesterday. I wouldn't say I was buddies with him, but we knew each other really well, and we got to improvise together a bunch of times. And I think
Yeah.
about him a lot because he was a sweet individual
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
and dead funny.
I will. Yeah, and he worked with my
He'd
buddy
be going,
Steve.
Oh, Star Wars. Oh, there's lots of artwork.
Oh.
There's 5 screens. I don't know which way to look. Oh my God. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Wait a second.
He worked with my buddy Steve a couple
You were
times.
5. I remember then. Ha ha. Oh.
I will say I do regret
Yeah, so,
that.
Yeah, Scott was in that too, and
Okay.
then I think Scott. I don't know where Scott is now. I know he lived in London with his husband, but I don't know where they are for the pandemic.
Where are any of us?
Yes, but the other full circle is Scott Capurro plays the makeup artist in Mrs. Doubtfire.
How about that?
Yeah,
And then-
Laura, we already showed his photo.
We're in makeup.
You okay, George?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, George.
You can hear me? All right. I couldn't tell if my microphone. I will say that technologically, I mean, we were still working it out when we did Phantom Menace. We were still figuring things out. Oops. Ugh. And sorry. And hold on.
George.
George,
come
George.
on,
Yeah, George, you've done a lot of really amazing things with film, and you can pick up your,
So
I can't hear George.
to fill
Yeah.
George and
Can't hear
Mara
me?
in, George refuses to own a laptop on philosophical grounds.
Okay.
He thinks they're weird, and he calls the trackpad a fetish pad. it has made these live streams somewhat.
Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes, George, we can hear you.
I think the trackpad on a laptop is very much like the try me button on the Jabba the Hutt toy that you stick your finger in. One of my big regrets technologically is that we didn't have the technology ready for Mrs. Doubtfire to have a completely CGI Doubtfire, because you said the makeup was frightening originally.
It was, but
And I think if you could have had a
when they finally put a mask on him instead, the makeup was a little intense at first, and he had a bad reaction to it. But then they made a mask of it, and the mask was amazing because V. Neal, who designed it, was amazing. She was fantastic. Then it looked great, but yes, CG was 1993, and CG was kind of different back then.
We were just getting the dinosaurs at that point.
Right.
Why can't I hear George?
Greg, you can't hear me. This makes me so sad. What would make it so that?
Huh?
Can you hear everybody else?
I can hear everybody else but George.
Weird.
That's so interesting.
It's kind of a blessing.
Oh no!
It seems like something that would be solved by George owning a goddamn laptop.
Right?
This isn't my fault. This isn't
Maybe
my
we'll get
fault.
him one this year. I heard he short on funds.
Here's a fun fact, Greg. Every year I buy one for Christmas, and he literally pisses on it in front of me.
Do we want to do it again?
I understand. He's a Luddite that way.
He can't, George. He can't hear you.
That's so sad.
Someone tell me what he said.
He said,
"Do you want to do it again?"
He said, "Do you want to do it again?"
Oh, sure.
This guy's eyebrows
yes.
and Arliss
Sure,
are
George.
amazing.
George is the most generous of all Hollywood directors because he gave that $1 billion that Disney gave him to charity.
He did.
Mm-hmm.
And he said brilliantly, the only person I've ever heard say this in Hollywood, I have enough money.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't think you're allowed to say that here.
This is another thing that George did. He wanted to build his museum in Marin County, and he couldn't get the approval, so he decided to spend that money to build affordable housing instead.
Yep. He's an amazing person.
George Lucas did.
I'm watching 7 seasons of Arliss for
astonishing.
charity.
And there's a bunch of his stuff in the Presidio, I think. And still a shop there.
Yeah. That's where their offices are up there now.
Yeah, they're Skywalker. I've been up to the ranch once. That was really nice. Beautiful.
What did you do when you were up there? Were you recording something, or was it just
after we made the picture, they very generously invited me and my wife to go up there, and so we got a tour of the ranch, and it's very secretive. There's a guard post that's way down the road from where the ranch is, and they have a fire department that I think serves the nearby houses there because there's no fire department that can get up in the hills there.
Wow.
Mind you, this was some time ago that we went, and he had bought, was it the Paramount Library? There was an enormous film library of books and sketches and artwork and all the stuff. And it was filling up this enormous room full of chocolate wood and all these original Maxfield Parishes and a gigantic C-3PO and Darth Vader and enormous movie posters, French movie posters from the early 60s. It was like a cinema museum. This will give you an idea of what year we went. They had just finished scoring Private Ryan and the orchestra in the rehearsal room, the symphony hall.
Yeah.
So what year was that? 99?
No, that was earlier than that.
Private Ryan comes out June of '98.
Yeah.
So it was wild, you know.
Wow, you know a lot about film for being on, for being a, what is it, a salesman from on a small planet.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, but that was before George brought me into the business, and I've mostly been doing bridge financing for small projects since then.
Okay, that makes sense. Story tracks.
You know, of all the video games I've done, I don't remember you being in any of them, Watto.
Yeah.
I don't get into games. I keep on pitching George my own game, which is sort of like, I guess it's more of like Pokemon. where you're trying to capture small children and own them as property.
Uh-huh. Well, maybe that's the fatal flaw.
No, I don't think so. People loved it in the movie when I owned the boy. It was a fun movie for kids. Everyone liked it. It was a huge fucking hit. You know as well as anybody.
I do. It is in fact my favorite plot point in the movie, that rather than use their Jedi powers to fix their broken ship, they enlist a child in a death-defying gambling race.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, that's what's my fatal flaw as a character. You know, the hero of every movie needs to have a fatal flaw. And Watto is obviously the hero of Phantom Menace, but he can't kick this gambling addiction.
Right.
Right.
He's Shakespearean.
Yes, I told George I didn't want him to put that in the film, but then I lost that bet, so it's in there.
Greg, what has been your favorite non-film Star Wars thing to work on? Feels like the voiceover stuff has been really good.
Well, this is sort of film anyway, to not answer your question.
That's okay.
I was in Nightmare Before Christmas sometime before Phantom Menace, and Danny decided, that's Danny Elfman to you, decided several years ago to do a live version of it to film with a symphony orchestra. And Don Mocheri, who was the conductor from Hollywood Bowl for 100 years. So we did it at the Hollywood Bowl, and they show the picture behind us, and we stop the picture, and Danny comes out, stop the picture, Catherine O'Hara comes out and sings Sally. Stop the picture, Ken Page comes out, sings Oogie Boogie. We've had Pee Wee there to do Lock, Shock, and Barrel when they sing Kidnap the Santa Claus. And then we all sing in the chorus. I'm one of the principal monster singers. And then there's like a 20, 40 people chorus in the very back. The whole symphony orchestra on stage. And we did it last year in Tokyo and Glasgow and London and Dublin and giant arenas. A couple years ago, we did it in Brooklyn. And it's just the most fun I've ever had in my life. Singing to a movie score with a full orchestra is not something you think of when you're a comedian.
Yeah, that's very cool.
And John Mocheri, sorry.
No, go ahead.
John Mocheri was a protege of Leonard Bernstein. And
Wow.
So he tells stories that are, you can't believe it, because he'll go, the wonderful thing about Lenny was he had such a marvelous sense of humor. And I'm post up, right? So I'm the first character that comes on, and John's podium's here. So if you're you, I'm John looking right at you. So when it's your cue, and so he sings the songs to me. He sings the whole score. But when he gets to my part, I'm standing right in front of him. He points at me with his baton or his finger, and then we sing it together. And no one can see him singing because his back's to the audience. It's absolutely astonishing. And doing it in Tokyo last year, we were in rehearsal, and there was an interpreter to talk to the orchestra, and the whole place started shaking. And we're right at the very end of the picture where we all have to stand up and sing one last time. And the place started to go. We all from California, so we're familiar with earthquakes. And of course the Japanese were as well. The place starts going like this. And all of us look at each other, right? Because we all live in LA. And the interpreter from behind John goes like this. She mouths it, and we're all like, yeah. So then we stand up, literally while the quake has just finished, we all stand up to sing the last part, and that's the end of the rehearsal. And I walk over to the maestro, and I said, Maestro, did you feel that quake? And he goes, what earthquake? Wow. And all I could think of was I looked up at the instruments because I was afraid, like Phantom of the Opera, that a giant lighting rig was going to come loose from the ceiling and fall on us because we were right under the roof. But it was Japan, and so everything had been retrofitted, and no one said a word. That's the Japanese in a nutshell. No one said a word. No one said everything's safe. No one said we will check it out. No one came in from the fire department. Nothing. We just went. Literally an hour and a half later, we did the performance.
The show must go on.
The orchestra just got up and walked off, and I was like, "You guys, earthquake, 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 aftershock, earthquake, earthquake," and then fantastically. In the venue, exhibition hall in Tokyo and the fancy district, there was a Shake Shack. So we all went, me and the producer went for Shake Shack in between shows. So that gig is, thank you for asking. It's the funnest gig I get to do. I get to sing with Danny Elfman and Catherine O'Hara, and I get to watch Ken Page perform every night and
That's awesome.
listen to a symphony orchestra. Yeah.
I feel like I should ask George if he has any questions that I can relay to Greg.
Well, I think it's fascinating because it ties it all full circle, because your experience working on Nightmare Before Christmas, which is a Tim Burton production, ties back into Robert.
Right there.
Hmm?
He's saying, I think it's fascinating that it all comes full circle, because you working on Nightmare Before Christmas stuff with Tim Burton. Okay, George, continue.
Ties into Robert Wuhl, of course, working with Tim Burton on the original Batman.
Ties into Robert Wuhl working with Tim Burton on the original Batman.
Also, I don't know if anyone has watched any of the episode that just happened, but it's in the similar way that Phantom Menace came in for a lot of criticism for things that maybe hadn't aged well. This episode has some things which have not, time has not been kind to.
Oh, no.
George also says that the episode has not aged particularly well, Greg.
No, it really hasn't.
What hasn't aged?
The episode they were watching of Arliss has not necessarily aged the best.
Or maybe it was the racism and sexism?
It was
transphobic stuff, I think.
Very, very.
Let's just say we prefer hearing your stories to this chapter of Arliss's book.
You know, I think if you go back and watch Entourage, some of them probably don't hold up as well as they did.
No, Entourage is perfect. That show is inspirational. Those are the kind of role models young kids need to see today.
Right?
Yes.
Dope smoking, womanizing, louche movie stars with an asshole agent.
Greg, you're being silly. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about Ari Gold. That's the kind of businessman that children the boys themselves, no, obviously they are children. They are sort of the cautionary tale. They are the goofies and Ari is the gallant. You know, be more like him. Yell at your staff.
Yeah. And call everybody by racial slurs and stuff.
You must. You have to.
Did you see the movie, the Entourage movie?
Oh, I've seen it.
Yeah,
of course.
I was responsible for 30% of the financing. I'm the only reason that thing got made. I wined and dined a couple speaks for a weekend, and then suddenly the film had a green light.
Can I tell you one funny story, and then I have to go?
Absolutely.
I have to go too, so yeah.
I was on a show called True Jackson VP 10 years ago. It was on Nickelodeon for a couple of years. And one of the producers' kids went to school with Doug Allen, who's the producer of Entourage, right? So they all were in kindergarten together.
Right.
So it was father come to school day or whatever. So they had to get up and say what they did. And Doug Allen from Entourage got up and went, I produced a show called Entourage and we won 5 Emmys. And the kids were like, and then my producer got up from True Jackson when I produced True Jackson, and all the kindergartners went, yay!
Gotta know your crowd. You gotta know your crowd.
You really do, man.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Thanks for having me on, you guys.
Yeah, guys,
thank you today.
Thank you so much.
It's a good charity.
Guys, thank you for coming on. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Greg.
All
Bye,
right.
darlings.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Ma.
Bye.
Bye, Mara.
Nice to see
Thank you for coming on.
Bye. Yes,
Mara.
thank you for having me too.
Thank you so much. I'm glad we got a chance to meet up again.
Yes, it's so good. Been so good to see you.
And please give my regards to Theo and Milo. We never met Milo or
You didn't
what
met
was the
Milo.
name of
Basil came in for a little bit. Basil came in for a little bit. Yeah. But Milo's around here somewhere being lazy. I'm glad. I don't think Arliss would be a good influence on him. Yeah.
Well, stick around for episode 5. See what happens because it's a female director.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Mara.
Bye.
All right. Bye.
I didn't realize that you had met Mara once over 20 years ago. That must make her one of your 5 or 6 closest friends.
Now,
someone says that Watto looks ill. Are you okay, Watto?
I'm feeling great. Are you kidding me?
He thinks you have gout, Watto.
No, that's no Targaryen skin, baby.
Well, now this next episode is called "What About the Fans?" We're up to episode 5.
More like what about the fans?
And now,
There it is. There's that healthy pallor returning.
now, guys, I'm gonna bring in. We have another guest. I'll wait 1 second though. He's giving me the wait 1 second high sign.
Okay, and we got to get ready to sync up this episode now, right?
Okay, it's 5:15. Let's start her up, right?
Yeah, we will start this up, and then I will figure out the guest situation.
We're watching
Hang
it.
on 1 second.
What about the fans?
What about the fans?
Ready? 3.
You guys, let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready. I'm ready. George, you ready?
I'm ready.
3, 2, and 1. What about the
Hang
fans?
on. I think if I bring him in, he should be good to go. Let me see if this works. Hang on.
Here's all. It's
Again, you've seen him everywhere. He's in everything. Brian Huskey.
Brian Huskey.
Hello,
You're
Brian.
Brian? Oh, it says your mic isn't connected. Okay. We'll bring you back in 1 sec. Hang on.
Okay.
We'll bring you back.
He's
this
That was a
great silent comedy, though.
This is fun. What's he saying?
all right. Microphone doesn't work.
Why? I don't know.
Jar Jar, Harold Lloyd.
Grandpa.
Ah, there we go.
We did it.
Brian Huskey.
All right.
Great.
Hey,
Hello,
guys.
Brian.
How are you doing, Brian?
Just terrific. Just terrific. How are you guys doing?
We're holding up. We're still in the early going. We're still in the first half of the season.
Yeah.
Episode 5.
Have you how's the storyline development? How's the character arcs?
So far, it feels like Arliss loses more than he wins.
Yeah.
But I think that helps us root for him. We're in his corner.
Oh boy.
He's trying his best. But so far, he's very much. I think it's possible he might be we were trying to figure out, is he a Luke Skywalker? Is he a Ben Kenobi? He's definitely not a Luke Skywalker.
No.
He might be a Ben. He might. Yes.
Did you guys already start?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's restart because I did not start, and I'm doing the.
All right.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, guys.
We did
This is why,
everything.
Patrick, with all due respect, this is why you could never have produced the prequels, because you have to be able to count to 3.
That's
You,
a good
my friend, are no Rick McCullum.
Well,
All
that's
right.
how you're seeing. Like before you do action, you go 3, like 1, 2, 3, and then roll action.
We did
Yeah.
that.
Right.
Yeah.
And I also heard that you go 1, 2, 3, cut.
Right.
Always
Yeah.
interfered in them because they would continue to have dialogue while you're saying 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Here's like what happened just now. The director said 3, 2, 1, action, and then approximately 98 seconds later, the actor said, "Wait, can we start the takeover?"
Here we go. 1,
That's the technical way.
2, 3.
Boy.
Great.
All right.
We're doing it.
And I'll be
Sorry.
honest, I'm not watching
That's okay.
because you saw how much trouble I had with the microphone for me to set up
Yeah.
HBO Go Now and that as well.
Yeah.
We'll
Don't worry, Brian.
bring you up to speed if there's anything that you need to know.
We'll describe everything. So currently there are 2 divers. They're jumping off of diving boards, and then it cuts to an Olympic, not a pole vaulter, but he's jumping backwards.
Right.
Okay, now it's a hockey guy, and he's shooting a puck towards the screen. Shaq is getting a bucket, and here's a football player, and he's running down the field. The crowds are doing the wave, and then there are hurdle jumpers here, and then another touchdown for a baseball man, and the divers are coming down. This is the intro. This happens every episode.
I got the whole season arc coming out of there.
Okay.
I understand where the show's going, where it's going from.
Right.
Yeah.
Who was that guy anyway? Who was he? A stand-up? Was he a Gary Shandling wannabe?
We're talking about our good friend Bobby Wuhl. Yes, he was a stand-up who then transitioned into acting, Hollywood Nights, Bull Durham, Batman. So by the time mid-90s are rolling and HBO is trying to shake up the industry, he's the kind of A-list talent they're looking to wrangle in. And, he's really, he's a multi-tool player on this show. He's creator, he's writer, he's producer, he's actor. Bobby does it all. He's a Swiss Army knife of entertainment.
Yeah.
And the storytelling device of the series, at least in the first season, is that these are stories from Arliss's life, and it's formatted. You see a book at the beginning of every episode, and it opens up, and then we push in to the book, but it's not, instead of words on a printed page, you're seeing images. The stories come to life. So it's a little bit of like cinematic sleight of hand.
Right, so they're sort of borrowing from like some 1920s sort of special effects, basically. That kind of like
a little bit. It's not that different than
fairy tale.
Every Star Wars film will begin with text crawl as if you're going to read a story, and then it will fade away, and then we show you the story. So it's a similar Star Wars, and every edit in the show is a wipe. It's some sort of a wipe. So it's all very Star Wars.
Sometimes it's like the turning of a page. It goes like this. Rip.
Do you find that you only watch or engage entertainment that is similar to what you've created? Is that all that you sort of like check out?
No, I watch it all. I watch everything I can get my hands on, but I can't help but see the influences. I know what has influenced me, and I see the way that my work has influenced other work.
Right. I mean, George is an omnivore. He's willing to engage with all art. It's not his fault that literally everything is influenced by his work. You know, that's not on him.
Would you say the same thing for that series, High Maintenance? Do you feel
yes, absolutely. It's about a smuggler. It's about a smuggler, a scoundrel he's basically, he'll dump his spices at the first sign of an Imperial patrol.
What about like Friends, like a classic show like Friends? You know,
I mean, Star Wars is about friendship. They're all a gang of friends. They have adventures.
Friends.
Well, Han and Chewie were the original friends.
Yeah. So would you say that you could also compare that gang of friends to a family, and so that you could compare it to any family comedy that would be on the screen? Wow.
Absolutely.
That's impressive. Are you broadcasting from the ranch right now?
Yeah, I'm at Skywalker Ranch. We're self-quarantined here.
Not quite as fancy as I thought it would look, honestly.
This is the HBO patio. This is just a little relaxing.
This is the HBO patio.
Right.
We have everything decked out here. I don't know if you. I don't want to make you jealous, but Watto and I both have our vintage year 2000 HBO promotional tiny pillows.
Yeah. Brian, I want you to know that I also have a pillow, but it has not arrived yet.
Oh. So you don't.
Wow.
It's coming. No, it'll be here tomorrow. I just wanted to let you know, just so we're all on the same page.
Brian, Patrick, 20 years. I would check on it, Patrick, because 20 years is a long time to wait for a pillow.
George, no need to yell. No need to yell, George. I was going to say, Brian, that Skywalker Ranch is so massive and sprawling. You can't really judge it by one patio. I mean, he's got a room in his home for every different television channel.
So this is the HBO room, which is actually
this is the HBO patio. If he wants to watch
patio,
HBO, get some air.
Cool. Yeah. Are you
now? You're in your.
I'm in my kitchen right now.
You're in your kitchen. Is that correct? I see. It looks like you're in your kitchen. Yeah. Are you going to prepare some food during this?
My cabinet. Where my glasses, coffee cups. I love coffee. This is I have to throw this out because I haven't used all of it, but it goes bad after a while.
I didn't realize chicken broth went bad.
Yeah, it's the flashlight. That's pretty much it. That pretty much summarizes my living situation here, what I'm getting into. I would be in the other room, but my daughter's hanging out in there.
Congratulations.
And my daughter, or that you think that?
Both.
Oh,
both.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, anytime.
So I'm curious, just in how other people, especially as someone who's doesn't exist like a CGI creature, how are you experiencing this very human moment in the industry?
It's tough. I mean, right, because as you said, I am a CGI American, so technically I am immune to the virus. I'm mostly.
We don't know that, Watto. We don't know that. There's so much we don't know.
But I'm quarantining out of solidarity because I've been dealing with viruses for so long. Anytime they open a bad email on the ILM computer, my life is a threat.
That's true. That's true.
So I get I'm living with this kind of risk every day since 1999.
Right, but you're actually in a more safer environment if you're outside of the 0 and 1.
Absolutely.
Sphere, right.
Here you can't fucking touch me.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
So you're doing okay.
Oh, I'm fucking killing it. Are you kidding me? Yes.
I don't know. Right now, that's not the kind of people don't really want to have that kind of like humble brag kind of stuff, or even just like flat out.
It's not humble. I'm being as braggadocious as I possibly can. I'm a fucking big man picking the pound red.
Right now, you don't want to be swinging that dick around so hard.
I don't know.
Just tone it down a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
You say that I don't want to be swinging that dick around, but my dick would say otherwise because it's going, swing me, baby.
Hey, okay, you know what? My daughter's right back here, and you're just talking about that.
I apologize. I thought she was in the other.
Guys, I want to bring this up. Someone commented, is Brian Huskey the first guest of this stream to make a Herald team?
I don't think so. Of this particular today's?
Yes.
Or in your whole series?
Today.
I don't know. Who have been your other guests?
Greg Proops, never on a Herald team.
Never. Short form.
Legendary short form improviser.
Short form, yeah, never long form.
Never on Herald.
No.
Mara Wilson, never on a Herald team.
No.
Yeah.
Mara Wilson,
So far, Greg Proops and Mara Wilson are Abby and Alana
Yeah.
of the day.
Right.
Yeah.
But we always like to check with every guest who comes on one of our streams if they were ever on the Herald team or not. And you were.
So whoever made that comment, can you ask them to name the Herald teams that I was on?
Can you give us a clue? How many teams were you on in your tenure?
Let me think.
And I'm not talking about the weekend teams. It has to be.
No. This is committed, forced hangouts.
Exactly.
Liking half of the group, the other half.
Pay for a coach. Pay for a coach.
Right.
Nowadays,
Assembled boy band style by an committee.
Some false friendships there. Let me think. 1, 2, 3 at least. It's hovering. It's either 4 or 5. It's definitely 4. Yeah.
Someone is guessing that you were on the team Loose Butt Flap. Is that correct?
No. I guess they're trying to. This is not a time to joke around. Like we're trying to do.
We're raising money for charity.
Yeah, we're raising money. We're investigating comedy history.
Yeah.
I feel like we should hop in and say we're 5 episodes into Arliss and we've hit our first HBO mandated nudity.
Yeah. There's some titties on screen right now. Apologies to you, Brian. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I'm seeing at least 4 different, 5, 6 tits on screen right now.
Yeah.
Wait, pairs or individual ones?
Individual, so 3 pair.
Now,
On Arliss.
No, I was gonna ask. You were on Veep, which was on HBO.
Yeah.
Did you guys get a blanket like George has behind him?
No. We didn't get anything related to The Sopranos, which was very confusing to us. They gave us stuff that related to Veep, but we're like, okay, great, but the real HBO show is The Sopranos, so let's get some of that swag.
Yeah.
And I was hoping. I mean, look at the quality. Look at the shine and the shimmer of that. And the very unnatural fiber.
Look how soft the back is. And it's Watto colored.
Yeah.
The back of it is the same color basically as Watto.
Nice. That's nice. What does it feel like? It's filled with something that might be packing material that's been reconstituted.
Absolutely, yes, it does indeed. Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to off-gas a lot. So just
what are they called? The silica gel packets they use to keep products dry during shipping. It feels like it's still.
Yeah, they just take the installation used on IKEA products and grind it up. And then
Okay, I'm seeing someone I believe correctly guessing 3 of the teams. Can I run?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Merkin.
Yeah.
Pound.
Yeah.
Optimist International.
Yep. That's it.
That's
I know there's one more that might have just been like 2 weeks worth of stuff. I can't quite remember it. But yeah, those are definitely the ones.
I was a legendary team though. That was a great team.
Was it? Yeah, it was really cool. It was everybody actually, I was joking around about the liking half of them, that team.
It was magic. It's just sometimes it clicks, baby.
Yeah.
Watto never skipped a Tuesday at the UCB theater. He was always
those were my peak UCB years. Like, Monkey Dick, Dillinger. I was all about that,
I have to say, you were. It was always if for newcomers, you were distracting.
For sure, because I'd always yell out suggestions at the beginning of every scene.
It's not that. It's that, but just like your presence is a.
Oh, that I wasn't wearing pants. Yes.
Yeah.
Just a little.
That was a different time, though.
Yes. It was
Totally.
a different time.
Oh, can you say your famous line? I don't care what universe you're from. That's gotta hurt.
This was actually a Greg Proops famous line, but I think they want you to say it as well.
No, that's
sure.
fair one to
Yeah.
say.
I'll say Greg Proops' famous line.
Yeah.
And I know exactly how he delivered it.
Yeah.
I don't care what universe you're from. That's gotta hurt.
Great.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? That's exactly it. Because that's from that project that you were part of. What is that from, actually?
It's from episode 1, The Phantom
Episode
Menace.
1.
Greg Proops is in that?
He plays one of the pod race announcers.
Two-headed
Crazy.
pod race announcers.
That's hilarious. How did he get? No way. Tell me how did you reach out to him, or was this just through your casting person?
I just was watching Whose Line, and I said, "Get me that guy."
So you do
I said, that one.
So I imagine, like, I picture you, like, I imagine you have a room that is sort of like a bank of a wall of TVs, right? Just with every channel on a feed, and you're just processing all of it. Is that true?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay.
I've got some of them are some vintage televisions that are in a square format, and some more modern ones that are in a widescreen format.
Were we just taking a look at that of your setup? Is that what that was?
No, that was a picture of the announcers from the pod race.
The Greg Proops character.
I'm going to be honest that your later work is doesn't sit with me. Quite as
You
well.
don't like Red Tails? You don't like Red Tails?
No. I mean, maybe I grew up a little bit. I don't know, but I kind of.
No, you know what Red Tails is, right?
Like strange.
It's the story. It's the true story of the Tuskegee Airmen.
Oh, you did
You know
that?
the Tuskegee? Yeah.
I do that. Yeah, I had no idea that you did that, but.
Well, I shot second unit, and I'm the one who made it happen, and it's an important part of history. So watch it.
Okay, I'm talking more about Star Wars. I'm glad that you're venturing out because it seems
You didn't
like
like the later ones? Wait, the Disney ones? I didn't have anything to do with the Disney ones.
Yeah, but you had to approve. You had to sign off on them. I mean, you can't.
I just had to sign the check. I signed the check that they wrote me, and then they did what they wanted.
Oh, that's gross. I'll be honest.
Yep.
Like when you created something like this, it's affected so many people, and you're just saying you're doing it for money. That's disappointing.
Well, no, I gave the money to. I gave most of the money to charity and to education.
Which one?
I mean, listen to every single show on NPR. At the end, they'll say this was paid for by the Lucas Foundation. You live in LA, right?
I do.
Okay. Do you ever take your kids to the museums?
Come on.
Well, get ready, because in a year or two, you're going to be taking them to the Lucas Museum of Narrative Art. You know about this?
No, I don't.
It's a museum that I'm paying for that is all about art that tells a story.
Okay.
And right now they're doing sewing circles to make masks for the first responders.
Okay.
That's the big project.
You know
Good
what, sir?
stuff.
You know what,
Good
sir?
stuff.
I,
Good stuff.
Maybe I'll go back and
That's some of my later work. You're talking about my later work. It's a sewing circle that makes masks for first responders. That's my most recent work.
Oh, but you don't like it. Brian doesn't
You don't like it.
I
You
like
don't like it.
You made George so angry, he knocked over his phone, his Galaxy Tab.
Wow.
You made it.
I'm so sorry to get you to that place of anger and frustration. I really, I'm so sorry, sir. Don't please your attorney. I'm afraid you're gonna have a heart attack. Please just.
Made George red with anger. Look at the
He's so angry.
more rouge than his jacket.
Oh my God! Please, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Just to hear someone criticize my later work,
You know what? I stand.
knowing full well that later work is a sewing circle to make masks for the first responders. I'm sorry. I believe that masks make a difference, and I stand by it.
You do.
Let me ask you a question.
Look at my handle. Like they do make a difference.
I want to ask you, because you were curious about how Greg got the part in Phantom Menace.
Yes.
You're no stranger to science fiction.
No.
You've been in a number of things that have like a mixed comedy and science fiction, including one of the last great episodes of the X-Files.
Right.
How did you get that part? Did you audition for it?
I auditioned for that, and then I found out later that Kumail Nanjiani put in a good word to me a good word for me, because he had worked on the season before. And
yeah. He was in the other Darren Morgan episode, right?
Right. And so he mentioned I guess he was already thinking about, they're already writing that, and he was like, I'm trying to think of somebody who'd be good for this, and he's like, I just worked with Brian Huskey and I think he's great. And he's like, oh yeah. So, but then I found out that was like a year before the actual audition. So then I get the audition, and I think he just remembered, and he fought for me. Actually, they wanted they were like, I don't know, let's get somebody else. And he was like, no, this is the guy. So
the montage of you in the old episodes is one of the highlights of the last, 5 years of the X-Files, I think.
Yeah, it's very fun. It was pretty cool.
Yeah. And
Darren Morgan
one of the things that I really liked about that episode was that they digitally inserted you into classic scenes.
Yes.
From older episodes, which is it was like watching a special edition of the X-Files.
Yeah. Now I
love it when you can take an old scene and add a new character into it, and now it's a new scene.
Yeah, I imagine that. I mean, is that are you sort of queuing up that that's something that they might have borrowed from you, or you borrowed from them, or am I?
I'm not. No, you're right on target.
Okay, I thought so. I thought so.
Yeah.
Hey, Brian, I was trying to take the advice of your display name and wear a mask. These things don't fucking work. It's impossible to get it to cover your nose and your mouth at the same time.
Yeah, you're gonna need a specially designed one. You might actually need to get an old vacuum cleaner bag, like from like the 1960s or 70s, and fashion that and kind of have it as, to allow for more nose space.
Or maybe like the briefs that strippers wear, where there's like a room cut out for their hog.
Yeah, but then your hog is sticking out and your hog is breathing in.
No, I'm saying sometimes it's like a cloth pocket.
Oh, right.
See the separation between their hog and the nuts.
Yeah. Or I imagine you could go on a Japanese sort of like maybe go to their equivalent of Amazon, and I think they have banana slings, like carrying cases and stuff for those that are just like long.
I have an idea. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah. You go do that. What are you eating, George?
Some baby spinach, just finishing off a container of it.
Wow. Relaxing. Just munching on some spinach.
It's horrible. It's terrible.
Are you cannot leave the spot for the duration of this, or
I could. Yeah, I could leave it.
Yeah, I didn't know.
I just haven't. And I thought if I just had this in front of me, I would eat it just out of there being no other choice. And so far that's correct. I've eaten almost this entire container.
Wow. Ew. That's gonna be oh wow, Watto. There you go. There you go.
Oh no, Watto.
No,
I'm practicing safety.
You probably don't have to bring it up all the way, Watto.
Oh, I do.
No, high and tight.
Yep.
Gotta take it to the base.
Yeah, get it all the way up to the base.
Now, Watto, while you're doing that, I'll just say it is 5:38 right now.
Oh my God, it's time to tweet about detours. Brian, do you know that George Lucas completely self-produced and self-financed 39 episodes of a very funny cartoon show called Star Wars Detours? And then Disney said, no, thank you. And they put it on a shelf. And we want Disney Plus to release the 39 completed episodes of Detours. So please send Disney a photo showing that when I breathe, the reservoir tip of these condoms inflates and deflates a little bit.
Yeah, I
And
know.
at them,
Is that part of the email? You just said tell them that that's what happens.
yes,
Why is that important to getting the detours on?
they should
We'll
know.
try anything.
They keep it topical. It's like how you hold up a newspaper to show that it's that day. I have
Okay.
a Forky mask, which is a character they own. I'm another character they own, and I'm very safe.
Okay. All right.
Please may detours be with you.
Has any of that stuff leaked out? Has anyone seen any footage from it?
We watch it all.
We-
the
Yeah, you guys. Of course, you guys.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah.
But do you have, Brian, do you have Disney Plus?
I don't.
You don't.
I don't.
Do you think you ever will?
Probably not.
We're going to be inside for a long time. You don't think you'll ever get it?
Probably not. It seems my daughter's kind of grown out of that zone a little bit.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
And
Congratulations.
and so
Well, this is
I'm
interesting.
taking a welcome
Would
break
you-
from that content.
Would you be more likely to subscribe to Disney Plus if they agreed to release all 39 episodes of Star Wars Detours?
You love comedy.
You love science fiction and comedy, and it is a blend of both.
Yeah. I'd have to think about, see what the pricing is and whether I mean,
Like $5 or $6 a month for 1 month. If they did this as a result of our activism today, do you think you might try it out for a month?
maybe. I'm trying to gauge if you actually get some kind of like sales kickback in getting people to sign up for Disney Plus. No?
Nope.
Okay.
This is true. I paid for the entire run of the series without having sold it to anyone, just assuming that someone would want a Star Wars animated comedy show created by George Lucas. Then when I sold all of Star Wars to Disney, this was part of that package. I assumed it would be released. And then they just decided they would not release it. Ever. Do
you feel like there's any precedent based on previous attempts at comedy within the world you've created within the Star Wars world?
There's a precedent for this being a big hit. Yes.
My point is it's sort of sometimes that those two things coming together kind of feels like when NPR is trying to be funny, like it's just a little uncomfortable.
Okay. Brian, let me correct.
Wait. Don't tell me that you don't think that NPR is funny.
Well, when they try to do, if they do a bit, it's pretty uncomfortable.
Brian, George and I are from Star Wars. We did a monthly talk show at the UCB Theater, and now it's closed forever. And you think Star Wars and comedy don't mix? We killed that theater once and for all.
Yeah. And then comedy, if you kill something, that's good. We slaughtered that theater. We really killed that theater.
You gotta think about the timing of how you're saying things. There's some like a little bit of distance, because the ones are still fresh. I mean, I feel like you guys
infected those theaters.
Again, I really think you should not be crazy. Personally, that's my thing. But George, I don't want to make you mad.
I'm gonna say one word to you, and then do you just tell me what you think of in terms of success or failure? Spaceballs.
Two words to start with.
Spaceballs is one word. Spaceballs is one word. I will fight you on that. Spaceballs is one word.
Okay, fine. If you put them together, it becomes one word. It's not an actual word. It's a title. But I don't want to split hairs. That was
not a number. It's not a number.
But that was. I will contend that was done by someone who is a master of comedy and only does comedies and only does genre bending comedies. So. Mm-hmm. You have your strengths lay elsewhere in sort of narrative storytelling, a la Joseph Campbell. I don't think of his sort of like borrowing from, the Power of Myth and stuff.
Hold on 1 second, Brian. George is doing a Quibi. George is trying to do a quick Quibi.
Brian, are you
He's doing a Quibi.
Are you in any Quibbies?
A quick.
Brian,
Okay.
No Quibbies yet.
Brian, you're right. You're right, Brian. I should maybe, I should probably wait until I've made a successful motion picture comedy, like, I don't know, American Graffiti.
Yeah, no,
One of the most successful movie comedies of all time.
yeah, Brian, you're right. He should stick to what he's good at. Writing the most successful joke in history.
So,
What was that? What's the most successful joke in history?
What?
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Oh, okay.
No
It's
joke
in it.
made more money at the box office.
Guys,
Find another joke.
hang on. We have to start the episode. Hang on.
Yeah.
We have to start another Arliss. Time for another Arliss.
Yeah.
Another artist.
This is episode 6, The Company You Keep.
Brian, I know you can't stay forever, so whenever you have to go, just let me know.
Yeah. I just want to ride this one out.
Okay. Here we go.
Right.
So what were the numbers on American Graffiti as far as like being one of the most successful comedies in history?
Let's start the
I
episode.
think it's still.
Get the episode first, and then we'll let George talk about it.
I'm going to get
Okay,
into the hard numbers. Okay, ready?
Okay,
3,
Okay, now Patrick, we're really starting this time. Okay, none of this 2 minutes from now. You decide we have.
1, 2,
3, 2, 1.
come on.
go. And we're going off the
Start it over. Oh, everyone froze. Great.
No.
And everyone froze on my end.
I don't know the numbers.
So-
It's a lot, but I believe American Graffiti still holds the record for making the most money compared to how little it cost to make.
Made
Mhm.
140 million.
And it cost,
777,000.
Okay.
yeah.
I got a good feeling about that. It's basically
And but you think I still haven't established my comedy chops.
It's been a long time, I guess, is my point. I mean, what is the stretch between then and now? It's
You're right. I made Howard the Duck, which was not successful at the time, but now every movie is a Marvel movie.
launched the biggest franchise in history.
Yeah,
Howard
launched the
the Duck.
biggest movie franchise in history.
Oh, Star Wars. That's
No,
how you meant Howard.
The Marvel
No,
said-
Marvel.
Oh, yeah. Howard the Duck launched it? That's true.
Howard the
That's
Duck was the first Marvel
Wait,
movie.
did you write and direct that?
Uh-uh.
What'd you do? Keep more
I
specific.
said we should make a Howard the Duck movie, and then I produced it.
Okay, so you didn't actually make it. You
No,
just
but
suggested
said it.
and then
I-
really.
Producing is making. I made it.
It's not. It's a big difference between what the director and the writer
Is
create. You facilitate and you make it in the sense that you give all the infrastructure needed, but you don't. Your thumbprint is not on there.
You don't know. You don't know how I produce. My thumbprint is all over that.
Brian, you produce a human daughter. Did you not
Yeah.
make
Yeah, your point.
Congratulations.
You didn't birth her, but
Congratulations.
you were the executive producer, one could say.
True, but all I did was I started it off, and then the rest is up to.
Yeah, that's like me and Howard the Duck.
Right, and now it grows up into a beautiful franchise.
All right, easy.
He was the seed of it.
No, you didn't. No, you're gonna stop right now.
Yeah, Watto, read the
Yeah.
room.
You don't talk. You don't
Watto,
talk.
read the room.
Ladies as being a
I'm
franchise.
CGI.
Whatever.
I apologize for that, Brian.
That's all right. He doesn't understand. What are you? I know that I'm sure it was
I'm a Toydarian. Your mind tricks don't work on me.
Toydarian.
Yes,
From what planet? Do you know?
the planet Tatooine.
But you're originally from Toydaria, Watto.
I'm originally from Toydaria. I moved to Tatooine for work because the slavery business was really booming there at that time. But technically, I was born in Marin County on one of Georgia's computers.
That's it.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, you were created in a lab, essentially. If you think about it. I mean,
Yeah.
you're sort of like grown in a petri dish that is a computer.
Well, no.
Okay, now Brian, now it's your turn to back off. Be careful.
You're right. You're right.
Come on, Brian.
We're everybody's crossing lines today, and we just got to know when we do it and call it out.
I've been pent up. I've been just, I'm not used to interaction, whether it's human or CGI. So
let's not turn this into Matt and Shane's secret podcast, okay?
Please don't.
We don't want to push boundaries. We might miss.
Well, let me get a quick recap of what's going on with Arliss, and then I'm going to bounce.
Yeah. They just got Barry Bonds. They got Barry Bonds. They signed Barry.
They got Barry Bonds. They are high-fiving, which is something that you can no longer do. They're all high-fiving. Yet another thing that makes this a period piece. Everything prior to March is now a period piece.
Yes. Everything. That's true.
Yeah. In the previous episode, they tried and failed to get a hockey stadium to happen, and now he's in the world of baseball. So he's working in all of these different areas of athletics.
Wow, no, that's good. It's great story. Yeah. So how much longer are you guys going to be grinding through this? You go until...
we're just past. We're nearing sort of the halfway point of the day. When we get halfway through this episode, we'll be at our. Oh no, we're past the halfway point, I guess now. Nice. And halfway through the last episode was our halfway point, and then for the next 6 weeks, we'll be doing for a different charity every week. And so today is for the food bank in New York, and then every week we'll announce a different charity. And that's it. That's it. We're just Arliss, right now he's smoking a cigar. But he's also coughing, so it's showing the dangers.
Oh, did he? Is he showing early symptoms? Is this episode about him being possibly the Genesis? Like
I don't know. I have not heard that there's a tobacco link. Have we heard that?
I would just assume any time you see
any respiratory.
Yeah, any respiratory thing could be it. I mean, maybe it's.
You could be right. Yeah, essentially, in Star Wars lingo, these two characters are basically smoking enormous death sticks. That's what they were called in Star Wars.
Well, when?
In Episode 2, Attack of the Clones.
They call it cigars, death sticks, or just smoking?
They call them death sticks.
And you were doing that for some subtle messaging, right? I hope.
It's a little political.
Yeah. I wanted it to be subtle.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like your display name. It's subtle,
Yeah. Do you find, Brian, that in your work that you want there to be a message? Have you ever done work that you thought, I don't agree with this and I can't do it? Are you a man of principle?
I am. I'm trying to think of, I can't say what show it was, but there was one thing that was a whole bit that was pretty misogynist and wasn't funny.
Can I ask a question?
Was that? Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Was it a woman getting elected president on Veep? Was that the thing you were against?
Yeah. I mean, there are gigs that you take just for the money and to kind of get through and, prestige, and that's one. That will never happen.
It's science fiction. You left it off your science fiction resume.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, but to answer your question, there was a thing where I was just like, nah, I don't want to do this bit. I think this is gross and a bummer. And then some other people spoke up, which was nice. So they rewrote it.
You changed it. You had them.
Yeah, they changed it.
You had them change it.
I didn't. I just said I'm not comfortable if somebody else wants to do this line or something. I'd rather figure out a way that my guy doesn't have to be part of this. And then somebody else is like, yeah, this is kind of stupid. It feels a little old. And it was one of the things the writer you saw him kind of clinging to it. And then enough people were like, yeah, why are we doing this? So I changed it.
Who made the final call?
It was a conversation between director and one of the EPs. They just kind of
one of the executive producers?
Yeah. I'm not saying.
There's there's that thumbprint. There's that thumbprint
There's
at
thumb.
the EP when a noble actor like yourself decides, I need this to be better. I need this art to be art that I can stand proud and say, yes, I support the message of this.
Mm.
It's not the writer who is wanting to hold things back. It's not the director who didn't have the power to say so. It's the mighty thumb of the executive producer. It comes into frame.
Okay.
Who did? Think about that the next time you try to tell me that I didn't make Howard the Duck.
I thought we moved past it. I thought we were cool. I mean,
I thought of nothing else except your outrageous stance against those sewing circles.
Can I just I do want to hop in really quick. I think Watto and I are about to hop in with the same thing.
Yeah, Arliss currently has an afro and is on cocaine. We're getting a little prequel within the episode. It's 70s Arliss and he's groovy, baby.
Oh, that's fun. Where they have like a little time flashback for the.
Yeah, he's got a red suit with a wide collar, and Kirby was a football player apparently in a past life.
Love it.
And then a seamless edit.
Yes.
Camera's doing a 360, and during the edit, we traveled through time.
Wow.
Now we are in 1996 or 97.
One of them.
Now, Huskey, if you could play a Star Wars character, what kind of character would that be? I don't think we've talked about that.
Ooh.
I don't think we have.
Yeah, and I don't think I've made many inroads.
No.
With, GL, but I mean, you know,
It's not my call. It's not my call anymore.
Yeah.
No. I would either. I think I'd like to be some kind of villain. Actually, I think I would like to be maybe a turncoat.
Mm-hmm.
I would enjoy that.
Right.
Someone who sort of seems like they're on the side of the rebellion, and then loopy bad guy.
That's great.
Mm.
So just
Also, I
just in
think
case.
honestly, I think Darth Huskey. We don't even need to change your name. I think Darth Huskey already sounds like a Star Wars character.
It does. Yeah. And honestly, if you wanted to do some comedy with it, it could be his cousin. You know,
he could fall down or he could bump into something.
And I'm already laughing.
Always funny.
Or like
Or an inhaler.
we did comedy. We did comedy with Darth Vader when he would get frustrated with people and he'd choke them to death. And so I think it would be funny if Darth Huskey was a Sith, and maybe he had problems with it, like his choking mechanism didn't always work. So he'd be like frustrated, like it was like a faulty remote control.
Yeah.
That's funny, right?
Yeah. Sure.
I think that's George. I think that's really funny.
Okay. Yeah. Pretty fine.
George, I'm sorry to pop in. People in the chat are asking if we can give Brian an Arliss name.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's give Brian an Arliss name.
What are Arliss names? Like, oh.
Okay, well, right off the bat, let's double that and make it dollar signs. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we could stop there. That's perfect already, but let's do some more changes.
We got to change the E.
Right.
Give me I want a yen sign. I want a yen sign for that Y.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Once you get started, you can really sort of pepper it in there. Is there anything
Can we use the I know it looks like a J, but can we put the that golf as the I? See how it looks?
What about the cricket paddle? Let's do the cricket paddle.
Yeah, let's try cricket.
Is there a B shape? No. That's like Brighton.
Yeah. Now the B shape, Brian, what's your favorite sport? Like ball sport?
What's your favorite ball? Who are your balls, Brian?
Who are my balls? Let's go with tennis.
Tennis? Okay. The way we've been doing B's before was just that.
Yeah.
Great balls coming too.
It looks like the same thing, but just like a slight difference. That's perfect.
Yeah, and let's replace the U in Huskey with the little glass of whiskey there.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
All work and no play makes Brian a dull boy. You know that. You know.
It's perfect. Yes.
Yeah.
I love that.
That's pretty good.
It rolls off.
That's great. That's a really good Arliss name. That might be my favorite Arliss name so far.
All right, guys, I gotta go, but I want to take this is a little memory moment here, guys. Let's just take a picture here. And
Oh, wait, pillows.
pillows. Oh, Patrick. Oh. Great.
That's great.
Thank you, Brian.
So much for doing this. You're heroes. You're amazing. I love it. I'm gonna go back and watch your movies and then rethink. Get a new.
Thank you.
All right.
Red Tails, available on DVD.
Yeah.
You got it. All right, y'all. Bye.
See ya.
Bye. I don't remember if Red Tails is on Disney Plus right now, but I don't think Brian's gonna sign up for it.
I don't think it was for a second, and then they took it off.
I don't know why.
It was up there. I feel like we need to do some more Star Wars. Arliss names.
More Arliss names. I agree.
Backlog to catch up with, right? While we don't have a guest.
Yeah. Let's do this one. Hang on.
Now I have finished my. I don't know if everyone noticed there that I have finished my baby spinach. And they were just talking about food, and we want to remind people that we're doing this today to raise money for the food bank for New York.
Yep. Right now we are at $620.
Wow.
Ooh. That's $100 for every episode that we've watched, including the one we're currently on.
Yep.
Right. We're only 74,500 and change dollars away from the first of 7 weeks we need to unlock the stretch goal of CSI Miami. This is actually getting hard to breathe.
And then create our own episode of CSI Miami.
Right.
Okay, so there's our name, Philip Bethiel.
Okay, great name.
No S's right out of the gate.
But right out of the gate, we got some E's.
Yeah.
We got Annie.
They're going to make those European. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Oh, Waffle Tarts in the comments is saying Red Tails is on Disney Plus.
Hey.
All right. That's no use to Brian Huskey, who seems like he will never subscribe.
Never subscribe.
No matter how long the self-quarantining continues for. He seemed an unlikely candidate, but...
Hang on, I've got another one. There you go.
All right.
Let's replace the B in battle with a bow and arrow.
Sure.
That's
B
great.
for bow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to mix it up a little bit.
Should the H be the whiskey glass?
No. I feel like that's more of a Yule.
Okay, I just see the whiskey in the middle.
I feel like the anchor could be the T.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
And maybe the H is the filing cabinet, so you know he works in an office, like Arliss.
Yeah, both H's. Both H's.
Make them filing cabinets. No, no,
That's not filing cabinet.
Sorry, I copied the wrong one.
Cabinet. Jesus Christ, if I didn't know better, I'd think Patrick was asleep right now.
Wake up, Patrick.
Come on, Patrick, wake up. Now that P, that tricky P.
Let's replace those P's with those tennis rackets.
Great call.
Great call, George. Great call. That's a lot of P's. There we go. Okay. Oh, no.
Hey, why is that? What's that L doing at the end?
Come on. Get rid of that guy. Let's use the field hockey stick.
I think that's it, right?
Okay. No,
Right.
no, those eyes are really
Oh,
bumping.
wait. I got it.
Eyes are bumping.
Hey,
There we go. Hold on. Got it on the first try. That's a perfect Arliss name.
Oh, good Arliss name, guys.
and what are we up to donation wise?
It was $620 last time I checked.
All right.
Refresh. We're at $685 now.
Hey,
if someone will get us up to 700 within the next 30 seconds, I will do something special. I will inflate the BB-8.
oh my lord! I
Hashtag
never thought I'd
inflate
live
the
this day.
What?
Hashtag inflate the BB-8.
I will inflate this BB-8 if we get up to 700 within the next 30 seconds.
That is
$18
$15.
right now. We're $15 away, folks.
You can give more than 15, but as long as we get there.
You
Yeah.
can surpass it.
Let me know.
I'm
Great.
refreshing. Now, here's the thing. Sometimes it takes a second for the donations to come in.
I have a hard deadline.
Oh, no.
Got to inflate the 8, baby.
Do we place the 8? We need to get to. Wait, we're at 685.
George, I think by default they get a few more seconds now.
I think so.
Okay, well, hold on.
You also have to give them
Yeah.
a second to put their credit card info in and everything. Give them like a minute. Give them a minute.
No, this deal expired. This deal just expired.
George.
No.
George.
Now be fair. Be fair. Hold on.
George.
Here's
you're
what I'm
so-
saying.
George, you're so ready. You haven't even blown it up yet. Oh, we're at 7:05. Jesse Carstensen
Did it.
gave $20.
make it?
Said, "Watto, great cause."
Thank you. Can I say something that is not a joke at all?
Yes.
I'm truly feeling lightheaded from that condom bit. I think it was the mix of the suffocation with the lubrication, and boy, that shit is working right now.
Oh no.
Inflate the 8, George. Time to inflate the 8.
So they made it in time?
Yes.
They made it. They made it.
I should have made it that it was 800.
It's
I should have
7:25.
made it that we get to 800 to inflate the 8.
Well, it's too late now.
Do you want to hold off until we get to 800? Is that what you want?
Do you need recovery time? You're seeing winded from just picking your phone up off the floor.
This was hard.
Craig PS says, truly can't believe how many times he's knocked the phone down. He only did it twice in 30 hours last stream, and he's doubled that today.
Well, my tripod is in the part of Skywalker Ranch I can't get to.
Now,
And
George,
so the one that was supposed to be here isn't here. So I have this
people
on
in the
a
comments in the comments saying that you should inflate it now and then have to inflate it again at 888.
No, I don't agree to that. And I don't think anyone really wants that once they see what I look like when I inflate this.
See, they're saying deflate the 8 at 800 so it's ready to be blown up again.
Okay, so it's a race to the 8. I'm going to see if I can inflate this before we get to 800.
And then what
How's that?
happens? You have to blow it up again?
If they get to 800 before I've inflated it, yes.
Deal. It has to be fully inflated.
We're at $740.39 for the Food Bank of New York City. Can George inflate the 8?
We're at 740 right now, guys. You only have $60 that needs to go.
39 cents. Don't forget the cents, Patrick.
39.
Can we make George full screen?
Yes, absolutely we can. Absolutely we can.
Inflate the 8.
Inflate the 8.
Inflate the 8.
Inflate the 8.
Look at all of George's friends rooting him on. Bob Costas, Dennis Miller, Artie Hudson.
We should also say Arliss promised them raises, but then the deal didn't go through, so now they're not getting raises.
Oh, yeah, that's a part of Arliss, and Michael Boatman is still a guest star. Harry Kinney, Jimmy Gandolfini, Kim Cattrall, SJP Diddy.
We're at 765 right now.
Oh, and it feels so fine. Someone, can I get an 800?
Inflate
Oh,
the 8. Inflate the 8.
Inflate
the 8. Oh, and the dog's licking Arliss's face. Oh my gosh. We're at 795.
Oh my God! We're at 816. We are at 816, John.
Oh, no. I haven't inflated it.
You have to keep going.
Does that mean I have?
You have to keep.
I don't deflate it right now.
And then you have
I
to.
thought I had to
deflate it, and then you have to
I thought I had to deflate it at. I thought I had to deflate it at 800.
No.
I think you can let him deflate it now and reflate it at 888.
Okay, fine.
Okay,
Okay.
so George, deflate gate. You failed this first round.
Thank you, everybody.
But I succeeded. But I succeeded in raising money for charity.
Correct, and we're already at $831.69, so you might be reinflating pretty goddamn soon.
Thank you. You just leave it down there. Guys, I'm getting dinner. I'll be right back.
Oh, great.
Oh, actually, we should, oh no, we got a few minutes till the next.
And just to keep track at home, we just got yet another, not a single athlete was harmed in the making of this production. Is the deflated, George?
What's Patrick having for dinner?
Oh, that's a great question. I don't know. I last I heard, it's not possible to eat, sleep. So I can't imagine he had the appetite for anything other than a tasty nap. That fucking sleep monger.
He hungers only for sleep.
He hungers only for sleep. He's only sustenance.
He would like a bowl of shut-eye.
Yes.
And a plate full of. Could I have 40 winks?
As CBC 9000 says, Nap Trick is added again, and that's now canon. His name is Nap Trick Cotnoir, which you don't even have to change that one because it's like a cot that you sleep on, and noir like night in French when people sleep.
I think Nap Trick Catnap.
Oh. Nap Trick Cat. Hashtag Nap Trick Catnap. George, have you deflated the 8?
No, deflating it is as hard as inflating it. You have to squeeze it.
Well, we're at 856. So
there was an episode in the most recent season of the HBO original series Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Yes.
That I watched it before deflating BB-8 previously after our Watchathon.
Okay.
And when I saw the episode months ago, there was an episode in which Larry David purchases or someone gives him a sex doll.
Yeah.
I think Leon gives him a sex doll.
Yes.
And he has to deflate it at the end of the episode. And the way he chooses to deflate it is to get on top of it and sort of hump it.
Mm-hmm.
And when I saw this episode, I thought, that's a stretch, because can't he deflate it some other way that doesn't look compromising? Like, it felt like they were working too hard to achieve a predetermined bit that they wanted to do.
It read for me the same way at the time.
I want to tell you this, and this is exclusive content for people who watch the Watchathon, that was the only way I was able to deflate the BB-8.
Was to
hump. Not to hump, but I had to, like, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get on top of it.
Wow. Don't let Melanie see that. Patrick is still gone. This is how it happened last time. He said, I'll be back in just a few minutes, and then 8 hours.
He was gone for two movies later.
2 movies later, a full 8 hours, he was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
We will be on season 4 of Arliss before Patrick returns.
Yeah. Oh. Rip Van Patrick himself is back.
Sleep No More. When people ask me, have you seen Sleep No More? Yes. On the day of the Arliss Watchathon, we were amazed when Patrick returned from his blissful slumber.
Patrick, you should read Patrick's review of Sleep No More. It was scathing.
Yeah, the headline alone was...
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
All right, we're 2 minutes. We're 2 minutes away from episode 7, Crossing the Line, which is something that directors will often choose to avoid when staging scenes in a film. That's a filmmaking reference, but it's also a reference that relates to human behavior,
Yes.
which is what we've seen a lot of in this Watchathon, is that Arliss, despite his best plans, his best intentions, is often thwarted by the behavior
Yes.
of others, which he can't control.
And George, you are nothing if not a student of human behavior.
I mean, there's human behavior in almost all of my movies.
Now, also, I will say this. I do think that a lot of shows owe a lot to Arliss.
Why are you saying that as if that's controversial?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying it's been interesting watching it, being like Entourage, Ballers. There's a lot of HBO content that does owe a lot to this show.
Sure.
Yeah, they set the pace.
Sport.
You know, Ballers is very much the Battlestar Galactica to Arliss's Star Wars.
But also, I mean, sports is very indebted to Arliss, because if I see like a football game on TV, I'll say, oh, I remember seeing this on Arliss 20 years ago. They were ahead of their time.
All right. Should we start this episode?
You ready? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Ready.
Episode
1,
7.
2, 3.
Oh, no, I clicked on cast and crew by accident. Okay.
You want to restart?
No.
Okay.
What are we up to fundraising-wise?
We're at 856.
All right. Once we get up to 880, I will inflate the 8.
888.
888. We're like $30.
888. 888.
Man, it's so comfy to settle in with a new Arliss, to peel off a new Arliss episode. I find this live stream very relaxing.
Mm-hmm. How are you guys doing now versus the last live stream?
I could do this for another
40 hours?
30 hours.
Yeah. I could easily.
Now, what's the fundraising goal that we have to reach for us to just do them all?
All in
$1 million. $1 million.
$1 million.
Okay.
If we can reach $1 million, this stream does not end.
Yeah.
Until we finish the entire run. I'm still recovering from the condom. I want you to know. It really messed. There was some oxygen cut off in my brain. And it feeling good.
Now we have one of those machines that's shooting, a cannon that's shooting tennis balls.
Yes. Kind of a droid.
This one was written by Joan Ackerman.
Droid, right?
It's very much as a droid, not even kind of. It is a droid.
And here's Shannon Elizabeth, later a star of the American Pie quadrilogy.
And there is a character named JJ.
George.
And Robert Wuhl directed this episode, which the title
have a lot in common.
It takes gumption to direct an episode with a directorial title.
Yes.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
That's a baller move.
Yes.
And I believe the person he's talking to is named JJ. This woman is named JJ.
I think this is the mother of Shannon Elizabeth within the show, right? Is that the idea?
So. Yes.
This is Shannon Elizabeth is a young tennis prospect. $866.69. And I will say this, I ask that no one going forward adds any amount of change onto the donation amount. Let's keep it at 69 because that's the way Watto likes to roll, baby.
And now this old man is helping to clean up the tennis balls.
They got the nutritionists and chefs and ball boys, and they all seem to be older Eastern European people.
And he has a thing about socks because apparently you can't get them in Latvia.
Oh, they're from Latvia.
Right.
Should we do another Arliss name while we're waiting to hit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do here. We'll start with we'll go for an easy one.
Okay.
An easy, normal name.
Let me see it.
Mike Natali.
Mike.
All right, no S's, so it's not that easy. But let's put the anchor in where that T is.
Yep. Gotta anchor that T.
L. What's an L? Oh wait. I have an I. Hang on.
Right.
After the A in after the second A, put an R, and then after the L, put an ISS, and make the S's dollar signs.
After the A, this first A?
No, second A.
Second A.
Put an R.
I get it.
Yeah, you get it.
Yeah.
And then after the first A, put an R, and then after that, put an L, and then an I, and then $2 signs.
Okay.
I'm checking to see how much we got. We're up to 888, George. You got to go, baby.
Time to inflate the A.
Okay. All right.
I think that's a good. I think that's a solid name.
Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
Do we have a goal at which I deflate this?
1,000.
1,000. Good. That's far away enough that I'll get it done.
Arliss is currently leering at Shannon Elizabeth. The show is framing Arliss in a two-shot with her bosom. And, she's stroking his arm now, and this is not good because Arliss is... We should keep things professional. Arliss, keep it professional. Come on. And she's, like, really giving him bedroom eyes in front of her parents. And she calls him Arliss because I guess she's got a Latvian accent. And he's nice to meet you also. And George is trying to inflate the... Man, this episode is really sexualizing Shannon Elizabeth. This is... What? Ooh, she just adjusted the...
Ooh, it just mentioned Pepsi, which is one of the official sponsors of Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace.
Keep blowing, George!
Pepsi.
I do like Pepsi. It should be mentioned. Pepsi, the choice of a new generation.
You should keep a lookout for any either Pizza Hut or KFC or Taco Bell references. That's another Star Wars connection for Episode 1.
Yeah, no, that's very much inspired by you.
Because that could happen. It definitely could happen.
And it's canon. George, I feel like you're not blowing hard enough. And to Bryson or Dave, can we put George up on the main screen? Can we go full screen on George? And George, you really got to put your lungs into this one. This isn't a walk in the park, George. This isn't a little Sunday stroll. We're raising money for charity. Doing the right thing is difficult, okay? People need to see the effort. Come on, George. And talking about work being difficult, Arliss is in a car with Shannon Elizabeth, and he's looking a little randy. She's running her fingers down the bridge of his nose, and he's going cross-eyed. She's all dolled up. She's got lipstick on, and her hair is about 7 inches bald. Bobby Wool, baby.
All right, and the thing is, there is an age difference here. But you got to think there was an age difference between Princess Leia and Han Solo, as there was between young Annie and Queen Amidala.
They do have a bit of an Annie.
George, that's not done. That's not done. Keep going, George.
It's done. I'm telling you, it doesn't go any more than that.
I don't believe you.
I swear it doesn't.
George,
They won't accept anymore. Oh, you have ketchup on your face, Arliss. You have ketchup on your face. And then she says, "Tastes good, Mr. Agent." Oh my God.
This
Your
is
secret agent 007.
Look. There's no room for this kind of intimacy in a professional relationship. You know.
But this is HBO. It's going to get saucy at times.
Arliss was actually ahead of the curve because this is an episode. This is kind of a pre-Me Too episode.
It's pre-2. It's pre-2.
Right, but Arliss is in a situation where someone is really trying to have sex with him. He doesn't know what to do. You know.
R2 pre-2.
R2 pre-2.
It's R2 pre-2
yeah.
Me Too. R2 pre-2 Me Too.
Yeah, yeah, that's it.
Hand on hip. He says, "Anya, I don't think your father would approve." Fathers, that's another Star Wars theme. She says, "My father is very drunk and very asleep."
Playing a little late night tango.
Now, is this Shannon Elizabeth's first role? I feel like Watto, you bring that.
I don't know for a fact. Let's look it up, baby.
Uh-oh.
What?
And now she's fully kissing Arliss, and he is reciprocating. He has his right hand on the small of her back, and the left hand still holding his beverage. She tells him to lie down. He lies down immediately.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
It's happening.
Wow.
We haven't been here before. We're 7 episodes in, and we're in unknown territory.
Oh, no. We're seeing a brazier. There is a brazier on this screen. And
and now a pesky droid is getting in the mix. And
currently scrolling down Shannon Elizabeth's entire IMDb page to try to find. This is her first credit ever.
Wow.
Wow.
Playing the villain in an episode of Arliss. Pouring yogurt on his chest.
Hey guys, if you're in the chat, tweet Shannon Elizabeth and let her know we're watching this.
Let her know.
Hey Shannon, we're watching Arliss. # may G-Tours be with you.
Yes.
For charity.
For charity. Yeah, for charity.
And
she calls him Arlishki.
And this is some impressive camera movement by Wuhl, because once again we're doing another 360 where it's and he's also left in. There's a couple of little camera imperfections in the shot.
Sure.
And now the droid is firing off tennis balls, and we're back in the office.
And Wuhl is announced that he has signed her. He has signed her as a client, which feels like we're pushing some boundaries here. He's in shame.
We also established that she is 18 and not 15.
Yeah.
And now we have a Dweezil Zappa reference. That was unexpected.
Dweezil Zappa. This episode, this feels like it might be the Revenge of the Sith. This feels like an episode about, because that feels like the Anya character is kind of like an Emperor Palpatine. Our hero Arliss is something very dark and illicit.
And Sandra Oh's character just said, "Isn't her father supposed to be a tyrant? And who is more tyrannical than either Darth Vader, who is a father, or Emperor Palpatine, who is also a father?"
He's a grandfather too.
Or Darth
but he was the father first. He was the father first.
Tyrannus, whose last name is Tyrannus.
That's true.
Arliss is getting emotional.
Yes. Give in to your emotions, Arliss.
Oh, he just asked Rita, do you think I would look good in an earring? Do you think an earring might make me look more youthful? This is, I think, only a few short years before Harrison would get an earring.
Yes.
When he was making 6 Days, 7 Nights.
Did he ever ask you for advice? Did he ever run the earring by you?
No, Harrison, he would never ask me for fashion advice.
Guys, we seem to have stalled out at 888.69.
Well, look.
Oh, no one wants to donate to the food bank anymore.
There was a burst.
Even though,
come up with another incentive.
Even though, if we get to 1,000, I will have to once again deflate the 8.
You'll have to deflate the 8 at 1,000.
If we get to 1,000, I'll go sit on that porch swing for a minute.
That's not an incentive.
That's really going to drive up the numbers. You will sit under the porch swing underneath the HBO banner?
And I'll swing back and forth, sitting next to little Darth Vader.
Okay, wait, hold on one second. I feel like the swing should be a different goal. So at 1,000, you sit on the porch swing. At 1,001, you swing.
Yeah.
But if we get to 1,001 without hitting 1,000, you got to swing somewhere else.
Yeah.
Where?
Your house, man. I don't know.
That's the only swing.
Arliss Sandra O is meeting with some sumo wrestlers.
Yeah.
Arliss is running late.
Now he's making a cosmetics line deal. This is really, I feel like a lot of things are happening that haven't happened in previous Arliss episodes.
Sure.
He's gotten sexually involved with a client. And now he's talking to people in the world of cosmetics. And once again, we have another page-turning wipe. Oh, boy.
I don't know what's keeping.
Rita, any messages? He has to call to check his messages. Another example of how this is a snapshot of mid to late 90s technology.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
What's the oh? Are you feeling concerned for Arliss? Do you have a bad feeling about this?
I do have a bad feeling about this.
Why?
I don't think it's going to end well. I don't think it's going to end well for Arliss. I think crossed. I think. Oh, now I see the meaning of the title. He's crossed the line.
Crossed the line.
And now HBO is getting, I think, more explicit. The camera is wandering over towards Arliss is once again
Wuhl's
involved in
constantly moving camera. You know, as a director, not since Max O'Fools has the camera moved across the story with such liquidity, and he is fully having sex with Shannon Elizabeth now. We are watching Robert Wuhl have sex with Shannon Elizabeth. It's.
I didn't think we'd get here this quickly.
I didn't either. I did not either.
And he's getting a lot of coverage. That's 3 different angles. I think 2 cameras. 3 cameras.
We have to cross shoot this. Yes.
Yeah.
I'll say this. We've only done 2 tweets going to Shannon Elizabeth, and I think that's a crying shame.
Yeah.
I think we need
How many
more.
people are in the chat right now?
200 people watching right now. Hey guys, if you're gonna tweet Shannon, type in the chat right now. I'm gonna tweet Shannon.
And you can rewrite it. You can tweet something else at her, but just
make it your own. Make it your own.
I also will say this is misspelled.
What's misspelled?
What is?
I misspelled Shannon.
Asleep at the wheel, Patrick?
No, I'm not.
Take a little nap while typing out that tweet.
Stop.
Oh, and they're going back for seconds?
I don't think Arliss finished.
Sure.
Of course, Arliss
Now I think he is.
he's a gentleman. He waits. Ladies first is Arliss is mortal cold.
I'm worried that Arliss is falling in love.
Oh, we got the earring.
You got the earring?
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, Arliss. Bobby.
Arliss.
Bobby!
If we ever see Bobby again, we have to ask him if he really got his ear pierced for this.
That's a great question.
I think that's an effect. I think that's an
We'll
effect.
ever get to ask it. We will not have the opportunity.
If Watto.
If.
What did you have for your dinner, Patrick?
I got some tacos, George.
Tacos.
Tacos, great Mexican food in San Francisco, right, George?
Yeah.
Wow. Not a lot of excitement on that one, George.
Oh, was I not like normally? I normally sounded excited.
A little bit.
John McEnroe, bad boy of tennis, Johnny Mac himself, training Shannon Elizabeth.
He's holding his leg.
I like the goatee on Mac.
It's a good look.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
McEnroe did Ask Cat monologues one time, didn't he?
I think we're looking at half of the people in this scene did Ask Cat monologues at Hell's Kitchen.
I believe McEnroe did it before I started booking it. But he came when his wife Patti Smith did it.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
So you're saying there's maybe an ask to be burned?
That not for tonight, but maybe another time. We'll see.
Burn the ask. Burn the ask.
Burn that ask, Patty. Burn the ask.
Oh, Arliss is getting shit from this guy.
Yeah.
Guys, we're at 1,041.
Oh, George.
Time to deflate the 8.
Hey, Abigail, if you're in there, give us your full name and we will give you a Star Wars name.
No, an Arliss name.
That's what I meant. An Arliss name.
We're not doing Star Wars names today, Patrick.
George, normally...
Not everything... Patrick, can I say this? Not everything's about Star Wars.
Patrick, Abigail just texted Watto personally.
Wow.
Not in the chat.
Okay.
But it's Abigail Noy, N-O-Y.
Okay. We'll
And,
do it.
don't even bother typing out the Y. Just put a yen in there.
Okay. We'll wait for George to deflate and then we'll do it.
Okay.
No, we can start.
George is a great multitasker. And George, weren't you telling us there is a way you found is most efficient at deflating?
Yeah, you gotta get on top of BB-8.
But George, didn't we also hit the threshold where you're supposed to sit on the bench, on the swing?
Yeah, I'll do that when I'm done deflating the 8.
No, George,
you might want to combine them.
All right, I'm gonna have to take out my headphones then.
Bench 8.
It's a visual medium.
Watto, you got anything you want to say about George while he's not here?
I'm still here.
Oh, no.
I got many things I want to say about George. He's a good friend. And an even better filmmaker. And an even better man.
George, are you still here?
Cross the kind of boundaries that Arliss is crossing now.
George, I don't know if we get the same effect not seeing you deflate BB-8.
Yeah, George, I thought the expectation was you were going to keep the phone where it was and then relocate to the bench.
George, go put the phone back. Put the phone back, George.
All right.
We want the wide shot, George.
Yeah, we won't even be able to see you swing then.
Yeah, we want you on the swing, deflating BB-8.
Short off on set point. Provocation. Put it away.
Oh no! Now we hear the audio, George.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's nice. The dulcet tones. Okay, turn the volume down. Now George is relocating to the swing.
Wait, what's happening with Hanukkah?
She pulled a hamstring.
Oh, no. They identified it immediately. Pretty tough to pull a hamstring on an overhead.
Oh boy. Oh, she lost. Arliss.
Oh, no.
No, she won.
She won. The opponent pulled the hamstring.
Yeah.
Anya. George, I don't see a lot of swinging nor deflating happening.
Yeah,
I'm
George,
sorry.
you got-
I don't want to miss how this one ends because I think he's really going to get.
Do you want us to tell you? We'll
Hold on.
say it to you.
Uh-oh. The two hands. Do you see?
Dad, she never used two hands. You fuckhead agent.
I terminated all dealings with him at that.
Wow.
Wow. Back to the voiceover. Remembering this is yet another tale in the long book of Arliss.
Hey, Watto, it's 6:40.
Oh, so a minute ago, you all should have sent off your detours tweet. Disney Plus, of course, sitting on 39 completed episodes. Wait a second. Anya is now
With Dweezil Zappa.
grabbing the tush. She is grabbing the tush of Dweezil Zappa, her true crush. And I told you she was a villain. How dare a woman?
After we give Abigail a new name, should we give Dweezil Zappa a new name?
Absolutely.
All right, George, go deflate. You got 4 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, and the
Is,
book
is
is
Michael Boatman still a guest star at this point?
We'll let you know.
Oh, look. There's a joke in the credits.
Oh, that's
Executive producer, the middle-aged fool with the earring.
George, you got 4 minutes until the next episode. You better start deflating. George.
It seems like George signed up for this and then doesn't want to do it.
I know, he promised like 3 different things he would do.
He won't do any of them.
He won't do any of them.
Leave the phone. Leave the phone.
George, leave the phone. George,
George.
leave the phone.
Wow. George, what are you doing?
You have 3 minutes, George, before the next episode begins. You have 3 minutes to deflate BB-8 on a swing.
Oh, Abigail made an account just for this. Abigail,
Great.
get ready.
Okay, here we go.
Watto, you said
Not a single athlete was harmed during the filming of the show. What were you saying, Patrick?
I was just going to say that you say George is one of your close friends. Abigail's got your number, which seems like automatically. Who's Joe?
Hey, look, I text a lot of people, okay?
Okay. Whoa. Guest star in this next episode. Do you guys want a spoiler?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm going to cover my ears and sing La 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 if you want to.
No, I'm not going to do it. I won't do it.
Okay, George, I'm not seeing a ton of deflating going on there. BB-8 looks about as round as ever. This is... George, I feel like you were mentioning the technique that Larry David used on Curb Your Enthusiasm. And with only 2 minutes left, you might have to go for the full Larry. George, using the upper body might not be enough. You might need more thrust to deflate.
Hey, Watto, maybe we mute ourselves and just let George handle this for a second.
Okay.
No, it helps me. Look how deflated he is. It helps me. Can't do it.
You are not done, George. You got to finish this on the bench.
All right, but I need you guys talking. Otherwise, it doesn't work for me.
Do or do not. There is no try. You think it's impossible, and that's why you fail. George, you're getting cucked harder than that time that man installed a stained glass work in your foyer. You gotta show that BB-8 to his boss, George.
George, you got 1 minute.
You got 1 minute, George. Give her all you got, George. George, 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 George,
George.
George, 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 Doug.
It's 6:45, George.
Okay, George. Okay, George.
Hey, George, this is actually just in time. We have another guest popping in.
Another guest. Time for a new episode. Let's get the
You're going to enjoy this episode with us.
All right, hold on.
You let me know when you're ready. I'm going to bring in the guest. Guys,
Hope.
you know him. Let's see. He's done a Quibi.
What?
He's done a Quibi.
What?
He's done a Quibi.
What?
He has done a Quibi.
What?
I'm going to even go out on a second limb. He was on a Herald team.
Oh my God. Is this who I think it is?
I'm going to go out on a
Oh my
third.
God. Is this a Sunday? Is this a Sunday?
It's
Is there
a
a cherry on top?
Jack Cherry.
Put the cherry on top. Oh.
Oh,
Hey, what's up, George? Hey, Watto. Hey, Patrick.
Hey,
hello,
Zach.
Zach Cherry.
Jack, a sight for truly sore eyes.
How you guys doing?
I'm doing great, boy. If I was a sports agent, I'd sign you right away with that swing you showed off just now.
Yeah, I have good technique.
Charity, are you ready to embark on a new Arliss with us? Episode 8, Colors of the Rainbow.
I'm ready. I have it loaded up, but I've never seen it before because I'm not allowed to watch it.
Why not?
My parents won't let me watch it. Arliss, so I'm not.
We'll put you in, and we won't tell your parents, okay?
Yeah. So just kind of be cool about it because I don't know if anybody sees me.
Yeah.
Well, the last episode had a lot of adult content in it.
That's why I'm not supposed to watch. So
Yeah. Okay, ready, everyone? Get ready to press play. In
1, 2, 3.
Unbelievable, Cotner. Unbelievable. Okay, so here's what you need to know. What you
Yeah,
get
catch
so
me
far.
There's a cold open. That's new.
Cold open. Usually we start with the intro. Zach, Arliss fucks
okay,
his clients.
that seems like an ethical. It seems like an ethical issue.
The last episode
Well-
was a little bit tricky.
The last episode was called Crossing the Line. It was about him specifically crossing that line.
And he did.
Should we tell him with who?
Yeah.
Shannon
please.
Elizabeth.
Shannon Elizabeth.
And
Nadia herself.
what sport does she play?
Tennis.
And,
so
and she
playing
played it with one hand, but then she learned how to do it with two hands.
George, tell Zach why.
It was during an act of coitus.
that she
which-
learned how to play tennis with two hands.
Well,
No, she gave Arliss. Arliss was brought to completion through a two-handed hand job.
Okay. See this.
And then when
stuff
she
that I'm
changed her tennis game, that's how her father knew that he had corrupted her game.
the character of Arliss is a two-hander, so to speak. The show is kind of a four-hander, but Arliss himself is a two-hander.
Yeah. This is
And
the
now
stuff
we're into the opening credits.
watch. This is what I'm not supposed to hear about.
That's why we're telling you, not showing you. Classic storytelling. And Arliss also has a yarmulke, so you know he's a good boy.
Mike's a mensch.
Do your parents let you watch, Zach?
What will they let me watch?
Yeah.
I'm allowed to watch Masked Singer. I'm allowed to watch CBS Sunday Morning News.
Do your parents let you watch Deadliest Game?
I don't know. We haven't discussed that one.
So you have not quibbied yet. You've been on a quibby, but you're still negotiating.
What is that?
There's the mad motorcycle in Queens right now.
Wow.
Oh, that was from your end, Patrick?
Yeah.
I thought that was someone popping a wheelie on the Skywalker Ranch.
Wait, hold on. What year is this set in?
Mid to late 90s.
7, yeah.
But it was shot in like 2015.
No, it started in 1996, and it went through 2002. 7 seasons.
So it's set when it was shot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. It's not set a long time ago in the galaxy far, far away. It was of its time, but now that we're watching it, is technically a
Hey, SpongeBob.
It's Tom.
We got a SpongeBob cameo.
Wait, that's SpongeBob?
That is the voice of SpongeBob. Tom.
SpongeBob?
Now, was Tom Kenny ever on a Star Wars cartoon?
I guarantee.
Right?
Tom Kenny is playing a journalist who writes for the LA Voice, and he lives in LA and is the voice of SpongeBob SquarePants.
Oh, guys, here's a fun one. Do you know who Tom Kenny plays on Clone Wars?
Oh,
it's one of our good old friends. One of the brains behind the Trade Federation.
Does he
Newt Gunray?
Gunray.
Tom Kenny plays Newt Gunray?
Yeah. He also plays Lieutenant Tan Devo.
Lieutenant Tan!
And then in Star Wars Rogue Squadron games, he plays Biggs Darklighter.
Patrick, please acknowledge my Forrest Gump reference.
I acknowledged it with a laugh, George.
Yeah, Patrick just moved right on.
Me, Zach.
I know,
Patrick,
I'm just saying.
You see what I'm doing right now?
Sparking up.
I'm burning the ask, baby. You gotta ask
Tom Kenny? I can't get him in the next 2 hours. I don't know him.
And get him on next week. John McEnroe, Tom Kenny confirmed for next Sunday.
That's a good one.
Can you do it? Can he do it?
I'll say this. We got a good lineup for next Sunday, so you guys should want to tune in.
And
Not that we don't have a good lineup for this Sunday, because we have Zach Cherry.
We got
Hey,
Cherry.
I have a question. Are we Arlissing anyone's names?
Oh, yes, we are. You want to join us? Let's get another Arliss in. We got to do Abigail.
Oh, we have to do Abigail, yeah.
So throw a yen on the end of that one right off the bat.
There we go.
Great.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let's get a pound sign for that L.
Yeah.
Well, hang on. We got another one.
Ooh, we can do golf symbols.
Yeah,
It's a whole new ball game, Zach.
Zach,
Let's make
look
that
at
O a
Arliss.
baseball. Let's make that O a baseball.
Zach, look at Arliss literally right now. He's on a golf course. Of course we can do it.
We can do it. It's canon.
Jeez, Zach, why would you even ask?
Can we make that G a ping pong paddle?
Absolutely. We must.
Let's make that B 2 basketballs.
We got 2 bouncing balls, baby. Can't spell basketball.
Can we, after the A, can we put an R and put an LI and then $2 signs?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Patrick, we're going to want to replace that I in Arliss with another golf hole.
And can we?
Oh wait, we got another one. Hang on.
Second Arliss, can we make one of the money signs the cent sign for the cent?
Sure. I do like that Abigail's last name remains largely unchanged.
We're not going to touch that. That's perfection.
Yeah, that's good.
But I got to say, the A and the R in the 2 Arlisses is bugging me. I think that's not really fitting. It doesn't feel very Arliss to me. So how do we make it more Arliss? I would say there's who is this? The golf swing. The person doing the golf swing. Yes.
Oh yeah,
Let's
think
make that the A.
Yeah.
And then that R is really rubbing me the wrong way. How can we fix that?
I think the R should be the stack of bills, the green stack of bills.
This one?
No, over to the left.
Oh,
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, nice. Our friend Ron Howard just texted and said, I dare anyone to make sense of this moment if they are turning in now. So George and Watto are watching Arliss, and they are changing people's names to Arliss names.
Yeah, we're all doing it for the food bank for New York.
And you forgot the charity on top.
And I'll say this to Ron Howard. Try explaining it to any guest that we want to get on the live stream.
Absolutely. Only Cherry gets it, baby.
Oh, I got it. Okay, I have another question. So you've been watching season 1, right?
Yeah.
What percentage of people are how many cameos are people playing themselves versus like playing characters?
I would say almost exclusively themselves.
Yes, and I'll say almost anytime someone appears who is famous playing a character, this was before they got famous.
So SpongeBob, that journalist also does the voice of SpongeBob probably within this world.
But that's a prequel. This is a prequel. He hasn't started doing SpongeBob yet. It's only 1996.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When did Mr. Show start airing on HBO?
I think maybe 1996.
Yeah, it sounds about that.
So this might be Tom Kinney's already in the HBO family.
And when you're
Probably
here,
not too hard to just step over from one show to the other.
What is this word Jabu that we're talking about? That sounds like a Star Wars word, George.
It does.
I'll say this. I think Jabu comes back in a major way in this episode from what I read in the description.
Wow.
I don't know if we should be saying that word.
Really?
Is it racist?
I don't even know if I should have just said it. I don't know if it's a real word or not.
I'll tell you who hasn't said it.
Yeah,
You
okay.
need to know specifics because there are certain races that I'm covered for.
Yeah, Patrick, no spoiler, but is it okay for Zach to say that word?
I believe
Zach?
it is, but I'm also looking up now and it does not seem to be a real word.
Okay. So
Okay.
Okay, good.
But I believe Michael Boatman is under the impression.
Oh wow, this episode we're getting into the real talk.
Now this is very applicable to today.
Yeah.
Yeah, she just yelled, "Get out, get out, get out." That's decades before the movie Get Out.
Yeah, it's a prequel.
Mm-hmm.
So have you noticed a lot of Easter eggs in Arliss that pay off in other media later on, like Get Out?
The entirety of SpongeBob, as you said.
Entirety of SpongeBob?
Yeah.
Also, hang on, guys. I need to make a big point of reference here.
Yeah.
You see this word? I'm going to do one quick thing. George.
You just gave Jabu a Star Wars name.
That's what I was trying to hint
Conan
at.
O'Brien as himself. Okay, so HBO exists in the world of Arliss.
And Conan is on HBO?
Oh, and here we have friend from the banner, Dennis Miller.
Friend from the banner.
Friend from the banner. Friend from the pillow.
Should we have everyone tweet Dennis Miller, hashtag friend from the banner?
Friend from the banner. Tweeted at Dennis Miller. He seems very chill online.
Yeah.
Can I say I love the verisimilitude of Arliss. You know, it gets all the realistic details down. Like how if you turn on a late night talk show, they're always making jokes about sports agents by name.
And it's you.
That's how
making jokes.
Watto,
about you.
that is how they're making a point of how notorious Arliss has become as a result of this feature in the LA Voice.
I agree.
Yes. Now that is, let's count down on the pillow. We've now seen 1, 2, 3 people from the pillow.
Yes.
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 8 more people who have not appeared from the pillow.
Will we unite?
But also, there are people on the banner who are not on the pillow. Bob Costas, not on the pillow.
Sure.
Can you catch me up
Barnes
on
of the Married Man, not on the pillow. What are you saying?
Can you catch me up, George and Watto, on where these pillows came from and the banner and how you both have them?
George, or Zach, before they do that, I just want to point out I am getting a pillow in the mail. It has not arrived yet.
Gotcha.
Because he was sleeping when they tried to deliver it.
Yeah, we all know Patrick's favorite Sandra Bullock movie,
The Proposal.
You
would think, but no, it was while he was sleeping.
While you were sleeping.
Oh, that's a movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And has that been
the pillow? Here's what's interesting. Chris Rock is on the pillow, but not the banner.
Oh.
The 6 Feet Under actors are not on the pillow, but they are on the banner.
Interesting.
Brian Gumble is on the banner. Brian Gumble is on the banner, but not the pillow.
Which 6 Feet Under actors do we have there? Are we looking at Krause and
Peter
Ambrose?
Krause, yeah, Krause and Ambrose.
Oh God, cool.
Hey,
Good.
George,
Yeah.
George, actually,
Why is Chris Rock not on the banner?
this is a question for the group. What is your favorite HBO show on that pillow or banner? And why?
I mean, right now it's Arliss because that's what we're experiencing.
Arliss.
So let's rule Arliss out of it.
A dumb question. No, I think that can be the answer. Right?
Wow, those motorcycles.
And Patrick apparently lives in hog heaven.
I'll close my windows. Fine.
I have a question about the banners and the pillow.
Yeah.
Is there anyone who appears on both but different pictures of them?
Great question.
No.
Have you compared, George?
The
Have you
same-
compared?
Yes, I have compared.
Now, I don't know if you can hear this, George, but currently in New York City, they are applauding us making it to episode 8 of Arliss. Seven o'clock, they know we're on the 8th episode. And they're applauding.
Hashtag on the 7s, on the 8s.
On the 7s, on the 8s. George, if everyone on the pillow, let's limit it to the pillow because it's a smaller number. If everyone on the pillow makes an appearance within the 7 seasons of Arliss, what do we have to do?
It seems like a bad. You're heading down a dangerous road.
That's why I'm letting George pick.
Wait, Watto, tell Zach what our other bet is right now that we have going.
Oh, Zach, this is an easy one. This is a classic stretch goal for fundraisers. Okay, if we make, because we're doing this every Sunday for the next 7 weeks. We're doing every Sunday one season.
Yep.
If we just casually make $75,000 and not a penny less every Sunday for 7 consecutive weeks, we not only have to watch all of CSI Miami, but we have to self-produce our own episode.
Okay, so you have to get 75,000 exactly each week.
It
Not
can
exactly.
go over, but it can go below.
Zach, can we get you to confirm that you will appear in our episode of CSI?
Yes.
Can we put a cherry on top if we get
I'll confirm that.
Watto, I'll ask you this question. Is the man on screen right now, the bald man, is he from the Pirates of the Caribbean movies?
No, he's not, and that's actually offensive.
He looks like not Mackenzie Cook, the other one, Mackenzie Crook.
Oh, you think? I feel like you're still just saying that old men.
No, Arliss.
I'm gonna.
Oh, no. This is why you always have to look behind the curtain before you do your TV show.
Because Zach, you're a TV professional. You've been on so many TV shows.
Yes.
They always try to trick you. They hire you. They bring you on set. They make you sign the contract, and right before they call action, then they pull away the banner and show you what's going on. And that's the first time.
A lot of times there is a Confederate flag back there.
Very often.
Zach, have you ever gotten pranked like that?
Have I ever gotten pranked like that? No, because I keep my head on a swivel.
Yeah.
Sure.
For example, I know
You're
what
like an owl. You're like an owl. Classic owl.
And there's a painting and there's a poster.
Wow.
Painting, poster. Both pre-approved by me.
That's good. What is the painting of? We've had a lot of painting talk.
I don't really know. It was a gift. So it could. I guess there could be some Confederate messaging hidden within it. but I don't think so.
Okay.
And then that's a poster for I guess you could say it's kind of like an alt-right comedy group
Now,
that I was in.
Which group?
It's called Richard.
is that the guy? That the guy?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not.
okay.
It's not him. I looked
It's
it
not.
up.
Oh,
It's not Lee Ehrenberg.
Okay.
Is there a chance that that guy is one of the original animatronics from the Pirates of the Caribbean ride?
Look it up, Patrick.
Oh wow, yeah, George, you're right.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Let me look it up too. Yep.
Wow.
Just to be safe, I'll look it up as well. Oh yeah, I was right.
Okay,
Huh.
let me look it up quickly. Sorry, I really got to update my computer.
What kind of keyboard is that, Watto?
This is it's a Ford laptop.
It's Ford.
Yes.
Wow. Didn't even know that was a thing.
It hasn't been in a
Now
long
let me ask.
Like a boutique.
Yeah. No, like
Let
Ford.
me ask
No,
that.
big company, Ford Motors.
Right.
Yeah.
But they don't make many laptops, so
No, this
Hey,
is-
there's a crossbow just like you wanted to use in one of the Arliss names before, Watto.
Oh
The
yeah.
first time we've seen a crossbow on the show.
So now it's canon.
The contracts just arrived for Kirby. Oh my gosh.
Check it out. We're talking about all the Easter eggs.
whoa.
Oh, Kirby shot
So,
Trevor.
Zach, you were asking about the Easter eggs for things that will come later,
Yes.
right? On Arliss, someone pointed out in the comments that that scene with the gotcha on the TV set
Yeah.
was kind of a prequel to HBO's Confederate. A very good idea for a show that is definitely still happening.
Mhm.
But if you notice, they didn't actually really get to the TV show, so it might have kind of predicted some production issues.
No, that show's going.
It
It's
also
going perfectly. They were about to start right before quarantine.
I have a question. He sprayed a bunch of stuff on the fuse box and that shut down the electricity. Would that happen?
Let me see.
Zach, look it up.
Yeah, look it up, Zach.
It says under some circumstances, yeah.
Can we get a second opinion on that, Patrick? Can you look it up?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Wow.
Patrick, what are we up to charity-wise?
Now, okay, so I was just going to bring this up. Zach.
Hold on. Let me look it up. Let me look up what we're up to on charity, okay? Hold on, it's loading now.
Okay, now it's loading.
We are up to $1,041.69. It has not gone up in maybe 2 episodes.
Zach,
Yes.
what should our stretch goal be? Bye, Watto. It was good seeing you. I don't know what happened. What should the goal be if we hit 1,200?
If you hit 1,200, wait, what has been a previous goal?
George, I'll let you handle that one.
Hold on.
I don't want to put you guys in any situations.
You know the only goals right now. It's the CSI Miami is on the table.
Yeah.
And
For example, earlier George blew up the BB-8 and then deflated the BB-8.
right.
Gotcha.
We're coming up with more sort of like short term, like what's a thing that George could do within this live stream if we hit a certain number.
I think
And only George.
Only
then
George.
George has to keep the pillow on his head for one full episode.
That's a good idea.
I can do it.
So if we unite the 8, you have to wear the pillow like a hat.
Okay, so guys, you heard it. As soon as we get to 1,200, George will wear the pillow like a hat
Yes.
for an entire episode.
One episode.
Please/Wuhl1.
Well, one like Rogue One, but with
And what are we at? What are we at donation-wise?
We are at $1,041.69.
Getting close. Oh wow, that's it.
they're
Yeah.
short. They're unlike the Star Wars episodes. These ones only run about 22 minutes.
Yeah.
Now we have a couple minutes. Can we? Because Zach asked about it. Can we do another Arliss
Yeah.
name?
Oh,
Yeah,
I would love to.
Let's do. Let me find one. Oh, here's a good one. Hang on.
Okay, give it to me, baby.
Give it to me.
Now this is from a little while ago, but I think hopefully they're still here.
It's from a long time ago.
Long time ago.
All right, let's get rid of those S's.
Yep.
Yeah. Hang on 1 second.
That's a quick fix. And let's replace the W with the King's Crown, because Arliss is the king of business, baby.
Okay. Now, what about the thing at the end?
Oh, I feel like that's a pound, right?
Do you think? This right here, I'm saying.
Oh, that. Are we not allowed to say what that is?
No, I'm saying the A at the end.
Yeah, I think, is that not a pound and the E is a euro?
I think,
sure. I understand.
and I think you're going to want to bookend this whole name with the filing cabinet.
Absolutely.
After the I and the R, let's put an LI double dollar signs.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Arliss.
And the ham, I think if there maybe the football is a pigskin, so you swap the ham for the pigskin.
Absolutely. So we can just lose the ham. That saves us some time.
Yep.
The old pigskin. And I think Zach asked that we bookend it with filing cabinet.
Yeah, we're gonna want it at the front.
Oh, sure.
Because his office is full of files. This guy's signing deals every episode.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That looks like a great name. That's
a great Arliss name.
Roll trippingly off the tongue.
Okay. Great.
Well,
let's see it.
There we go.
Perfect.
Oh, beautiful.
What a great Arliss name. Now, what are we up to money-wise?
We are up to
1,081
and 69 cents.
We're up $40. Zach, can I point out you are wearing the same hoodie you wore during our last live stream?
I was going to.
No, I appreciate the solidarity. I'm obviously wearing the same thing I wore last time.
We're all doing this. We're doing that for the heroes.
Yeah, this is my live streaming uniform.
Yeah, I love it, baby. I love it.
Same for the heroes. So I wear this for the heroes.
To be wearing it right now, honestly, I regret choosing it.
Yeah,
I wear this for the heroes.
I wear this for the heroes.
You wear it for the heroes.
Last time you were here, Zach, you had the lightsaber, which you brought along this time.
Yeah.
Do you have anything in your house that's like Arliss related or Arliss themed?
I was looking. Honestly, this kind of is the closest thing.
Yeah.
And so, in some ways, I laid an Easter egg in the last stream and predicted this to begin.
Zach, do you have any paper money in your house?
I do, yeah.
Because in a way, all American money is Arliss merchandise.
Can you do me a favor, Zach? Can you go get as many, like a reasonably impressive handful of paper money?
I cannot get an impressive handful.
Okay.
I can get you
reasonably.
Just go get whatever paper money you have easy access to real quick, because we're going to start something right now.
Real quick, Zach. Real quick.
Gotta get that paper, Zach.
That's not paper, Zach.
Paper money. Paper money.
Okay.
Get that paper.
All right, I'm going to lay this out for you because we're trying to get. I don't know whether Arliss Howard signs a son in the next 6.5 seasons. Okay. I want you to say these lines of dialogue. Okay, Watto, you're going to play Arliss for this. You're going to be Robert Wuhl as Arliss. You're going to stand in for him.
Okay, great.
Zach, don't show the money at first. say, "Are you Arliss Howard, the sports agent?" And then Watto, you'll say, "Yes. Who are you?" And then you say, "I think I'm your son," and then hold up the money.
So I'm his son in this.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not an athlete or anything. I'm just.
Well, I think that's the misdirect. I think.
Gotcha.
Okay, ready? Okay.
And sorry, what's his full name? Arliss what?
Arliss Howard.
Arliss
No,
Howard.
that's the name of the actor, Arliss Howard. I think.
Arliss Michaels.
Arliss Michaels. Yeah, Arliss Michaels. Arliss Michaels.
Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, are you Arliss Michaels?
You just barge in here? Try knocking first.
I have a question.
Go back out, knock, and then come in.
You're gonna want to hear what I have to say. Are you Arliss Michaels?
Yes, I'm Arliss Michaels. What's it to you?
Now I feel a little rude because I didn't knock, and I want to maybe.
It's proper protocol.
Okay, let me knock.
Hello, come into Arliss Michaels' office.
Hey, are you Arliss Michaels?
Indeed I am. Are you a hot prospect I can sign in a sport?
I think I'm your son.
What?
I have 2625 here that proves I'm your son.
I think
only a child of mine could have that kind of money.
This money has your DNA on it, and it's the same DNA that I have.
I mean,
Zach.
On this cliffhanger, we have to start a new episode.
We got to start the episode.
Yeah, that's from the episode.
Because
timing is everything.
That's the whole point of the episode.
Is that an Arliss reference?
It's
That is
episode
the name
9.
of the title.
Oh, it's the name. All right, well,
Count us in.
you know what? Timing is everything, and I'm going to get out of here.
Okay. We love you, Zach.
All right.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Zach.
Bye-bye.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
1.
Timing is
All right. I really do think that would be really good if they got Zach Cherry to play Arliss's son.
I do too. Cherry's got so much heat these days. He's popping, you know?
Yeah.
It'd be such a great project for him.
Popping cherries.
That's
what Watto said. I didn't say it.
I didn't say that! I said cherries are popping!
No cold open. I wonder what made... I have a couple different questions because I'm always intrigued whenever there's a cold open and then they go back to no cold open.
Mm.
And I like that digital effect of the book a lot. It always makes me happy to see that book fly up to the screen.
I always love to see it.
So now we're in episode 9.
Yes, this is the Rise of Skywalker of Arliss.
George, how does it make you feel? How does it make you feel that there are more
Arliss episodes
than there are Star Wars episodes?
Bad.
Yeah.
I'm proud of Bobby. He did it.
Sure.
I'm very happy with Bobby. That's great for him.
And the book opens and we see the beach, and we push into the beach. We see a lone jogger.
Yes. Who is this man?
Is it Arliss? Nope. Nope, it wasn't Arliss. Arliss is walking, not jogging, and he's there with Kirby.
And he's wearing a full suit on the beach. Classic Arliss.
Kirby's looking like Harvey Keitel.
What?
He's got a real Keitel look.
Got a Keitel vibe going on.
Uh-oh. Those women walked too close in front.
Oh, no.
And splashed Arliss's suit.
This might be another episode that really flexes the freedom of HBO.
And here we are. And Pepsi. Once again, another Pepsi reference, really putting us back in that Phantom Menace frame of the Star Wars universe. And volleyball, beach volleyball for the first time.
It's finally canon.
I think in the run of the series. We know that beach volleyball is a sport that exists in the world of Arliss.
Yes. We can now use the names with confidence.
So this is the most sand we've seen in an Arliss episode, right?
Sort of their Tatooine episode, yes.
This is easily their Tatooine.
Yes.
George, there's not a ton of sports in Star Wars.
No, I didn't want to put a ton of them.
Yeah.
Well, you want the sports that are there to stand out, so when you see
Are
sports,
there any ones that we
you
did
say,
not
"Now
see?
this is pod racing, you know?
Yeah. Are there any ones we
Now
didn't see?
this is pod racing.
Now this
Yeah.
is pod racing. This.
Now this is pod racing.
Now this is pod racing.
Now, this.
Now this is
pod
pod
racing?
racing.
Okay, Christopher Walken. Now this-
Uh-oh. Arliss has the ball. The first time I think we've seen Arliss holding a ball.
Yeah. I want to see Arliss dunk. I don't know about you guys. I hope Arliss.
He just said the title of the episode.
What? Timing is everything.
He just said timing is everything.
Timing is everything. Timing is everything. Hey, here's the point.
Timing is everything.
How many people are watching this?
We're at about 200, around 200.
Okay.
All right. So this is, I'm assuming that this is just the exact audience that we would have at Hell's Kitchen. It's those
Yeah.
200 people.
Mhm. Guys, if you're in the comments right now and you've seen a show at UCB Hell's Kitchen, at George Lucas Talk Show, say, I've been to HK. I'm just curious.
Yeah, we're curious. We want to know. And
A lot of people saying no.
I've
All
been
right.
to HK.
yeah, we didn't ask people to say no. We just asked people to say, I've been to HK.
Yes, don't say no. We don't care
Don't
about
say no.
Don't say no. It's
The
George.
no's are implied. We'll assume everyone's a no, except if you say, I've been to HK.
George hates to hear that word. He hates even more to read it.
I still remember the day that David Lynch said it to me.
Oh,
I
How
said,
did you feel, George?
what?
How did you feel when that happened?
Bad, sad, mad,
I'm sure
not glad.
it felt like something out of a Lynchian nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I said, David, will you direct Return of the Jedi? And he said, no, thank you. I appreciated his politeness, but I wish that he had said yes.
The twisted line. Oh, and George is doing another little quippy.
George, have you seen David's weather reports every day?
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Would you ever do something like that? I feel like you got to get more online. He's so much more online than you are.
Yeah.
I think this is enough. I'll just do the Arliss Watchathons and see where that goes from there.
Okay.
George is not very online other than doing a multi-hour live stream once a week.
Yeah, but David's putting out content every day.
Oh, I agree with you.
I know, but if we edited these up into the length of his weather reports, we would have done many more than him. Arliss is going to try to outdrink these guys.
Are you asking me to do that, George?
Now this is shades of Marion in Raiders of the Lost Ark.
But also now beer is canon in Arliss.
Yes,
Father?
beer is now canon.
Now this.
What's happening?
This is pod racing, right?
Father.
Oh. Are they joking about these?
Notching is slang in this beach community for coitus. Now this is notching.
Now this is notching. And they're taking shots. And that is now also, that is now
yippee.
Yippee.
Yippee. Yippee.
Yippee.
Yippee.
Yippee.
Yippee-ki-yay, Mother Nacha. I wish that notching had caught on more. It feels like they were trying to start something slang-wise.
Guys, we're at $1,111.69.
Okay.
Ooh, let's get it up to 1138. Let's bring it up to 1138.
Okay, so what's the new goal for
What's the goal, George?
The new goal is I'll sit on the swing with little Darth Vader.
I don't think the swing is working. I don't think people.
I'll sit on the swing with little Darth Vader if we can get it up to 1138.69.
Okay, how about this though? You have to sing it a little lullaby, like you're trying to put Darth to sleep.
Yeah. No, name a song that I would know.
So whoever makes the final donation to get us to 1138 gets to name a song, and George will sing it to little.
If
Darth
I know it.
We're at
If I know it.
1111 right now, and 69 cents.
And if it goes over, it doesn't count. We needed to land at 1138.69.
Okay.
And I want a screenshot of it if it gets to that.
So we're looking for $27.
$27. That's all we're looking for to help the food bank of New York City.
A great cause.
A great cause that we're doing this. We're doing all of this to help people.
My chosen.
And we're nearing the end of the season. After this episode, there'll only be 2 more episodes in the season.
It's pretty wild. I don't know about you, George. After doing 30 hours, I feel like I can do anything. Like I have not broken a sweat.
No, this is easy.
I can take down 5 hours of Arliss. I could take that to the dome.
I will also say that, CBS. He's going to CBS.
CBS exists in this universe.
That is interesting because CBS is a Viacom company, which is connected to Showtime, correct?
Yes.
Which is one of HBO's main competitors. Was that true back then? Les Moonves, disgraced CBS executive Les Moonves.
Playing himself.
Making reference to shows such as Murder, She Wrote and Diagnosis Murder, Angela Lansbury and Dick Van Dyke. Both, thankfully, still with us, yes?
Angela Lansbury and Dick Van Dyke both with us.
Yeah, both still with us. As far as we know, we will be the ones to break it to you, though, if it comes out during this.
Les Moonves, of course, was a failed actor for many.
And now this is like Who Framed Roger Rabbit in terms of they're talking about NBC shows with the head of CBS on HBO.
Yeah.
You could not have this kind of overlap now. It'd be too hard to get people to agree.
It's like Daffy Duck and Donald Duck playing the piano competitively.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they just talked about Caroline in the City and Friends. After talking, and now they're talking about Fox.
Wait, now, George, I have a very important question that someone has asked in the comments.
Mm-hmm.
Les Moonves? Question mark? Or Arliss?
Let's do an Arliss name on Les Moonves.
Okay.
Okay, sure. Hang on 1 second.
And this was 96, 97. I don't know when this episode aired, but Les Moonves, was, at the top of his power, and since then he has been disgraced and he has lost all of his power and influence. So let's take those S's.
Right off the bat, it's Arliss Moonves.
Should we make both S's double?
Yeah.
But
I also want to say we're doing this not because we support the man.
No,
don't worry, we're gonna get to that. It'll be obvious by the time we're done with this name.
Well, wait a second. I want to make it clear. I do support Les Moonves, but that's not why I'm doing this.
All
George and I
put an AR in front of Les.
Uh-huh.
Right, Arliss Moonves.
Let's turn those moons into baseballs.
To the E. I think it's fun to keep it.
Okay.
Okay, right, and 2 O's are baseballs. And make the V, Patrick, make it a martini glass.
Sure.
Yeah.
Or a diamond. Which one?
Diamond. You know why?
He's a diamond in the rough.
Yeah. I think we also need to.
Yeah.
Because what, George?
Hold on.
Okay.
What's
We're
that?
at. Oh, we are way past 1138, George.
God damn it.
I guess we're done with this. So we'll leave.
And so let's see, who is the last donation that hit was?
That would have gotten us to it would have been, I
Wish
believe.
we got a screenshot of that 1138.
Yeah, it's Jack. Jack is asking that you sing Sweet Child of Mine.
I don't think he can hear us. George?
I can hear you.
Okay, sing Sweet Child of Mine to Darth Vader while you put him to sleep, George.
All right. You see me?
Yep,
We can see you.
you look great, buddy.
You see little Darth?
Yeah, he's falling over.
Sleepy like you, Patrick. It's got a smile and it seems to me, reminds me of my childhood. It's me, but every day was as bright blue sky. Now and then when I see his face, I me back to that special place. I simply break down and cry. Oh, sweet child of mine. Oh, sweet child of mine. Where do we go? 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 Where do we go now? Where do we go? Sweet child, where do we go now? Sweet child, where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go now?
George, is he asleep?
Shh, Patrick, not so loud. Watch your voice, Patrick. You of all people should know how much loud noises can wake one up from slumber.
No, quite the contrary. Nothing wakes Patrick. Once he goes to sleep, he's gone for at least a full movie.
Well, then that's actually true.
Blue Bomber 95 says, just think, without the coronavirus, we never would have gotten this moment.
Make sure that it is known that it was all worth it.
Let it be known.
If we take nothing else from this Arliss Watchathon, we want it to be made clear it was whatever it took to get to this point. It was all worth it.
Absolutely.
What did I miss show-wise? They're on the beach.
To be honest, I was fully engrossed by your performance. I forgot Arliss was airing for a couple minutes there.
I'm sorry I went for it from the first verse to the end, but I just little Darth Vader was starting to fade.
Whatever it takes to get the baby down.
Oh. If you honestly, Baby Yoda is such a hit. There's not a single Star Wars character that I wouldn't I'd be babyfying every Star Wars character right now.
Okay.
What would be your first one?
Little baby Rancor.
George, I just had a big idea.
Little baby Beatrice Arthur.
George,
yeah?
You said that the ultimate goal of this live stream, this sort of decoy, the MacGuffin goal is to raise money for good causes, right?
Yeah.
But the real goal of these live streams is to get an 8th season of Arliss.
Honestly, an 8th and 9th. Because we want to finish out that, we want to have 3 trilogies worth.
Well, I want to throw out an idea, George, okay?
Right.
As you know, it's very difficult to film a TV show right now in this time of quarantine. But what is still possible to do while still abiding by social distancing protocols?
Podcasts and cartoons.
So you're talking about how everything that becomes a baby is big money.
Baby Arliss.
Arliss babies. Little baby Curvy.
Little baby Kirby. Little baby Rita.
Little baby boatman.
Little
Boat baby. Michael Boat baby.
Hey, Michael Boat baby. He's
Little
not.
baby boatman.
He's not.
Little
just
baby
a boat-
boatman.
He's not just a postman. He's just a boat baby.
Michael Boat baby.
Michael Boat baby.
We got to get some fan art of Michael Boat baby.
Everyone make your Michael Boat baby fan art.
Have that ready for next week for the season 2.
Definitely have it ready for next week.
Definitely.
I think you're right. I think honestly, I don't as amazingly successful as Baby Yoda has been.
Yeah.
Is there anyone in their right mind who doesn't think that Baby Arliss would be twice as big?
No.
Imagine right now if that was Baby Arliss running down the beach in a little suit.
George,
Little
even I
glasses.
wouldn't take that bet. Even I would not take that bet.
George. George.
Yeah.
Is there a world?
Yes.
Hear me out.
You've already got me. You had me at is.
Well, I don't know if you're gonna do it.
All right.
Is there a world where we get a George Lucas scripted episode of Arliss?
Yes.
Where you, George Lucas, write an episode of Arliss for us to act out.
Us, and we'll see who else we can get.
Special guest, maybe some of the original cast.
Yes.
You would do that for us.
You would do that for us?
I'd write a Baby Arliss.
No.
Well, wait a second. Are we going to say no to Baby Arliss if we could get the original voice cast, the original actors?
I'm not going to say no.
What problem do you have with it being Baby Arliss? We just agreed that's the perfect form that Arliss would arrive in.
I have
in
no
2020.
problem. We want this to be a hit. We want it to succeed. Why would we not let it be Baby Arliss?
Mm-hmm.
People are clamoring.
I think if people want it, they need to.
That's an if I'm willing to risk. If they want it, type I want it if you want it in the comments. If you want George Lucas and Watto to put together a staged reading of Baby Arliss that then anyone who wants to can animate.
Yes.
Any comments?
Yeah, we're getting a lot of our comments, George.
Yeah, I thought so.
I'm going to go take a piss, but keep on pitching, George. This is fire.
George, what is the length on something like this? 30?
What's the length?
Yeah.
I don't know.
30 minutes?
Longer than a Quibi.
Longer than a Quibi. I think you got to go full episode, or else what are we doing?
Yeah, full length of Arliss. Yeah, maybe longer.
Okay. Do you have any ideas that you're thinking about? Like, I just want to get this moving.
I mean, I don't want to. We're still not even done with the arc of the first season. I don't know. I can't know until we've fully finished.
That's true. They could all die.
All 7 seasons. What stories are left to tell?
Yeah. Well, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
It's not what's left to tell. It's what hasn't been told about earlier in their life.
Yeah, I know, but past is prologue. Surely you know that. Patrick.
Surely, you're right.
It's still. I couldn't have written episode 1 until I had written episode 6.
You think that's true?
Yeah.
Why?
I knew everything that was going to happen.
Yeah.
But that was the order I needed to write it in so that I could make episode 1 perfect.
Sure.
You notice I don't spend a lot of time going back to redo episodes 1, 2, and 3.
That's true. You've done a few little things.
Little bit.
Is there anything that you would want to do? Like, if you could go back and change stuff now, there's nothing you would want to do anymore? You're all done?
The only thing I would do is press play and watch it.
Again?
Yeah.
We can do that if you want.
I mean, I've watched it since the Watchalong.
As have I.
Good boy.
Okay.
Corona. He just said Corona.
Oh, no. Arliss.
He warned us. He's saying, I can't wear the Corona logo.
I get it.
Because he's a bud man. Arliss was anti-Corona in 96.
I get it. Huh.
Wow. Unbelievable. That's extraordinary.
George,
How many
is there
how
anything
many HBO shows lashed out against Corona in
20
the mid to late 90s?
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
say none. I'd say probably none. That guy's got very oddly shaped shoulders.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What, George?
There's a Wampa
Oh no.
Oh no,
on Skywalker Ranch.
George. Has there been anything in this season so far that, had you done this, you would have done differently?
How would you make an Arliss special edition?
But also, secondly, to Watto, if you look at the time right now,
Oh, everybody! It's 7:40, which means 1 minute ago, while I was going pee-pee, you should have tweeted at Disney Plus. May the Taurus be with you. Disney is sitting on 39 completed episodes of animated hilarity set in the Star Wars universe, all of which is canon. Release the 39.
and I also want to say, if you've already tweeted them, you can do it again.
You can do it again. Tweets are free, baby. Tweets
Tweet.
are free. And another chapter of our list comes to an end. Now,
That was
so
a fun
far,
episode.
Patrick, you have not been keeping great count, but so far every episode has featured the not a single athlete was harmed in the making of this show.
I've been keeping pretty good count, Watto.
Okay, well, wait
You're
till
up to
you get
date?
yourself on the
Look at
back.
that. Look at that.
Okay.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right. So now
We got a
now
few
we
more.
are we're now entering double digits.
Wow.
Episode 10. This is territory that even the Skywalker saga was never able to get to.
Oh,
Yeah.
guys, we got a good guest star this episode.
I'm sorry. On
I mean,
our
they've all
stream or
been.
in the episode itself.
In the episode itself.
Okay.
But we have a few minutes before we'll start. We'll start in like 4 minutes.
Single athlete.
So, George, what we were asking you earlier, is there anything you would have changed in these 9 episodes so far that you feel like you could put your own spin?
Yeah, well, obviously, there's certain things when it comes to special editioning them. Obviously, I would have filmed all of these on green screens in a parking lot,
Right.
or in a studio.
Yes.
There's a far too much practical work, but that's just the nature of the time.
Yeah.
This was also shot on film. I would do that.
Yes.
I would go back. I know that this Arliss is not set in the Star Wars universe, but I would go back. I think the scene with Les Moonves, it would be very easy to replace Les Moonves with Jabba the Hutt. You could have Arliss step on his tail. He could go, "Ah!" and I think that scene would make would be a lot more fun to watch because people like watching monsters, but only to a point. You know what I mean? Like even Jabba has like his limits.
Jabba.
And
I think we can also say, if we have any animators watching or friends who, if you have any friends who are animators and you want to take a crack at that scene.
Yeah, add Jabba the Hutt in over Les Moonves.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
even just a drawing, I'll even take a drawing. I think that's fun.
Yeah. Because much like Diagnosis Murder,
Mm-hmm.
Les Moonves is now canceled.
Yes. Yes.
That is fair. What are you guys' predictions for the next 2 episodes?
Well, I'm curious whether episode 2 feels like a normal standalone episode or whether it will be a table setting episode that lays the groundwork for episode 11. I'm wondering, so far, I don't see a lot of consequences that carry over from one episode to the other.
No.
I feel like you could watch these episodes, you could mix them up order-wise.
You could put them on.
And I'm curious whether, I wonder whether these last 2 episodes will feel like a 2-part finale, or even whether the finale itself will feel like a finale.
Is there something that you want to see? Not necessarily the next 2 episodes, but in the next, 72 episodes?
Yes.
I'm curious to see, because so far I don't get the sense, with the exception of the self-directed crossing the line.
Yes.
The one episode where we feel like we've seen Arliss's behavior change. He did something that we didn't expect of Arliss.
Character crosses a threshold.
He surprised us, and I don't think we've seen the end of that. I think Arliss the character is going to surprise us.
Yes.
I'd be interested to see whether the status quo of his team goes through any trials and tribulations as a unit, whether they have, and I think some of that might be affected by whether or not Boatman ceases to be a special guest star and starts to be a regular member of the cast.
And I want to see if Arliss gets his dick wet again. You know what I'm saying? Because that's, as you said, crossing the line set up an interesting precedent.
I'd like to see Arliss playing sports.
Yes.
What sports?
For fun.
What sports specifically? And then let's bring up episode 10.
I'd like to see him play golf, because I feel like that's something he could do casually.
Yeah.
But I'd also like to see him play maybe ice hockey or ping pong.
Sure. Okay.
Patrick, do you want to count us down?
I will count us down. I'll go 3, 2, 1, start. Okay? 3, 2, 1, start.
HBO.
All right. HBO. Oh.
Do you think they shot this footage specifically for the opening?
Nope. I think this is file footage. I think this is ingenious use of file footage or found footage.
I agree.
I think this was taken from a library. I think it was curated.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they intentionally went for, if you'll notice from shot to shot, different styles, different textures.
Yes.
There's some video, some film. And then we bring in the visual effect, one of the few consistent pieces of VFX.
Yes.
And then the first specific, this Arliss footage is, we seamlessly transition to Arliss interacting with people on the field, in the dugout, on the street. And these are scenes that are shot that they're never seen in an episode of Arliss. These are staged just for the opening credits.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you know
fantastic.
a true artist. Every piece of the buffalo must be used.
One thing that someone could post, people out there who are feeling frisky, is try some different songs, because I do like I Only Want to Be With You. But I wonder what it would be like if the Arliss opening credits had Woke Up This Morning, the Sopranos theme song.
Well, we don't know. What if the theme song changes at some point?
Maybe it does. We don't know that yet, but I think it would be fun to see some alternate versions of it.
It might.
Hey, guys, we're getting a comment here from Sharpling909 saying Watto is bumming me out.
Why?
I don't know who he's talking about. He's talking about someone WADDO.
I don't know.
I'll say that's bumming me out too, because that's a little too close to comfort to my name. You know, I don't like the sound of this guy.
Sure.
Hold on. Can someone confirm, is Joey Pants playing a character named Jonathan Silverman?
Yeah, sure. Hang on one sec.
Are we putting on a pair of fine Italian pants in this episode?
We are.
Are we putting on some pants?
Keep your pants on this episode.
Oh, boy.
Joey Pants, good guy. I hope he's doing okay.
Yeah,
They just mentioned another HBO show, Silicon Valley.
Oh. So
No, Joey Pants is playing a character named Vic Freed in this episode.
Vic Freed.
Okay, one of these characters was listed as Jonathan Silverman in the subtitles.
I'm not sure. Do you know who else is in this scene?
Brandon Tartikoff?
Hero.
That is LegalZoom's own Robert Shapiro.
I was going to.
Is that Brandon Tartikoff? Is that Brandon Tartikoff?
I believe it is. I believe it is.
We're looking at Tartikoff, Pants, and Shapiro in the same scene.
You won't see this again. You won't see this again.
Yeah.
They bring out all the big guns for this
I
episode.
have the answer. Jonathan Silverman is in this episode playing himself.
Oh, so that was the headshot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Talking about the single guy.
The single guy.
Not on your banner, unfortunately.
No, the single guy was an NBC show.
Yeah.
No, I know, but it would just be nice to knock another one off the list.
No, it wouldn't, because it's not an HBO show.
Do you know who else is in this episode?
That was must-see TV. That was must-see TV.
No spoilers.
George. Oh, well, this isn't really a spoiler. George, did you watch 24?
You know I did.
President Charles Logan is in this episode.
Dennis Haysbert.
Oh.
No, Gregory Itzin. You're
No.
talking about President. What was his name? Who in the comments can give me Dennis Haysbert's 24 name?
President Dennis Haysbert.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's it. I think it's President Dennis Haysbert.
Yes. Yes, it is.
I would like for Dennis Haysbert and Ernie Hudson to do a buddy comedy, just so you could have something that stars Dennis Haysbert and Ernie Hudson.
David Palmer is his name.
President Palmer.
Yep.
This meeting, Inky Dinky Doo. For the first time since the pilot, since the first episode, we saw a screen that had a bunch of numbers, like how things were going financially. Tartikoff holding his own with the actors.
It's also interesting that the narration has gone down substantially since that first episode.
Yeah,
So
I feel like the narration.
Yes.
Yeah, the narration was very helpful in establishing, in world building.
Hey, George and Waddle, I actually have a guest that's going to pop in really quick.
Okay.
Let's. Oh boy.
Oh, hello. Hello.
Say it like that.
Thank the maker.
Waddle, why was that my reaction? You went, oh boy.
Because the last time you came into our stream, you made us watch Arliss. Now we're watching Arliss. I can only imagine what you're going to challenge us to do next.
I didn't make you do anything. I just
How
doing
they
a lot of money
come
to
to our
make it.
heads. You
I mean,
have-
there are a lot of rumors about what you guys are going to live stream next.
yeah, tell me, what are those rumors, Emperor Geth?
I think everybody in the chat has heard that.
Emperor Gethpatine.
Emperor Palpageth.
Now, I think everybody in the chat will agree with me. Press Y if you've also heard the rumor going around that after you wrap up with Arliss, you're going to be watching every episode of the British soap opera Coronation Street. I've heard that. I believe it's been running since the 1950s.
What, they do 5 episodes a week?
5 episodes a week, every week for the past 70 years.
I have heard nothing of the sort.
I heard you're going to do Coronation Street, yeah.
Gethard, Robert Shapiro's in this episode.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
How you guys been liking Arliss?
It's fun.
It's been fun. We're seeing a lot of fun people in this, and a lot of different sports.
Yeah.
A lot of fun cameos.
It's like a prequel to the way we live now.
Oh, there's Charles Logan on the right. The president from 24.
Okay.
There's Charles Logan. And who is that? We just saw it.
Jim
Just so you guys know. If you want to know, I just looked it up, and there are 9,154 episodes of Coronation Street.
We could do 4 a day.
What service are they available? What streaming service are they available on?
Let me check that.
BritBox?
shit.
Are they on BritBox?
Are they on BritBox?
Are they
Let
on
me
the
check.
Peacock?
That looks like Hulu.
All of
No,
them?
they're on BritBox.
Really?
They're on BritBox.
Not all
On
of them.
BritBox, yeah.
Watch on BritBox. I mean, we're gonna check this out. It's
Are you opening up your BritBox app?
If
I'm
they have
not
all
opening
of
up the
them,
BritBox
maybe
app. I'm going to their website to see what they say about Coronation Street because I didn't start the rumor. Everybody, press Y if you have also heard that rumor. If you're in the chat right now and you've also been hearing that these guys are going to watch all 9,154 episodes of Coronation Street for charity.
Right. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. Basically, anyone who wants that is also wanting that to be the last thing that we ever do that would be like the rest of our lives will be just devoted to that.
Where can I watch every episode of Coronation Street? Let's see.
Gethard, while you're looking that up, someone in the chat wants to know who from Arliss do you wish had been a guest on TCGS?
Ooh, great question. I mean, everybody was so good.
John McEnroe?
You can watch season 61.
No.
On BritBox. McEnroe would have been good. I've met McEnroe at the UCB.
Tom Kinney?
Oh, that would be great.
Oh, wait, Gethard, I think we can actually ask you this. Were you on a Herald team?
Oh, yeah. I was on the Joe Ross tribe. I was on Optimist International. I was on Van Buren. I was on Arsenal.
Yeah.
And then I graduated to the Stepfathers.
Wow. So that's 3 guests today that have been on a Herald team.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been on a few. Did you guys have any questions about Harold's?
Well, I have a different question.
Yeah.
We were saying which guest do you wish most had been on the Gethard show? There's an athlete I know you love in particular, who you sort of made your name at the UCB Theater.
Daryl Strawberry was on Arliss?
That's what I'm questioning. Can we look up if Daryl Strawberry is on an episode of Arliss?
You're just taking a shot.
I don't think he was. I don't think
he was either. No.
Chris.
He was on Celebrity Apprentice, though.
Chris, what was your favorite kind of opening when you were doing Heralds?
I really liked the Invocation for a while. I think when people took it, when you took it seriously, it had a lot of magic to it.
Yeah, for you, when you could get to a thou art, things were really humming.
Ask me what my favorite kind of opening is.
George Lucas, what's your favorite kind of opening for a Harold?
Crawl text.
How did no one ever do that? How did no one ever do?
It's too late now. Too late now.
Crawl text.
They're mentioning the single guy because Jonathan Silverman is a guest in this episode. And they just mentioned the single guy.
Wait,
Yeah.
And now we see Jonathan Silverman holding a script of an episode of the single guy outside of his makeup trailer.
What's your question, Gethard? You seem perplexed.
Someone who's pretending to be Tom Sharpling or is Tom Sharpling is saying, Watto, that you should break off and do a wadcast.
No, he's talking about some other guy named Wado with 2 Ds. I've never heard of this fucker. He sounds like competition.
I'm going to see if this is actually Tom Sharpling.
I believe that Watto was a character that was based off of you in a Star Wars porn parody.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Is that Tom Sharpling?
I'm checking right now.
I believe it is.
We should get him verified. Can we get Sharpling a blue check mark?
Yeah. We get Sharpling 909 a blue check mark.
Can he be the first verified user on Planet Scum?
Is it possible to get a blue check mark?
I don't know.
Well, even just if we could message him a blue check mark that he can copy and paste into all of his posts.
Yes.
I don't know if we can message people.
A blue check.
I don't think I can message people.
I think we can.
I heard you guys are going to watch every episode of Doctor Who. Is that true?
Not true.
No, you're going down the wrong road.
This is not true.
No.
I'm just telling you the rumors that people are texting me right now. Unidentified parties.
Who's texting you?
Inside
Tom
track.
Sharpling, he's unverified.
Who's texting you? You have to give us names.
I have people who say they have inside info.
Who?
Kathleen Kennedy.
Doctor Who.
Kat Kennedy.
Kathleen Kennedy texted me that you guys are going to watch every episode of Doctor Who.
You want me to believe that Kat Kennedy told you
Yes.
that we are watching every version?
Watto, I have to say, it seems like you're already as mentally broken as you were towards the very end of the last one.
Yeah, here's the weird thing. This live stream itself is not as taxing. Watto had a rough couple of mental health days leading into this live stream. So I started out in a deeper hole, not sleeping super well.
And Watto, how do you respond to the allegations that you took the longest to agree to come back and do this?
They are true. But it's only because, it's like you don't want to jinx yourself. We did 30 perfect hours of comedy.
Yeah, you stuck the landing.
And to some degree, I was like, are we Seinfeld? Should we leave all the getting's good? You know? Everyone agrees the final episode of Seinfeld is the best one. You're never going to top it.
Yeah.
We don't want to be Jordan on the Washington Wizards, you know?
Great. And now I'm kind of shocked that you knew that basketball analogy.
Watto loves basketball. Watto is like rolling deep with basketball references.
I know that David Sims loves basketball. David Sims, I think, was on your last live stream.
Yeah, that guy who grew up in New York City. I know who you're talking about.
Guys, can I hop in really quick? We're at 1,188. I think we had a push goal for 1,200, but I can't remember what it was.
I think that was to watch every episode of Coronation Street.
Oh, that might be it.
Was it that we'd show our pillows?
No, I think you had to blow them up again. You had to blow up BB-8 again.
You did.
All right.
Guys,
well, let's show our pillows first.
Okay.
Can you just admit, George and Watto, can you just admit to me? Now, wait, how did you both procure those?
Hey, Gethard, I also want to say I also have one coming. It's not here yet.
Yeah, it arrived while he was napping.
Hold on. If you guys can just hold on, I have to go put my beautiful son to sleep.
Yeah. Tell him hi.
Hey,
congratulations,
Gethard. Would you do us a favor for the stretch goals?
Sure.
Will you sing "Sweet Child of Mine" to your son to get him to go to sleep?
Yeah, that's no problem.
Yeah, George had to do
thanks.
that to a little Darth Vader earlier in the street.
Any other songs you want me to put out there?
Nah, just Child of Mine.
That's it.
All right, I'll be back if you need me. If not, have fun with Robert Wuhl.
Hey, we'll take any Geth we can get, baby.
Oh, did I just spoil something?
No, we're watching him on TV right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've been running on our screens.
We've been having fun with Robert Wuhl for hours now.
Afternoon.
Absolutely. It's a whole afternoon of fun with Robert Wuhl.
Don't worry, Watto. Only 6 more of these over the next 6 weeks of your life.
Yippee. 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 Yippee.
Oh, they think Kirby's stoned.
Oh, boy. I thought you needed a little pop, so sue me. What is it?
We're still not at 1,200. George, you don't have to do this yet.
But I'm why is Joey Pants performing surgery?
He's Dr. Pants to you.
Hey, guys, I just got a text from our mutual friend, Ron Howard, saying that we were going to watch everything that was ever on Verizon Go 90. I don't know if that's true.
I will say I've noticed recently that some Verizon Go 90 shows are now on Crackle, and they're redubbed Crackle Originals, which is interesting.
Wow.
Because I would think the actors who signed the contracts for Go 90 series, that those should not roll over onto Crackle.
So wait, the one I remember from Go 90 was Thanksgiving. Is that one?
All-Star Cast. It's on Crackle.
Oh, and I was also
just reminded.
I was also just reminded that the 1,200 goal was George has to wear a pillow on his head for the whole.
All right.
So we gotta.
Oh gosh,
guys!
For the finale.
For the finale, you want that for the finale?
We only have one episode left.
Oh, so I'm gonna have to. Okay. Is the Mariah Carey Christmas sketch special on Crackle?
Let's check. Let's do our regular segment. What's cracking on Crackle?
Can you incorporate Go 90 into the name of this segment? Because the segment is checking to see what Go 90 programming has landed on Crackle.
Okay, it's called Go 90 Gone Crackle. And Ron Howard is also texting me right now. Do not look up the Mariah Carey special.
Why?
I don't know. We got to ask Ron Howard.
Wait, was Ron Howard involved in the Mariah Carey sketch comedy special?
That's what I'm asking myself. Why would Ron Howard even?
Why would Ron Howard care one way or the other if he didn't direct it?
Yeah, I heard they originally wanted Lord and Miller to direct that, but then
snap!
It didn't work out.
Ron Howard said he
Crackle.
wants that to disappear into the folds of time.
Kirby just said we're coming down to the wire.
Yep.
Arliss once again prophesizing a future HBO original series. They've now mentioned Silicon Valley, The Wire, and the coronavirus.
Okay, so this is all 8 episodes of Thanksgiving are on there.
On Crackle? With commercials or without? How's Crackle working these days?
With commercials.
Oh, Crackle.
Watto was very irritated with how many commercial breaks there were during his watch of The Critic. Only available on Crackle.
Crackle.
Guys, we're still not up to 1,200. It's only $12. It's less than $12 away.
Oh boy.
If someone
And we only have
Only one.
we have nine and a half minutes left in this episode.
Yeah.
So not a lot of time to get up to 1,200.
We really need $12, guys. This is going to be worth your time.
I just to test it out. Let me see how difficult this is to hold the pillow on my head.
Pretty easy.
Yeah, but that's only for 30 seconds, and for the full episode, it's going to be significantly more difficult.
That's
Too bad Arliss won't let you make a trade on your own. A little bit of what I wish for is
we're at 1,200, guys. We're at 1,200. We did it.
okay. So for the finale, I will wear the HBO pillow on my head, and if we can get it up to 1,300, Watto will do the same.
Yes. I have some great news.
Yeah.
What is it?
Every episode of Mariah Carey's Holiday Sketchtacular is currently streaming on Amazon.
On Amazon.
Amazon.
So you can watch
Wow.
it and also help a great cause.
Is it Amazon
The
Prime?
world's
Is it
first
Prime?
trillionaire. It's Prime, baby.
So you can watch it. That's great.
The
Okay.
world's first trillionaire.
So if we get up to 1,300 before this episode's over, then Watto, you'll wear the pillow.
Yes.
And if we get up to 1,400 in the next 8 minutes, then what should Patrick have to do?
What if we finish this stream by watching the Mariah Carey sketch spectacular together? No?
How long is it?
I don't know.
How long is it?
Each episode seems to be 4 to 3 minutes long.
I think we could do it,
How,
George.
how many episodes?
The longest
How many
episode
episodes?
6 minutes. There are 8 in total.
Our mutual friend Ron Howard is saying, no, do not.
Well, do not, you jerk. This doesn't seem like a bit anymore. Ron Howard is very unhappy about
To
this.
be fair, he did say do not. He did not say try.
No.
No,
Yeah.
And he didn't say,
Um.
he just said do not.
he said do not.
Why not though? But it's for a good cause. I can't believe that Ron Howard would not want us to do that for charity.
And once again, it's like Ron has no skin in this game. There's no reason why he should
Yeah,
be
Ron.
embarrassed.
Yeah, it's not like he's saying watch Cocoon instead.
Right. Maybe Ron wants
Okay,
to
so
be the first
are we getting up closer? What I was wishing for is starting to happen. Arliss is threatening Kirby with a bat, with a baseball bat. Because he traded Bastille. He's chasing him around the office with a baseball bat. Glass is breaking.
George, we have crossed 1,200.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but it'll for the next episode, 1,300 you wear the pillow as well.
Right. But I'm
And
saying
1,400 yeah.
in 1,400 we watch the Mariah Carey sketches.
No, I say we do that for 1,500. 1,400 has to be something that Patrick has to do on his head.
He has to eat his pillow.
Has it eat my pillow?
Yes, you have to call up the United States Postal Service and tell them deliver it straight to my mouth.
I was
What were you going to do?
no, I was gonna go for this one.
No, don't be ridiculous. Eat this snack.
Guys, it just happened. They're fighting. Kirby has the higher ground, and he just said, "You treat me like I'm your fucking little brother." We just had our Revenge of the Sith moment.
Arliss.
And what I was hoping to happen, which is that the dynamic within this office is starting to change.
Yes.
There's some honest to goodness conflict amongst the team.
Not since Mustafar has a friendship been shown.
Kirby has a bat now. And they're both, and he says, okay, maybe I did overreact. So it looks like maybe this won't be permanent repercussions, but it's now getting straight up dramatic. It's not played for laughs at all. This is
Arliss is not afraid to go there. It's somewhat of a drama.
Patrick. What do you have that is the equivalent? What do you have nearby that's the equivalent of this pillow that you could put on your head? Yeah, that's good. Great. I don't think we're gonna make it though. We'd have to make it up to 1400 in the next 5 minutes.
Let's ask this. What do we agree to do if we hit 5,000? Because that was our original goal for this episode, for this stream rather, today. And we only have one episode left. If somehow we made it to 5,000 within the remaining half hour, what would we do?
What wouldn't we do?
Watch the show again after we finish it the first time?
George,
I think we would have delivered something different than
an
that.
adverse physical reaction to that. Like his body spasmed.
The chair I'm on is very uncomfortable.
Sure. Arliss has a mug of beer. It's all head. It's all foam. He didn't pour it very well.
All right. So if we get up to 1500 in the next 3.5 minutes, then we watch the Mariah Carey special. Is that agreed?
Mm-hmm. Deal. Jeff, a man named Jeff, just gave $20 and said Mariah Carey sketch special would be nice. Isaac gave $5 and said it's Prime, baby.
We just went up a lot. Excuse me. We just got a donation of $200. We're at $1,438.69.
Thank you to friend of the show, Samantha Pitchell.
It looks like
what are we up to? What are we up to?
1438.
We're very close to 15 now.
We're very close to. So we're very close to the Mariah Carey sketch special happening after. There's an earthquake.
Oh no!
Whoa! So wait, 14. That means Watto and I have to wear.
Well, all three of us are wearing pillows, baby.
We're all wearing pillows. and we have, hold on, less than 3 minutes to make it to the Mariah Carey Christmas sketch special.
There's one more episode after this, George.
I know. What I'm saying is they have to get to that 1500 before the end of this episode. Yep. It's less than 2.5 minutes to get up to 1500, and that's where the stretch goal for that is that we watch the Mariah Carey Christmas sketch special at the end of this.
After this, Joey
and Ron Howard is saying, "Thank God," as if you just saved him.
We didn't, because I think we're going to make that goal. I think someone's going to contribute. We have 2 minutes left. Don't think your God won't save you now, Ron Howard.
I mean, this is money that is going straight to the New York Food Bank.
Yeah.
A little bit of a wet.
Try and disassociate it from the actual thing that's happening and the goals that are being. All right.
Wow.
All right. We basically just have the length of the closing credits for Arliss are pretty long.
Yeah.
90 seconds for closing credits.
Guys, we hit 15.
Right?
We hit 1500.
Oh my God, George. George.
And
thank you so much to Joshua.
We are at exactly 1500.
All right.
So funny, guys. Thank you.
Well, I hope you're happy, Ron.
we should do a.
What were you going
All
to
right.
say, George?
Look at these names: Brandon Tartikoff.
I'm getting my pillow ready. I'm getting limber.
Oh yeah, I have to get my.
So we got 30 seconds left in this episode, and we've got 2 minutes until we need to start the next episode, right?
Ron Howard just texted, "I can't believe this."
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get something to drink real quick. I'll be back in a second.
Oh boy, Watto, I can't believe we're doing this.
I can't either.
Was there a no athletes harmed in the end?
Hold on. Only one athlete was harmed during the filming of this show, and he deserved it. Little variation there.
Oh, so that was Kirby.
Yeah. He deserved it. Okay. Someone pointed on The Last Dance starts at 9 p.m. I forgot. I'm going to roll straight into that.
I mean, guys, we're going to go a little past 9. I'm so sorry to let you know, but we will be watching the Mariah Carey Christmas spectacular.
We might still finish before 9.
Maybe.
The total length of the Mariah Carey.
Ready?
Yeah, I'm good whenever you guys are.
21, 24.
Can you hear me?
28, 31. It's 31 hours of Mariah
Are we ready to go?
hilarity. Yes.
31
ready?
hours?
No, 31
right.
minutes.
Okay. You ready?
Yeah.
3,
Yep.
2, 1, start.
Episode 11, The Stuff Dreams Are Made Of.
George, get your pillow.
Oh, yeah.
And now, guys, we have a guest who's going to be joining us for the finale.
For the finale.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to add him to the stream right now, and we can explain to him why we have the pillows on.
Fair enough.
Okay.
There he is.
Hey!
Robert,
Hey guys, how are you?
Oh, so good.
we're doing very well. How are you?
I'm fine. This is great. I hope you've raised $1. Have you raised any money?
Yes, we're wearing pillows on our heads right now.
And what is that for?
It was a stretch goal. We said if we got past a certain point, we would wear the pillows.
Okay, let's get some more money.
So we got the 1,500, Robert.
Okay, so Patrick, what do you think of my idea? Is that okay?
I think you should pitch it. I think it's a very good idea.
I know, but I want to make sure you think it's cool or not. I mean,
I do. I do.
I said, let's raise money. If you got people watching this and they've stuck with you, God bless them, first of all. And should I like sign autograph, personalized pictures or something like that? We could raise some money.
I think so.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think the way we do this is, guys, Robert, do you want to stick with the number that we said, or what would you like to do?
You can go. You guys pick a number. What do you think the number should be?
Let's do $25. Robert will sign a picture, and if you email the George Lucas Talk Show at gmail.com, I will get your information, your email address, and everything, and we'll get it to him.
Yeah, sure. Personalize it. I'll get whoever it is. If I got their name, I can do that. That's kind of cool. Let's do it. It's good. Go to the food bank. Come on.
We're doing it.
You put you through this thing.
We've been having fun. It's been fun.
Have you enjoyed it? I have not. You know, it's funny. It's our rookie season.
Yeah.
And I watched it also because in case there was questions, I have not seen this in probably every episode in probably 25 years, 24 years.
Yeah.
And I noticed I had more hair, a lot less weight. And also how good Sandra Oh is.
Yeah.
And some of it was quite smart. Some of it was good. You know, like I said, it was our rookie year. And what's interesting is as the seasons went on, the storytelling becomes darker. And it becomes more, the show evolved, totally evolved. And then we got into social issues a lot. But it was still entertaining. It was always comedic. We always had something funny. I'm a comic.
Yeah.
I got a question for you, Bobby.
Yeah.
We noticed that in this season, Michael Boatman is credited as a guest star.
That's correct.
When does he become a full regular cast member?
I think it's next year. The reason was
yes, please.
He was doing Spin City at the same time, and so contractually, it was a contractual thing. And I think it might be year 2. I think year 2 it might happen. What's more fun, watching and also it's 25 years ago, and I'm watching certain idioms or things that were politically incorrect now.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of ouch moments, like when I had Charlie Steiner, he says, "Hey, bump Payne Stewart." Well, Payne Stewart later got killed in a plane crash, it's like, so, stuff like that. You can't help that. I mean, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
But actually, the last episode is my favorite episode. it was the end of our rookie year. As I said, we didn't know if we were coming back or not. So I said, let's try something a little bit different. Here's where we start to change tones and mix and match and start getting really good. Well, not all the actors were good, but here's where we start getting bigger names. Ken Howard plays a Mickey Mantle-esque character.
The late great Ken Howard.
The great Ken Howard. He was the White Shadow, and he was Ken Howard. We had used him twice. Once to play a Mickey Mantle type character, and once to play a Bobby Knight type character.
Oh,
and he's so good. Plus, you might recognize a piece of music. I started licensing score a lot for music. And some of it had to be changed when they put streaming because of music rights. We had to change it, and we didn't, because back then we didn't have to clear any music rights. There was no streaming. So, but this one I begged for them to keep, and it's in the beginning and the end. And you guys recognize a piece of music, what it is.
Yeah.
I'll turn it up when we get to the end of the episode.
Well, it's on the beginning too.
Oh, is it here? We're at the scene with you and Ken Howard at the bar.
When he first sees him, there's a piece of music.
I think we might have already
we've gone past that now. We'll catch it at the end.
Okay. Yeah. It's a very famous piece of music in movies. Because this is the episode where this is what changed. Plus, it was a very clever idea. What the idea of how to get some money out of people.
Robert, who were your favorite guest stars in the first season that you remember?
You mean the athletes? Or you mean the guest stars?
Anybody.
All of the above.
Well, the athletes were all pretty good. The key is not to ask them to do something they're not capable of doing.
Yeah.
Pretty stupid. Now, here's the thing about athletes. Most athletes are pretty coachable, which means they take direction. Well, the more reps they do, the more takes, it's like a rep. They get better and better and better. Obviously, some are much better than others. My favorite guest stars, wow, I'm trying to think who was on. Joey Pants was great. We were friends.
Yeah.
In the episode you just had, the one with the fantasy, all the guys coming back, they were quite cool. And I see Brandon Tartikoff, may he rest in peace. There's a couple of
Robert Shapiro.
Yes.
Yeah, Robert Shapiro showed up.
Yes, Shapiro became a running gag on the show. He came in a lot. He became Arliss' attorney later on.
Great.
Great. It was, what else? Most of the time, the athletes we were still finding our way. I mean, I was doing these stories. I remember we never had connecting stories. It was always beginning, middle, and end each episode. So to me, they were like 25-minute, one act, or not one act, but 25-minute little movies, little stories.
You kept them contained.
And again, we're finding our way. And I see some of them that I really think held up pretty well. The one when the religious quarterback picked up the hooker, that held up pretty well. But this is the better. This one. He's so good. And again, some of the writing. I only lost one writer in 7 years. My writing staff now is, and he went to the West Wing. Sorkin poached them from me.
Yeah.
We had a couple of them were playwrights, and another one is a novelist. I had an antipathy towards California-based, born and raised writers, especially Hollywood. I hate it. We did it in Hollywood, but I don't like being from the East Coast. I always found the writers from California, all they did was cannibalize old TV series. I wanted people who had lived. I wanted people, tell me a story about yourself. And a lot of these stories came from our writing staff, that somebody would do something. Anything you said in that room was up for grabs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so great.
So I wanted that, and people would tell me some of the shit that they did. And I had a bunch of ex-drunks, and or maybe they weren't so ex, and and drug addicts. So I love that, because the best thing about the show to me was, especially as we went on. You know who Fran Lebowitz is? That acerbic writer. Yeah, right. Always dressed like Oscar Wilde. She came up to me one time at a party at Tribeca Film Festival. And she's chain smoking, and she goes, "I hate sports, but I love your show." And I said, because it's not about sports; it's about characters in the world of sports. That's totally different. Sports is usually about big games, bullshit like that, But we do characters. the better character-driven pieces. Bull Durham is a character-driven piece. Bang the Drum Slowly, Raging Bull. They're not about sports. They're about the characters.
Yeah.
They happen to work in the world of sports, which is something I knew something about.
Right, and also you're using this setting to tell a lot of different kinds of stories. You have episodes where you're talking about race. You have episodes where you're talking about, business and dealings.
And it got more so. We got into domestic abuse. We got into steroids. We got into alcoholism and gay athletes, transgender athletes. We got into transgender. We got into all kinds of. Divorced, abortion issues. We have, so like I said, the show really evolves. It evolves. It gets darker, and also something else, because I was on. They moved our time slot every year, first 4 years, and so we started on like a 10:30 on a Thursday. Then we moved to a Saturday. Then we were moved to Sunday. Then we got going when we got behind Sex and the City. Now, what that meant, which was that it helped me because we went from an audience. Now, we were obviously predominantly male when we went on. I think we might have been 74% male.
Mm-hmm.
But having Sex and the City in front of me, I had to hold on to as much of that audience as I could. So I start moving episodes and storylines more towards Sandra.
Mm-hmm.
She was my connection to that audience, and her dress and everything, and plus we were all finding our way. We all got more confidence. We got better, and our ratings went up every year for 7 years. That's very few series ever do that. We went up every year for 7 years.
That's my big question for you, Robert. You talk about this being a rookie season, how much the show developed. You had done, you had an illustrious film career at this point. You had done a lot as a comedian and a writer, but this is like your number one on the call sheet, and you're writing episodes, and you're directing episodes. Like this is, in terms of what was being put on your plate and how much you were the guy in all of those areas. Was there an adjustment at all for this show?
I had just done a movie and I did the same thing beforehand. I was fairly comfortable with doing all that.
Yeah.
What I would have been better at, looking back, is just the nature of dealing with people.
Sure.
I would have been better at that. Because you trust people more. But at the time, I always felt every episode could be our last.
Yeah.
So, we were always the still child over there. People either
interesting.
The critics loved us or hated us. The public loved us or hated us.
Yeah.
There was very little middle ground. But by the end of the series, by the way, I said we were 74% male. By the end of the series, we were 53% female, which I was very proud. I mean, in the show, and I got to trust myself more. My performances got much better. Pushed it a little bit at times in the first week of the season. And again, we got great actors, Ed Asner and Eileen Brennan, and the last thing James Coburn does is he plays DiMaggio.
Wow.
And we had great Charlie Gurney. We had like 5 Oscar winners and about 45 Emmy winners, studio people. Theater people. It was great. In fact, had we got another year, Idris Elba wanted to come on and play a Lennox Lewis type of boxer.
Wow.
Didn't happen.
It is interesting.
Hang on. I will say we have raised $325 since Robert's come on.
Let's keep going. Keep going.
Great. We got a lot coming. And
are you going to do this? Are you going to do this again next week?
Every weekend when we finish.
So let's figure out a way to make money from the get-go. Maybe we start doing this from the get-go.
Sure.
Because we're here to raise money. I appreciate the hell out of you doing this thing. Also this way I have to watch them again, which it's like I haven't. The only time I've watched them is when they were going to reach, like I said, when they were stripping out the music for streaming, and I had to watch certain episodes because they were changing the music.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen them, and also it's great because I realize I'm old, which is good. Yeah. It's like it's important to know how old you are.
Bob, you're not.
I just had a 76th birthday this week. I just turned 76.
George, you are, you're amazing. But I'm married to the same woman for 37 years. You got younger pussy.
Bob.
I mean, let's call it like it is.
Bob.
My career peaks back then. You got Star Wars money coming in here. I mean, you go to the mailbox and you got $1 million coming in a day.
It's true.
No
Now,
wonder.
George had something he might be working on for this. George, you want to tell Robert about what we had talked about?
Which you set it up. I'm not sure what exactly you're referring to.
We want the prequel script that you want to write.
Oh, right. Well, we're talking about, as we're setting stretch goals for this, and I don't remember what we agreed to, because that was like an hour ago. What was it that we had agreed to?
Well, look, here's the first thing, okay? The first thing is, our hope is, over these next several weeks, we start to build up the support for the idea of bringing back Arliss in some form, right? But it's a little bit tricky. I don't know if you've noticed, Bob, by the way, but you are on the pillow that we are wearing.
That pillow was in my mother-in-law's house from the time it came out until the time we sold the house 2 years ago.
Wow.
Really.
It's a very tiny pillow.
It's great that you got it.
The thought was, okay, so A, George is kind of an expert at prequels, right? He's very good at fleshing out the backstory. And B, it's very hard to film a live-action TV show right now during this pandemic. But animation can be done.
Is it?
A little bit.
A little bit.
A little bit.
And so...
I don't see the Arliss Zoom. You're right.
Right. Okay. Ready for George's pitch? Get ready for this.
I'm ready. Actually, this has been talk. As you say this, in the last month before the Corona hit, there was actually a big hitter that wanted to reboot the show and was talking with HBO. So I got to tell you something. I see. Listen, guys, if we get rebooted, you got jobs.
Well, that's good to hear.
You got jobs. Hey, listen, I've worked with you guys. I know how good you are.
I can hear that EP.
I'm going to step back. And my pitch also is, if we're going to do it today, you got to open up the agency. He wouldn't just be doing sports now. He would be Live Nation. He would be Irving Ace, so that way we could do, different facets for representing stadiums and rock stars and music acts and sports. Open this thing up.
PewDiePie.
But George wants to. We talked about writing a Arliss prequel animated show. That's what George wants to do.
And I know, Robert, that I know you're not a Star Wars guy. That's fine. But I'll bet that you're familiar with, in the past 6 months or so, there's been a thing online. There was a Star Wars show. I had nothing to do with it. I gave one piece of advice. I said, make sure you remember that if you make something for kids, you'll do well. And lo and behold, Baby Yoda.
True.
You've heard of Baby Yoda, Arliss?
I have.
I mean, Robert?
Love this.
Imagine this. Baby Arliss. Animated, online. We can get this done while everyone's locked down. What could be cuter than a little baby Arliss in his little suit, making deals. Like
a young Sheldon type of thing.
Yeah,
very much, but animated.
You should know the line producer of Arliss produces young Sheldon.
And we already got a team together for this thing. We're talking Baby Kirby.
There you go. Also, by the way,
Baby Kirby.
My partner on this, Mike Tolan, is the lead producer of The Last Dance.
Oh.
Here we go.
Now, where are you in the episode right now?
You're on a QVC type show right now.
The Seed of Champions.
It just sold out.
Yeah, what it is, that one, I don't know if you're watching, but
yes,
Arliss got an idea to sell this guy's, semen. I mean, he's male, and I thought, that's not beyond craziness. If you're going to have these people in vitro, Why wouldn't she, like, she does a scene where she's trying to get Kevin Costner and Denzel and these people to do this.
Yeah.
I don't think it's inconceivable.
The genes. Oh.
So that was the idea there, and I thought we had some fun with that.
It's a lot of fun.
Did you know any of the cast before the show started, Robert, or was
I
this
had
all?
met Jim Turner.
Yeah.
Jim Turner, you're too young to remember that in the early days of MTV, there was a character named Randy of the Red. And he was this, kind of
I remember
guy, but he was very funny. And Jim's one of the great improv actors. He's a great comic actor. He does a lot of work with Jack Black and Two-Legged Dog, and a lot of that whole team there that's all Turner. Sandra auditioned, and I chose her because there was two people who came down to the final. It was Sandra and what is her name? The Gilmore Girls.
Graham.
Lord Graham.
Lord Graham. Those were the finals. Those were two finals, and I got to tell you, either one would have been great. And I just wanted a couple of things. One is Sandra. There was a quality. I didn't know what I was going to get. I liked that. Number two is I was very cognizant of having a multiracial cast because I was dealing with the studio. I mean, the agency would have multiracial clients.
Yeah.
So it was imperative as much to have as multiracial cast as I could get. So Hank Boatman, hence the cast.
Yeah. Yeah.
now.
Great. All really good.
Now, Robert, I have a question. You directed the episode "Crossing the Line."
Is that the girl?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that Arliss? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. And which is one of the episodes where it really felt like the stakes were suddenly very personal. It felt like a sort of like a landmark episode within the arc of the first season, because as the title indicated, Arliss really did cross the line. You direct more and more episodes as the series continues, but how did it feel directing that episode in season 1?
Oh, it was fine. I mean, it was. I was old. I think I said talk about dealing with people. I was pretty tough the first year on the directors because I was, the TV director is not like a movie director. I was controlling the editing. I was controlling the scoring. So if we had a difference of a shot, I'd say, "How am I going to cut this?" I go, "This is not going to cut," and so. Right. I mean, what I also did is, again, I'm a big loyalty fan. By the time season 6 and 7 comes around, everybody in the crew directs because they knew I was there. So I promoted everybody: the DP, the producers, the assistant producers, the editor got to direct. Everybody got to direct because they got into the DPA that way.
You got to look out for your family.
Always.
Now.
My motto in life is always better when the home team wins. And I don't mean just in sports. I mean in business, in family, politics. Life is better when the home team wins.
I love it, Bobby.
So that's what I said. If you get this thing, we got jobs.
Yeah.
We're on the home team. We're on the home team now.
Now, when you see the scene, I don't know if it's there yet when Arliss is at the track and he meets with.
Yeah.
We're literally on it right now.
Okay.
Yes.
When Ken Howard says, "I've got something for you," and he hands him something, you'll hear the music come in.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I'm turning it back
up.
up.
Proops right now.
You know who he told Ivan wanted to be? Kim Novak. Mickey Mouse. Kim Novak. How come you like the left? That's why I'm here. How come you like the left? Yeah, that's why I'm here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Sex traffic. New video. Sex traffic.
Man, Ken Howard was a tall guy.
Yeah.
I used to say I didn't want to jump in baseball because I couldn't say I had those players.
I love that. We're just all watching it.
I guess after seeing the TV thing.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it's coming up.
Ken was he the SAG president?
He was the president of SAG, yes.
Just after.
Yeah.
Great on 30 Rock, too.
He's a great actor. He was great.
Yeah.
Sweet man.
A gentle giant.
Here we go.
Okay.
I accept that. I'm really scared about it. Check
Oh boy.
Yeah, you wrote The Rock before The Rock was The Rock. You were royalty to use that name.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Brought you something.
I brought you something.
Oh, there we go.
I don't know if you were really in the ballpark.
Chinatown.
Chinatown.
There it is.
It's my 500 home run ball.
It's very fun.
Thank you.
Now, Robert, where did the name Arliss come from?
Oh, good question. I was looking for a name. There was guys like Lee Steinberg and Arn Tellem.
Yeah.
And there was an actor named Arliss. So I said, Arliss sounds, But I realized once I wrote the name, after the S's, I could put dollar signs.
Oh, that was a winning move.
Yeah.
Yeah, to tell the story.
Now I at the end of the episode you directed. Now, first of all, 2 questions about that episode. Did you really get your ear pierced?
No.
Or is that an effect?
No, it was a clip-on or something like that.
It was a clip-on. All right. And at the end, you replaced your name credit with a joke credit, which was
with the earring.
Yeah. Now, did you have to? Because I know sometimes that can be difficult dealing with guilds and things like that. Credit. Well, did you have to get special permission for that?
Well, because it was an executive producer credit. If it was a DGA writer or director credit, I may have had to. But because it was executive producer credit, I never thought about it.
Wow.
Right, because I dropped out of the DGA because at the end of the second Star Wars movie, I wanted the director credit to come at the end, and the DGA didn't want to allow that, so I dropped out of the guild.
Yeah, and good for you. And look at you now. I mean, all the movies now end with the director credit after the after the movie.
He changed the game, George.
Yeah, well, George did change the game in a couple of ways.
I'm not kidding.
Yeah. How much did it set you back having the Chinatown theme?
I never paid. It was HBO money. I didn't care. I always had this theory that, first of all, we were the cheapest show on HBO, and something I'm proud of is we came in. We did 80 episodes, and we came in every episode on time and under budget. And I'm very proud of that.
That's great.
The Chinatown was Jerry Goldsmith, and I wound up flying next to Jerry Goldsmith on a plane, and I told him, first of all, it's Jerry Goldsmith. And I spoke to him about who also did the LA Confidential score, which is something similar.
Yeah, and Gremlins too. Yeah, great score.
Gremlins, what a great score! What a great Jerry Goldsmith.
I believe he also did some Star Trek, didn't he?
I believe so.
I think he did.
Yeah,
a legend.
But Chinatown, I started because I had this theory about money at HBO. We every other show, Sex and the City, Sopranos, they were so far over budget and everything else that we were the stepchild, that we were treated as like that. So my theory was spend every penny you can because when they don't want you, they're not going to give you $1. So spend everything you can now.
Yeah.
Because when they don't want you, I'll say, well, I'll do it. No, we don't want you. So you're not going to get the first $1.
Yeah. Bob, I have a big question for you.
Yeah.
We noticed in the early episodes, there is the disclaimer at the end, no real athletes were harmed in the making of this show. But in these last 2 episodes, it changes to only 1 athlete was harmed in the making of this show, and he deserved it.
Yeah.
Explain.
This was at the forefront when, remember, this is 96.
Of course.
So this is when we first started to have these things at the end of movies. No animals were hurt during the making of the show.
Right.
So we were playing off of that, and no athlete was hurt off this show.
It was topical.
It was very topical. And then by the end, I said, well, let's have some fun with this now.
Yeah.
Nobody was hurt, It's like, so it was just, just some jokes. I mean,
You got a playful spirit. Your mind is never at rest.
I didn't take that kind of stuff all that seriously.
Yeah.
I took the work seriously, and the people, and it's also great. Hey, did you see Kobe Bryant?
I know.
Yeah.
That's the first thing he ever did. That was a week after he signed. He was 17 then. That was a week after he signed the $40 million contract with the Lakers. This was the first thing he did. So I knew that he grew up in Italy, and born and raised. So I knew he spoke Italian.
Yeah.
This is kind of fun. Let's do something with fun. We're speaking Italian, and he was great, and we always had a nice relationship. But the funny thing was, during the shooting, there was a woman off to the side watching our every move, and I didn't know who she was. And I asked my producer, "Who's that woman over there?" And he goes, "That's his social worker." I said, "His what?" He goes, "His social worker." I go, "He just signed a $44 million contract. Where can I get a social worker?" It's like it's so. But that was the very first thing he ever did. He was he was so, famous.
That's cool that you got in there early. That's a piece of history right there.
How many we sell? How many autographs so far?
So we are at 1953 last time I refreshed, which is a lot of autographs, which is awesome.
Okay. Now if we start this way for the hours, we could. We might be able to make some money for you guys.
Yeah. So next week we will start with that, and then we can figure that out and go from there, I guess.
Yeah.
I get it's like, what else can we sell off? What else can I get?
Baseballs. Let's get some signed baseballs.
I don't have baseballs. I'm trying to think what I have. I used to have some hats. I don't think I do anymore.
Oh, you mean like this?
Whoa!
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 Oh,
man!
Look at that.
Yeah, that's a long time ago. That feels good.
That's a good one.
What does it say on the hat you're wearing right now?
Oh, it says, "Life's not fair. Get over it."
That's a good one. That's a good one.
That was my manager's motto. He was a rough guy. He was also Jerry Seinfeld's manager. And there was a story.
George Shapiro?
He's George's partner, Howard West.
Yeah. Howard.
And Howard was, I don't know if you remember a show called The Paper Chase, which had a really tough law teacher. I mean, a really gruff disciplinarian, but he reminded me of him. But he had this great story that we actually used in ARLI in an episode of, I think about 2 years, season 3 or 4, season 3, I think, where he was telling me about when Seinfeld was at its height, Jerry was renegotiating his contract. And one of the things that NBC offered him was 100 hours on the NBC jet. And Jerry started to talk to Howard. That's not such a bad thing. And then Howard, gruff as he always said, he goes, "You fucking actors and your perks. You don't give a fuck about his perks. Idiot. For the money I'm going to get you, you can buy the fucking airplane." But that was Howard.
Great. Oh,
that's what I'm saying. It's life's not fair. Get over it. You want the guy to wallow. He moved on. It's actually a good lesson, I think.
Yeah.
Well, we did it, guys.
We did it. One season down, 6 to go. And what a joy it's been, and what a joy it will continue to be.
Was it that? How painful was this?
No, it was a warm bath.
Especially, I figured the one thing good was the episode is short, and after Star Wars, this is a day in the park.
Yes. We got through 11 episodes in the time it took us to get through 2 of Star Wars,
It's like
raise more money. You raise more money
much better run rate. Much better run rate.
Yeah. So
I could easily I could easily watch 2 more seasons right now without breaking a sweat.
Without blinking.
George, by the way, George, when you see your friend Connor, tell him thank you for me.
Oh, I absolutely will.
Hey, so what is George? What are you guys doing during this downtime? What are you doing? What's anybody?
Great question. George, you want to take this one?
I mean, you are participating in one of the main things.
Yeah.
Pretty much it.
There's not a lot that one can do in this, but now I'll have my mind is already percolating, thinking about I don't want to get too far ahead of my skis in this because I want to see the way the next 6 seasons unfold before I think too much about it. But I'm already thinking about baby Arliss and how this could become a phenomenon.
Well, that's great to have a fresh mind there. I appreciate it a lot.
And
Because
Bob
I think
pointed
it
out
could plant the seed for that season 8 of fully grown up Arliss.
And you pointed out, Bob, you got Tolan as one of the producers who's doing Last Dance, but the other producer there is Brian Robbins, who's now the head of Nickelodeon. That would be a great home for Arliss babies.
And think of it this way,
I can't wait to tell him.
Perfect.
Your third executive producer, George Lucas, which brings a lot of clout.
That's true. I mean, really.
Right.
Tolan, Robbins, Lucas, Watto. You got those people.
You know what they also did? Lucas, I mean, Robbins and Robbins did all that with Michelle and well, you're going to see in one of the episodes, it might be the next year, it might be year 2, you're going to see, what was the name? Big Nickelodeon star, went a little crazy.
Amanda Bynes.
Amanda Bynes is on the show, yeah. Amanda, she plays there was a story about some athlete who divorced her parents. So we always have to, all these stories are pretty much based in some realistic story that we've heard or something like that. And so usually we would switch the sport because we didn't want to be right on the nose. And we didn't want to embarrass people because white people are about real people. And, next it'll be interesting to see. I mean, we get better. It's really interesting how it evolves. Like I said, I'm enjoying because look, I'm getting to see something I haven't seen in a while. I don't.
And hey, also you're getting some residuals from everyone rewatching.
Actually, no, the only residual I get is from the Directors Guild. Writers Guild, sad pace. We were on this earliest HBO contract, and we were just before Sopranos and Sex and the City. So I did more. I did 2 episodes, I think, of Family Guy. And was it Family Guy or American Dad?
American Dad.
I get more residuals from the 3 episodes of American Dad than I do from Arliss.
What?
Except for the director.
What can we do to help with the residuals? Does it help if we ask people to keep re-clicking on Crossing the Line, episode 7?
No, we get paid a 1 flat fee. I've already got it.
Oh. What can people click? What can people click?
Joe, I mean, just to try to, getting through it.
So what people should really click on is your episodes of American Dad. That sounds like that's a cash cow for you.
No, because there's not that much. No, I'm just saying I got more for those 3. That's because how little I get for Arliss.
Fair enough.
Maybe just a calf, not a cow, not a full cow, a cash calf.
It's more like a nail of a calf.
Oh, a cash hoof.
Yeah, cash hoof. Not even a hoof.
Not even a hoof.
It's more like a cow chip.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Well, we should wrap up. Robert, thank you so much for stopping by.
We'll see you guys next week. Go watch Last Dance. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Bye, guys. Let me know about the autograph.
I will.
A gentleman and a scholar.
Bye.
Bye.
Do we have any Arliss names that we need to do for people?
Well, we should be watching Mariah Carey.
I know. We have all night for that.
Okay. We'll do an Arliss name then.
I feel like as a palate cleanser, we should, before we go into, we should do at least one Arliss name to someone who donated.
I agree. And I also, now that we're done with the season, I felt like I want to break out the bottle of my finest Skywalker Ranch wine.
Whoa.
I can't believe I don't have a bottle of that here.
I know. Well, just go drink your backyard.
You go drink your backyard.
Hey, you watch it, George. Don't get saucy with me.
Guys, we got Jonathan Hensley, who's I believe has been in here all day.
All right, let's get those S's. Let's get those S's. Double them and dollar them.
Double them and dollar them, baby.
Guys, I want to say this. Robert Wuhl, good guy.
Good guy.
Good guy. I hope he comes back all the time.
Here's another thing I hope.
Yeah.
I hope we get to hear the Fran Lebowitz anecdote every week. It gets better every time I hear it.
Let's take that Y and make it the yen.
Yep. And we've been using the filing cabinet as an H, but someone suggested maybe also a floppy disk could be an H. And at the end of the era, it earmarks the mid to late 90s when Arliss was really going strong.
There we go.
Euro. Let's do the euro for those E's. Let's get a baseball in there for that O. I mean, we're just old hands at this now. We got the golf club for that J.
Not a golf club.
What is it? Hockey stick?
Well, let's use the what is that? Field hockey?
Field hockey.
Yeah.
Let's use the field hockey.
And how about I got an idea. Let's try something a little bit wild here. How about we use the soccer net as an A?
Oh, wow. Sure.
All right. After that soccer net for the A, put an R, L, I, and then $2 signs.
Now, look, we're trying to be forward-thinking here, but it's always important to remember where you came from. I think the second H should be a filing cabinet. So we can have one for the future, one for
I also want to make sure people know we're not doing that after the A every time. It's special.
It's special.
I don't want to pull the trigger on that every time. We haven't done it every time.
No. Guys, also reminder, if you keep donating, those signed pictures will get mailed to you.
This is very true.
This was also, I want to be clear, a suggestion from Robert himself.
Robert is very generous with his time and with his signature. Let's say also, I want to make it very clear, Ron Howard just texted me and said, I have a meeting to go to. I'm not going to watch the Mariah Carey sketches.
I don't know why Ron Howard is so strangely invested
in his game. Why does he care?
Who has a meeting on Sunday night after dark?
In a pandemic.
I know.
During a pandemic.
Oh, wait, hang on. We got one more.
Okay.
There you go.
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. We got one more. And after that, we actually have one more thing after that. There you go.
Good catch.
Thank you. Is that it?
Who would have thought that Arliss names would be so much more unpronounceable than Star Wars names?
Yes.
And Doctor says, perfect, it's an honor.
Truly, who would have thought?
That was very
I hope everyone, I do hope in all sincerity that on Arliss Sundays with Arliss, that those of you who have social media accounts will change your names on your social media accounts to your Arliss names as a sign that you are celebrating Sundays with Arliss.
Oh, good. I've been getting a lot of emails with names in here. This is great.
Great.
I love it.
All right.
Should we start if you don't send an email, you're not going to get a photo. I need your name and I need your address. We should start the episode, though.
We should start. Okay, so we'll go to Amazon Prime and look up Mariah Carey's Holiday Sketchtacular. This was made in 2015, 8 episodes. It was produced for Funny or Die.
And let's make it very clear, 0 involvement from Ron Howard.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, the director of this on Amazon Prime is listed as Funny or Die.
It's almost like whoever directed this has no reason to be ashamed.
Yeah.
Let's also make sure we have our closed captioning on, too.
Yes.
Yeah, and starring Mariah Carey, Katie Couric, Brian Safi, with supporting actors Nick Swartzen.
Swartzen.
It says Swartzen.
His name is Swartzen.
Yeah, it's Nick Swartzen.
Swartzen.
All
right, so we're ready for episode 1. Episode 1, Here Comes Santa Claus.
Hold on. I'm getting it up. Mariah Carey.
Let's give people a moment to find it. This is season 1.
Give me a moment to see if Domino's is still delivering.
Also, people are asking if this was directed by The Mandalorian, and the answer is no.
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 Not The Mandalorian.
The Mandalorian has talked about directing some Funny or Die projects.
Yes.
But Mando did not have a hand in this.
I do want to say this looks like its ranking on Amazon Prime is 5 out of 6 stars. Its IMDb rating is 5.4, and I believe that's out of 10. This was made in 2015, and this is listed as season 1, implying the possibility that there could be a season 2 in the offing.
Okay, and here's another thing that Ron Howard just texted me.
Mm-hmm.
Ron Howard, I don't know why he would have this knowledge, but he is scrubbing through these files to check them before we start watching. And he believes that something got messed up at Funny or Die, and they have posted rough cuts. He believes that the video files that are streaming on Amazon right now are not the final cuts. These are rough.
All right.
Well, you know what? I released rough cuts. I released rough cuts of episodes 4, 5, and 6 multiple times in theaters. I find it highly relatable that Amazon Prime would release these.
You're watching the 1977 work print of Mariah Carey's Holiday Sketchtacular.
Thanks, Ron, for chiming in.
Ron.
I hope that meeting goes great.
Me too. I love Ron. He's a good guy. He's really, truly a great friend.
What a great guy.
All right, are we going to start this? Watto?
We're starting?
If you're ready, I'm ready.
Okay, I'm ready. Episode 1, watch
1,
now.
2, 3.
Another episode 1. Who thought we would get another episode 1?
I believe that is UCB's own Glenn Boozan.
Glenn Boozan was on a Herald team.
Yes. I bet we could probably get Glenn on if we wanted.
We definitely could. We should bring her on to talk about Mariah Carey's Holiday Sketchtacular in what is now an Arliss live stream series, but used to be a Star Wars live stream series.
Now, I don't have Glenn's number, but maybe one of someone else here might. I'm not sure.
I
don't know if I do, but I'm using my phone to film this. So.
Yeah.
And Ron is saying something very strange. But he implored me to share this with our audience. Ron Howard is saying, and I quote directly, I'm changing 0 words from this text. Ron is saying, make it clear Ron has nothing to do with any of them except the middle 4.
I also want everyone to know that when this goes up on YouTube, this will be a separate file labeled "The George Lucas Talk Show Watches the Mariah Carey Holiday Sketch Spectacular."
Well, it has to be. And Ron didn't write them. Ron wants us to know that he didn't write them.
Don't you think it would be better to just have it at the very end of the other thing so it makes sense?
I personally, I don't care if this makes sense.
I know.
I just think that this should exist as something that you watch all 6 hours or whatever, and then you get to this and you follow along on the journey.
It's a little cookie, like making it to the end of an Arliss episode and getting to see the no athletes were harmed.
Okay.
I think George.
I'm looking at these are great. Actually, these are great to see these like New York City location shots.
Yes.
With people on the streets. That's actually there's something about it that's very it's very kind of melancholy to watch this now, just all the people interacting.
Now, I believe this was all filmed in Los Angeles. Am I incorrect?
Really?
I don't know. This doesn't look like
that. I believe that is because that says 5th Street down there.
Yeah.
I thought one of the earlier shots did look like New York, though. There was something in the earlier shot. So this is all LA?
Those are California license plates on that car, yes.
Oh, that's too bad.
But some of it must be New York. I believe the interiors are New York because there's a lot of New York people in this.
Maybe the middle 4 episodes were in New York. I mean, Glenn is one of those classic bi-coastal UCB movers and shakers.
I'll also say this. Ron is letting me know that he was hired the day before and had no creative input. He was young and needed money.
Okay, so Ron wants us to know. Let me just speed round again. Ron wants us to know. He's only responsible for the middle 4 episodes. These are rough cuts. He only had a day to prep, and he needed the money. These were not passion projects.
He's also Ron Howard is also saying that in 2015 he was young and needed the money.
I mean, look, whatever floats your boat, Ron. But your birth certificate.
Look, I guess that directing the movie Cocoon really did change his outlook on what it is to be young. And we were finished with the first episode.
Auto playing the second. We're right on to the second.
It's auto playing the second.
And I want to make it clear, these episodes have no credits. It's weird for Ron to be this self-conscious about us watching them. But this is definitely, I'm seeing a rough cut here. This looks like
I'll tell you
cinematics.
I'll tell you something that that I know as someone who had no connection to this series.
Of course.
This series was originally when offers went out to actors for this.
Yes.
It was made clear that this was a non-union contract.
Sure.
But there were so many Screen Actors Guild members who were already connected to it that a lot of the cast of smaller parts all just assumed, well, I'm just going to say yes to it and they'll sort it out if it's a problem.
Right.
And once production had already basically either begun or had began to was about to happen, SAG found out about it, and they basically the production company basically announced, no one is in trouble. This is now a SAG production, but don't do it again. So this started as a non-union production starring Mariah Carey.
Ron just texted me. He also wants us to know that he didn't produce either, as if that changes the perception.
Anything.
He was just a hired gun director, didn't write, only middle 4 episodes. These are rough cuts, and he had a day to prep.
So, George, did you talk to Ron about this?
No, I've never talked to Ron about this. I just know that because producers hear stuff about stuff that gets produced.
Sure.
Now, this episode is more or less full animation.
Correct.
Now,
although it looks like they've skimped on keyframes.
It might be a rough cut. You're saying.
Oh, is that what this means? This might be like an animatic that we're seeing.
It might. I don't know. I wouldn't know.
George,
it's not very smooth in between certain movements.
No, it's got a very sketchy quality to it, not like a sketch-tacular.
People are asking for a stretch goal, George, and I think it should be, if we make 2,000, they want you to sing "All I Want for Christmas Is You."
You can do it.
All right. What are we at now?
We're at 1983. I'm going to say you sing it. No music in the background, though, because that'll get this pulled down.
We're at the year that Return of the Jedi hit theaters. And Amazon is now auto-playing for me an ad for Love Life. What's the show called?
I don't know, but I will say this. Ron just texted me that he's making himself late to the meeting because of this.
Great.
All right. Well, now I'm watching a commercial for
Modern Love, an unsuccessful disliked TV series that still somehow has been renewed for another season.
I got a commercial for My Spy.
I did not get a commercial. So once your guys' commercials are done, let's start at the same time.
We're here. We're watching Brian Safi. This is Cooking with Mariah Carey.
Okay.
All right. And are we in the middle 4 now?
Yes.
All right. So we are in Ron Howard territory.
I think this has that unmistakable Ron Howard touch.
Right. So I believe these were studio interiors shot in New York City.
Here's another Ron Howard update. I truly think maybe when Go90 went down, Crackle asked for files, and everyone had deleted the files. They just gave them rough cuts where were the only files they had. No, this was not Ron. Safi's an LA native.
Yes. We are still $17 away from 2,000, in which case George sings "All I Want for Christmas Is You."
And I'm still one item away from completing my Domino's coupon.
And if you donate 25, you get a signed photo from Robert Wuhl, personalized.
Ron is changing his opinion. He's now saying he did direct this. So Ron somehow is not even recognizing his own work.
Is this a rough cut that we're seeing of episode 3? Doesn't look rough to me. I think the animation looked a little bit stylized in a way that could have been a rough cut in episode 2.
Yes.
But this has chirons and transitions. We just had a kind of lens flare transition that looks fully rendered.
I forgot to put this on for episode 2.
Oh no. Well, now this episode 3 is a cooking show parody.
Yes.
And it's 4.5. No, this is one of the longer episodes. 6 minutes long.
This one. This has that sort of epic quality that only Ron Howard Productions can give.
And he just named a cookie Mariah Cookie. That's fun.
That's actually a very funny joke.
I'd encourage everybody who, if you're making cookies tonight, why don't you call them Mariah Cookies?
Good.
And post videos of yourself singing Mariah Carey songs to a cookie while eating the cookie.
Do it. Do it.
There's no incentive for that. It's just one of those things that's like, put it on a TikTok. I don't know.
Did you get my Revenge of the Sith reference, George?
What was it?
Do it. Do it.
Do it. And there are cheese doodles and Mariah is doing some pretty solid deadpan work here. She's playing it straight in a way that I think is helping to sell the comedy of it.
Ron Howard is saying there may or may not be insane stories about the one-day experience of making these.
Well,
I feel like Ron should share those stories. He should put up
Ron.
Or get out.
Yeah, would love to hear some of those stories.
Yes. And I remind Ron that sharing those stories would be for charity.
Yeah, it'd be for the food bank for New York City.
A great
helping people who need help. Also, it feels like Ron seems to have lots of stories to talk about a thing that none of us really have that much to say about.
No, it's almost like Ron is the one who should be part of this. Or even just like maybe another director who feels comfortable speaking on Ron's behalf.
Yeah, if someone could call up with a fake name and disguise their voice and they don't have to identify themselves.
I agree.
The only people who would know who it was have long ago stopped working in show business.
Like, are we willing to say that Ron could feel free to call up either Watto or Patrick Kottner, and he will be put on speakerphone, and Ron Howard can share whatever stories he wants,
or can call into this video right now and just not be on screen, but disguise his voice, whatever Ron wants.
Just turn the camera or wear a mask, which is something that's responsible these days anyway. Wear a mask.
Ron has the link to the room, so now it's up to Ron.
Okay,
it's up to him. He's late for his meeting anyway.
Yeah,
guys, we still have not hit that last 17. It's like you don't want to hear George sing.
We need to hit that 17.
It's only 16:31 is what we need technically.
Yeah, I'll be so insulted if we don't get that 16.
And also, you still get a Wuhl signature. You might be gone from the stream, but donate over 25. You're getting Bobby, baby.
Bobby, baby, Bobby, baby, Bobby, baby. I've missed a few beats of this, so I'm not exactly sure what the game of this scene is.
I gotta say, George, this Skywalker wine is really doing the trick.
Oh, that's good.
I mean, also helped that Watto forgot to eat a meal before the live stream started.
Oh, it's happening. There it is. Oh, yeah, he started singing it. And then she cuts him off and says, "It's better if you don't."
Brian,
now they're wrapping up. They're wrapping up. And we've only got 23 seconds left in this episode.
What's going on?
Oh my God!
Why?
Oh.
Why did you do this? Why did you do this?
Why is JD Amato here?
JD Amato.
Why would you do this?
Well, Because we were talking.
Doing right now.
There's no reason.
There are many
Well,
reasons. I
to
could
help
give you,
people for charity. We're in episode 4, right? Episode 4.
maybe I could give you 1,983.69 reasons to be doing this right now.
We are now under
Hey,
$7 we need to get to 2,000, guys.
Joe Firestone and Jordan Klepper, 2 degrees.
George and Watto, is there, do we want to start going through the back catalogs of the things that you guys did in your early 20s to like pay rent for the month?
Yeah, I got a perfect track record. It's called fucking Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones. I'm 2 for 2, baby.
There's Alex Song.
It's been said, please do not watch the Crackle original Thanksgiving.
James the Third.
Matt Cutler.
A bunch of ringers, the all-star cast.
I don't know why this is happening. This was such a wonderful stream.
We were talking about what Go 90 content has moved over to Crackle.
Yes.
And we realized that this had moved over to Amazon Prime.
Yes.
Then you told us not to watch it, and that was when fate became destiny.
All I know is that Go 90 got added to the mix as a joke, and then suddenly this was turned into a stretch goal. And that's when I started chiming in and saying, do not. This is not worth anyone's time.
You didn't say that.
Ron Howard said that.
Ron Howard said that.
Ron Howard said that.
I don't know what he said. I'm talking about I separately reached out to other people.
Oh, you should have reached out to us, JD. We would have done it.
You could have reached out to us directly. We would have read your text on air and said we were relaying everything Ron Howard sent to us.
Also, I want to say we did pass 2,000, George.
Okay.
Someone was asking if Joe Firestone is that small or Jordan Klepper is that tall, and the answer is both, right?
The answer is both. Definitely both.
This is a classic 3PO and R2 situation where you play off the heights, play off the extremities.
Also, well, I don't have to go there.
I was going to say I think the exact same thing you thought about saying.
Now,
yeah, I'll say it.
I have a question. No, I have a question, JD. I have a question. Okay. Now, I'm looking at this, and this episode is 4 minutes long. The last episode was 6 minutes long. Are these rough cuts, or were they really variable in terms of running time?
So, I may or may not have gotten a call like the day before.
Wait, who is this presenting all the Grammy cookies?
What's that?
Who is that tall drink of water presenting?
Oh my God, I forgot about all that.
Like you're in this as an extra, JD.
The amount of stories from that one day are absolutely wild. And I cannot, in good faith, share any of them on this public forum.
Why? It's only Ron Howard's career on the line. You have nothing to lose.
But all of your assumptions about how this day were are probably correct. That's all I can say.
Isn't it fun how, like, all these like little short form comedy sketches that were done under new media contract now live on streaming platforms as if they were real TV shows?
It's
but
insane.
The pay structure is still hiding under these fucking false contracts.
I can only imagine that if this were to get renewed for a second season, that this would be perfect if you just block out the sides of it and just imagine a vertical format of this.
Yeah.
Episodes are all under 10 minutes long. These are Quibbies before Quibi was Quibi.
I mean, Jordan Klepper was built for portrait mode.
Oh my God. If Jordan Klepper isn't on a Quibi already, that's why that failed as a platform.
Full body Klepper.
He is a walking, talking Quibi.
He is. Because sometimes he even lies down to take a nap. JD, I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm drinking George Lucas wine.
Oh, what is that?
Skywalker Rosé, baby.
Watto, didn't you just open that bottle?
Wait, which episode are you guys on right now?
We're about to start episode 5. Episode 4 just ended. Episode 5 is starting now.
I think episode 5 has some legitimately very funny stuff in it because it was just performers being weirdos in front of
the great
Mariah Carey.
The great Alex song, one of the best in the business. Would you say that episode 5 is kind of the Empire Strikes Back of this? very high point for the franchise in terms of maturity.
I
There's
never
Michael Caine
thought I
and
would ever be speaking
hold
about
on.
this thing I did
Michael
for like
Caine.
$500 6 years ago.
Michael Cruz Caine.
The great Michael Cruz Caine.
And the great Eric Gerson on piano.
These casts are unbelievable.
Actually, legit, this I do think these guys. I mean, this there's a bit that is coming up that you have to imagine in real life what it was like to see this performer who I know and people who my friends also know performing this in front of Mariah Carey.
I am going to reach out to Michael and let him know we were watching this.
Right.
Let's take a cruise.
Now, Michael Cruz Caine, High Maintenance was mentioned earlier, the HBO series. You can see Michael Cruz Caine on at least one episode of High Maintenance.
The great
playing
Michael
a crew member.
Voice of a songbird.
Very funny man.
Very deeply funny man.
Now, JD, what's the third girl on the couch? It's Alex, Mariah, and
that's Karen Hammerberg.
Yeah, Karen Hammerberg.
Also on Herald Night. How many of these people are on Herald teams? Michael Caine on it. We're getting to a lot of people who are on Herald teams here.
JD, were you on a Herald team?
I was on 2 Herald teams.
Okay.
Very good.
Don't say that with shame. Say it with pride.
Published author Aaron Jackson, whose new book can be ordered even if you're in quarantine. You can order his book and have it sent to where you are.
We gotta push Daddy Bezos over the edge to become a trillionaire. Every little purchase counts. We got to make Bezos a trillionaire so he can keep renewing modern love. We need as many seasons of modern love as we can get.
Oh, 1 second. My computer's about to shut off.
Oh, great.
Oh, jeez. I got a meeting. I got the computer shutting off.
Why would his computer be about to shut off?
Well, George, you see laptops, you usually have to plug them in. I know you don't know a lot about this. I just want to make sure.
I don't care about laptops.
George, it's getting dark in Marin County.
It really is.
I know.
It's only 6:20 there. Why is it so dark?
Because of the coronavirus.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now this episode is almost over.
Okay, so I feel like this is maybe the thing that you were talking about. We're looking at Ken Beck in a garbage bag. Mariah Carey, is this what you
playing
were?
A man named Johnny Toilet.
Yeah. Can you imagine in real life watching this play out in real time?
Ken Beck, who long time fans may know as Vinegar Al, playing clarinet, wearing multiple garbage bags in front of Mariah Carey.
Oh, that closes out the episode, doesn't it?
Now, how much of this is scripted, JD?
This was like medium.
Okay.
Wow.
Because I had nothing to do with any of the creative. I literally was running the day before.
Weird. That's so weird. Ron Howard said the exact same thing.
Yeah, I had to replace Ron.
JD, it was like a reverse solo. JD, what are the impediments to a second season of this happening?
Interest from all parties and the audience.
All right, episode 6.
Amazon is asking me if I'm still watching, as if they're incredulous that I'm going to finish this season.
Katie Couric. What was it like working with Katie Couric?
It was weirdly intense.
Was
she had a lot of the lighting is very different on this one than in the previous two.
I remember there was a lot of specific questions about the script, which I had nothing to do with and I could not answer.
Mm-hmm. Now, is this a different location?
No, it was all shot in the exact same room.
This is the same room?
Yeah.
But now it's been made to look like an apartment.
Yes.
Can Watto share a story very quickly?
Yes.
Sure, go for it, Watto.
Watto has a friend who was briefly working as a correspondent on a deep cable comedy series that got canceled before his segments aired.
Yeah, I have a recommendation for what to binge watch at the end of next week.
Yeah, I know where you're gonna fucking go with this. But Watto's friend was sent to cover VidCon, the convention for YouTubers and social media stars. And Watto's friend was in the lobby of the hotel checking in, and there were all these like 17-year-old Vine stars who were being mobbed by literal like tens, just screaming and fawning as if it were a day's night. And then Watto's friend turned around and saw Katie Couric flanked by like 8 giant security guards with her head down, clearly trying not to be noticed. And then about halfway through her walk through the lobby, she noticed that everyone was paying attention to the social media stars and not her. And she looked weirdly crestfallen.
I get it. Listen, I get it.
Now,
changing times.
I'm hearing from an unnamed source who was involved in the production, who is not in this room right now. I would like to make it clear, is not in this room right now.
Okay.
Saying that he is pretty sure he remembers Mariah needing to take a nap in the middle of shooting, and then waiting for her to come back so they could start back up. I don't want anyone to react either way, but I just want to put it out there.
I'm not.
Sounds like she was pulling a Patrick Cotner.
No.
Was that a blind item? Was that a blind item about you, and you just put Mariah Carey's name in place of it?
She had
Did you tell a story about yourself?
I don't even know who has control to put that hashtag up there.
Well, this one has some very interesting actors in it.
Episode 7.
Oh.
Episode 7.
Interesting.
Interesting.
There's James Coker from Coker and Stratton.
Of course. Glenn Boozin is back. And who is this man
now,
with eyes on fire? Eyes full of light.
This guy looks like his suit is padded, but he will eventually catch up to that weight.
People in the chat saying, what a handsome man.
I think he's very handsome.
I think we'd all agree with that one.
5 years is a long time.
He has an innate soulful quality that really lends him.
I truly think someone might have accidentally deleted all the files, but then contractually had to put something up somewhere and delivered rough cuts.
So, what hypothetically, what would the differences be between the rough cuts and what we're watching? The final cuts and what we're watching right now.
I don't know if I was ever shown any edit of any of these. I just can't imagine. There's some details that I noticed that I can't imagine was
Corey Palmer.
I think a lot of people.
Connecticut.
Did Corey Palmer shave for this part? Did Corey Palmer shave for this role? Riley Soliner?
Robot Riley. I gotta say, I feel like, I don't know, JD, if I were a friend of yours watching this for the first time, I would be wondering, how did I not get the call? Now, you and I only ever existed on professional terms, so I wouldn't say that. But I would think like a good friend of yours.
I have a friend who was probably in the mix for that, and I guarantee that I probably reached out to. I bet if I searched my email.
Wow, it sounds like that guy is really bad at responding to messages.
Especially if they're from the day before.
Yes.
I also...
Anna Dresden, Emmy nominee.
Current
Saturday Night Live.
Star.
What were you going to say about hypothetical friends, JD?
I don't know. Is
that Lou Gonzalez?
I would be willing to bet that this is probably like a money laundering scheme. Because I don't think anyone was... I don't know. I can't speak to any of this.
Okay, fair enough.
This is a rogues gallery of...
It is actually funny how many amazingly talented, good people are in this.
Some of our best and brightest, yeah.
I have a question. Was Santa on Herald Night?
I don't think so.
I believe the actor who plays Santa Claus in this was very briefly on Herald Night, but then almost immediately got put on a weekend team.
Sure.
And this person's not a comedy person, right? The one with the good body?
With the good body, the good Santa body?
Of course not.
I think George might be a second ahead. Yeah.
Yeah.
Although, oh my gosh, that person, George,
yeah,
was in a short film that I made for a Comedy Central show called The President Show.
Oh.
And I needed someone who was cut and buff, and I remembered this job, and I hired that person. And so I have some close friends of mine who spent a day with that person, 2 days with that person, both on this shoot and on that shoot.
I'll say this. I believe I cast that man in that short film.
And remember, you asked if I knew anybody, and I said, actually, one person that I do know is this guy who was actually really nice when he worked on this thing.
All right, now that was
all right. I'm leaving. I have nothing to do with any.
No, hold on. We got that.
This last episode. I think you did more than the middle four because you did that last one.
Yeah.
So you did you didn't do the first two or the last one.
This is all theoretical too. This is all theoretical. No one can really say who did any of it.
Well, there's no credits. This was directed by Funny or Die.
Yeah, Funny or Die collectively.
IMDb is user updated. Does not tell the truth.
Yeah, I've got some issues with some IMDb listings as well.
Yeah.
What was the thing you were going to mention that we should watch as a stretch goal for the next time?
Hypothetically.
Oh, I think there's some really good remote segments from Live with Nikki and Sarah.
This is what I'll say. I watch those on a regular basis, and I think they hold up. I think they're pretty fucking strong, all considered.
Or, here's the other thing. I know you're watching mainstream stuff.
Even without knowing the battles happening behind the scenes, I think they're decent comedy pieces.
I think there's also this small indie film that I know of that not a lot of people have seen. That takes place.
#1 film in Korea right now?
No, it takes place. Oh no. Oh, that would be dark.
It would be dark. I agree. Even darker than the thing we didn't say 10 minutes ago.
This is a project that I think it takes place in a Midwestern state somewhere. Maybe it's in the title. I don't know. I'll have to remember what the title is.
Are you talking about Alexander Payne's Nebraska?
Yes, no, it's a different one. But I'll see if I remember the title and if there's a license to watch it. But I think it's a feature film and maybe a debut feature that would be really interesting to watch.
Mm-hmm.
If we're just drudging up our past.
It's a debut feature.
Yeah. I don't feel, but I feel like it would be something that would have to be like. What was great about this was that it was just available through. We had to press a few buttons and we were there because it's on Amazon Prime. Anyone with an Amazon Prime membership can watch this all day long.
Sure.
But it sounds like what JD.
Hey, and you know what? Hey, everybody, what is it suggesting you watch next?
Oh fuck! Wait, hold on. Oh, it was suggesting I watch the Ernie Kovacs show.
It suggested I watch
a television comedy.
It just suggested that I should watch Ilana Glazer's stand-up special.
No,
it sent me to Mariah's World Season 1.
All right, I'm a half hour late for a meeting.
JD, do you know something?
What?
Alana was never on the Herald team.
Herald night.
Alana was never on Herald.
Alana never made that.
Never.
Abby and Alana were never on a Herald team.
Never on the Herald team. Abby and Alana were never on a Herald.
Never there.
Never. Or maybe they just didn't respond to the email in time.
Thank you so much for stopping by, JD.
Of course. I also have a friend who has some early stand-up sets on YouTube that you could probably watch.
I think once again, that friend has been pretty smart about limiting what sets still exist on YouTube.
But I think there's ways to find stuff that has been on YouTube and has been taken down since.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Goodbye. Thanks.
It was all for a good cause. Thank you, JD.
I love you guys.
I love you too.
I know.
I
know. We should have all said I know.
I know. We should have said I know.
Guys,
that's really funny.
We did it.
6 hours, 33 minutes.
Yeah.
And a breeze. I mean, at this point, honestly, a breeze. It felt like just breathing in and out to just do a quick 6:30.
Yeah.
Right?
I
no music,
don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas is you. I don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I don't need to hang my stocking there upon the fireplace. Santa Claus won't make me happy with a toy on Christmas Day. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas is you. You, baby Yoda. Oh, I won't ask for much this Christmas. I won't even wish for snow. I'm just gonna keep on waiting underneath the mistletoe. I won't make a list and send it to the North Pole for St. Nick. I won't even stay awake to hear those magic reindeer click. 'Cause I just want you here tonight, holding on to me so tight. What more can I do? Oh, baby, all I want for Christmas is you. You, baby Yoda. All the lights are shining so brightly everywhere, and the sound of children's laughter fills the air. Whoa! And everyone is singing. I hear those sleigh bells ringing. Santa, won't you bring me the one I really need? Won't you please bring my baby to me? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't want a lot for Christmas. This is all I'm asking for. I just want to see my baby standing right outside the door. Oh, I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. Oh, baby, all I want for Christmas is you. You, baby. All I want for Christmas is 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 you, baby. That's the end of the song. That's for charity.